What is up, chat? What's up? आज नंबर 1 सीड 2 #1 2 रीजन के नंबर 1 टीम सीधा घर पे। कोई है जिसका पिकम्स राइट है भाई अभी तक? हाँ, इंट्रो कितने का बनाया? क्या बोलूं यार, 4 रुपए थे। रोटी खाने के जगह पे इंट्रो बनाया मैंने। रोटी नहीं खाया मैं 2 दिन से। I stepped on the bee. 3 पिकम्स राइट है मेरे अभी तक। 100% किसका राइट नहीं रहेगा भाई? एटलीस्ट मेरे चैट में से किसका भी 100% राइट नहीं हो सकता। इम्पॉसिबल। ला 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 ला। टॉप 1% पे टॉप 1% छोड़ 100% किसका राइट है क्या अभी तक? 100। मेरे हिसाब से रोहित भाई को डायरेक्ट एक रेडिएंट अकाउंट दे देना चाहिए जिसका भी 100% राइट है। मजाक सेट। यू आर द गॉड। कितना हरामी हूं ना मैं, कभी कभी सोचता हूँ। मेरे मॉड्स किधर है भाई? ओ इनएक्टिव मॉड्स किधर? मेरे इनएक्टिव मॉड्स। पहला मैच हुआ है एसेंशन वर्सेस एसेंशन। 2 राइट हुआ है अभी तक। मेरा कितने? मेरे 1 हुआ है शायद भाई। ए इज दैट हार्बर? ओ भाई औरा वाला हार्बर है बे। मेरा नाम पढ़ के रोहित भाई बोल दिया राइट की जगह पे एक्सक्यूज मी। आज की क्या प्रेडिक्शन है? जब मालूम ही नहीं था ये टीम जाने वाले, क्या प्रेडिक्शन दूं भाई? मेरे को लग रहा है G2 के साथ एकदम लेफ्ट राइट होने वाला है। अच्छा मैं अकेला वाइप कर रहा था क्या कब से?
G2 and XLG are the champions of Americas and C
माफ करो, अकेला वाइप कर रहा था
bigger trophy
भाई। औरा वाला हार्बर है बे।
they have to prove they've got what it takes to go all the way.
If you want to go on a lower bracket run, you'll only have one day you're not playing. That matches are possible for the rest of this tournament. It is a very tough task, but momentum means a lot.
Uzan Kumar
in these first lower bracket games could be the path towards that victory.
Yeah, and as we take
कैसे
a look
chat?
at map select G2, they said it themselves, Vansili. They have a
आज जो
deep
जीता
map. How do
वो कल
XLG
एक
handle
दूसरे
this?
सामने खेलेगा। नहीं नेक्स्ट जो लोअर ब्रैकेट में आएगा उनके सामने। मेरा तो स्विच स्टेज में टीएस नहीं मार दी थी। हाँ ना, आधा तो उधर ही खराब हुआ था। पहले तो वीडियो देखो आपका स्ट्रीम, पहला वीडियो देखो पट से फिर मेरा स्ट्रीम देखो। मेरे इनएक्टिव मॉड्स किधर है? क्या सीन है? वी आर बैक टू 3-0 बड़ी। कल आपका जो जिंक्स हुआ है।
But also, in my opinion, Icebox is still the most viable map for Teo, even if still think so is probably better.
I mean, we've seen it from Genji.
XLG upset करेगा क्या chat?
You gotta think that Vansili, out of everyone else in this tournament, it would make the most sense for G2 and Trap.
आज जो हारा वो घर, जो हारा वो घर। मेरा 0 राइट है, लोअर वाले अपर पे। गेम चंद्र को रख करो भाई। ये तो G2 2-0 होना चाहिए भाई। हाँ वैसे टूर्नामेंट का EMI प्लान मिल जाता तो हम थोड़े गरीब है। विशाल भाई एक EMI प्लान है, एक EMI प्लान है। Every month 50 gifted till you reach 21K. That's the EMI plan. You all love my chat.
the way he did
बराबर है
in
कि नहीं
CN, and don't get me wrong, his mechanics are incredible. He gets away with it a lot. But G2 is a team that I know will come in focused on not allowing him to do so.
And Vans, you spoke about this already in terms of midi. He's only played Breach
BO3 है,
so
BO3 है,
far
लेकिन
for XLG. He
2-0
can't
जीतेगा
be
शायद।
doing that on Icebox.
I don't think so, but if you
ध्रुव
even look
भाई
at
वो
his
तो ना
past career,
मोटू
though,
भाई
he's
को
had
वोट करने
some
का लिंक
experience outside of a tail,
Oh,
played
Mark.
a little bit of a Silva as well. He's just trying to get into that comfort pick once again. But this is a big test and a big ask for him. You're going into this Toronto stage where you don't have that opportunity to get too much practice and reps in, so you also have to just be pristine when you're going into this moment.
Oh, G2, I love this team. They're locking Sage. We
अमन भाई मजाक से हटकर आपका हालत बहुत खराब है अमन भाई। हाँ क्या हो गया अमन भाई? सब ठीक है? घर पे सब ठीक है? ब्रेकअप हो गया?
Where you're having a stage for the plant, but Valen is playing Omen
Digital
and your
video calling
duelist
दिया
is
बे।
not really playing any duelist. So at this point, you're focusing on Valen to not necessarily open
भाई
up as
जोगो
the
मत
duelist wants
सेज।
to get that spot.
Well, the agents are logged, the players are ready, and there's
No
only
delete
one
meta
thing
क्या?
left for me to do. Toronto, give a
Icebox में
warm
common तो है,
welcome to
लेकिन
the
यार
bread and
जोगो मत
butter
jet
duo
is
of
opa।
VCT, Brent and Sideshow.
Done, double
Yeah,
the
let's get this
amount.
one started then.
I
Toronto.
love you every
There's a
month.
certain
100
energy in the air right
gifted
now, I
till
feel
the
like it. There's a certain energy because it's an elimination
Chat
on the
OP
line with
कर दो विशाल भाई
G2
का।
versus XLG. Two teams that are
Chat?
wishing to go even further here, but one of them is going to be XLG.
विशाल भाई का पकड़ के छुपा दे दो।
And there are so many
Love
things
you
similar
यार
about
विशाल
these
भाई,
two
love you।
teams. They're both Ascension
Jinx
rosters.
and
that
up,
have done
कैसे
so
कमिश भाई?
remarkably
गए कि नहीं
well,
उधर?
but teams that played the meta, who got the
आज
top
के चार
seed in their
टीम
region
चार
and then
टीम
struggled
winners है। सोचो
massively in
भाई।
their opening match here at Toronto.
सोचो कितना
and
competitive है
failed to
भाई।
hit expectations, and I think you could say that about both squads because no one really expected all of the top seeds to end up down here, and especially G2 and XLG yet to take a map.
अरे भाई।
They're saying
Sorry,
no
top
Tejo, no
seeds.
win. That's what the people are saying back at home. But I think
हाय
both
हाय
of these
ये
teams
बोला
are getting
कास्टर ने।
hit by that change pretty
इधर
similarly.
मेरा फर्स्ट मैप XLG, मेरा G2।
Hard fought battle over towards A main as well. Conceded up by G2 nice and early. Looking like they
मेरे
want
को
to
पता
try
नहीं
and play this
Wolves
one
थोड़ा
purely for retake.
वो पहिला
Full evacuation.
टीम प्ले वाइज।
Raga on his little perch. Dash is going to be fading away, but at least going to be able to try to get this plan down now. Util's going to be sent flying forwards. Wall up on top of it with the paranoia offloaded. It's all sweeping across
भाई
the
इसका aim
side.
बहुत crazy है ना?
Pushed up back and Midi going to get traded.
रारगा
Top
उसको ही
holds.
देखेंगे।
Towards the top there, Jonah P lurking.
Jonah P
Slightly
के
around
लग
to the
गया।
side here, and there's that Sage coming into play. Jogamo sticking. Have onto the defuse. Win concerts.
भाई क्यों मारा लिफ्ट
A
ने?
pistol round in their back pockets.
Immediately Valen's hyped up about that one. This is a big change to their composition, but both comps that they've played recently, both with the Gecko and now with the Sage, are focused around that retake
I
style.
love-
Look at how much pressure the wall puts down.
That
especially
Father's
on the
Day
pistol.
आज।
If you manage to save that wall
Celebrate
for the
करो,
retake on
फाफा को।
pistol, it's so difficult to get through.
Jerry, thank you for the
But keep an eye out
Canadian
for that
Australian
once weapons come
$5.
online
I
as
hope
well.
तुम लोग सबने
Once
Father's Day
XLG have
wish
more
किया
ways
रहेगा
of being
कॉल
able to
करके।
deny. G2 played so heavily for retake against Paper Rex, but Paper Rex were always there, always with a game plan.
कहते जेरी $5 क्या हो गया रे?
Trying to vacuum up most of the orbs as well.
Rank up हो गया क्या?
XLG any chance of getting some value on their own eco. They bought 3 sheriffs across the
Sage
board.
back to Masters. Icebox में is very common to play no
Heavy
duelist.
re-exploration through mid,
Like very
just based on
very
the turret
common.
going down earlier on.
Util
So
के
now that
basis
they've
पे
pulled
वो
bodies
लोग
into mid,
A
XLG
और
are
B
trying to find
execute
this
करते
timing
हैं।
to go over towards what should be a bit of a softer site.
Who is going to be caught in through mid.
भाई क्या हो गया भाई लीफ को भाई?
Midi going down there. Look at Nano really deep over towards yellow.
भाई वो
In the
vulnerable क्यों
discipline,
जिससे
though,
गया
G2, they're not
वो?
willing to give anything up. Even Jonah P.
अरे बाप रे!
Kicking off to the side. Everybody taking the right timings for it. A nice lead here for G2, and you can feel how much it means to them, I think, for a team like G2, where expectations are sky high for this squad. Expected
क्या
almost
हो
to be
गया? बाकी लोग
finalists in
देखो,
terms of every
मनोज भाई
event
को
that they
क्या
end
issue
up
हुआ?
attending, especially at this point.
But they'd have to go perfect here through the lower bracket to even make another grand
नहीं
final.
रे,
Another
सिर्फ नेट से
opportunity
मरा वो।
to redeem themselves after
Lota.
a match that I'm sure they'll believe they should have won in Bangkok.
ऐसा कल किसी ने खेला?
It does feel like an angry G2
Huh?
though for these first couple of rounds.
एडिट भाई स्ट्रिक्स
But
को
now
बोले
Rifle's back online.
बाप
More
बदल
opportunities.
देते यार. Excuse
Retake
me?
setup that G2 appear to be playing.
Guitars.
And the more that you play retake on the sites, the more that you can focus on defending through mid. So if G2
Prediction,
are going to play
I
pretty
think
soft on the sites
13-6.
themselves, that means that XLG should be
13-6
denied
G2.
these mid lurks that they appear to be looking for. As Coconut and Happyway were thinking about putting a bit of pressure mid this round. G2 have stacked 3 players over
G2
towards
जीतना
B.
चाहिए रे क्योंकि
Currently
XLG में
clearing it
एक
out over
वो
here.
है ना सब है
As XLG
और G2
take that
बहुत
space
strong team
for
है
an
मतलब
AXX
एक साथ
instead.
time
If
से
they
है
go
अभी.
back though towards Coconut,
Just spotting the legs. Coconut's fallen asleep at the wheel. Osmos is going to be calling for his team. Reinforcements arriving. This is going to be a brawl. Bit of a tussle occurring out towards B main yet
Yeah,
somehow.
Maros,
G2
man.
is still ended up the winners of it. Paranoia used that insurance policy for the exit of G2.
हाँ जी
As
किसने
that
मारा
rifle
टांग
dropped
पे
down to the ground. Raga 0 and 3.
a rough
एक
beginning.
मंगाया
And a rough
मैंने अब
continuation.
अकेले और उनके फेवरेट समोसे ये बात
Open access over towards the A side though, trying to go for that plan. Swinging to the back, Leaf lucky to be alive. Just about backs himself away here. And XLG looking like they want to fight this one forward, not defaulting back and away, already making the
किसने मारा
necessary
पता
adjustments against the
नहीं नो
Sage.
चाय
Remember, you
What comment,
can't allow Jorgamo to get into position to just put this wall down in front of the diffuse.
Darts flying sky high, face out to the side, it's G2, plenty of bodies, plenty of action, still XLG, they have those rifles, tucked up closer towards the side, it's Whiffy, Beaver dropped, and Middy's next, it leaves it all just down a happy way.
भाई ये मारता है भाई ये
You
मारता
need a bit
है
more
ये
where that
मारता
came
है
from as well. Damage has definitely been done as well. Tucked to the side, though, 28 HP. Is it enough to work with? Tapping on and running him down.
टाइम नहीं है लेकिन मैं बोला ना ये मारता है भाई
Alan realizes it. XLG will be gifted that round.
भाई हैप्पी वे मारता है
At
भाई
what cost?
जैसा उधर
XLG
स्प्रिंग मेरा
put a round on
फेवरेट
the
है इधर
board.
ये
A Red Bull clutch in the end from
Marta.
Happyway. The sole player who's been playing up to expectation, I think, for this roster, that has a weight of a region on their shoulders. I guess up until the point the Wolves turned up to this event, started playing incredibly well. Happyway's been excellent though. And he delivers for them once more.
मैंने
their
सुबह
economy
ही
is
वीसी
gonna be
करके
shattered.
गाली खाली
Guardians.
फादर्स डे की
A must-win round again for XLG.
कोई ना उसमें भी प्यार है उसमें भी प्यार है
Jonah P just making sure to deal with a lot of that early util. G2 open up with the slow wall.
पापा ने
up
बोला
towards
कि नहीं
top,
वहाँ
now
पे
the
जाके
throw
भी
as
हेट
well.
फैला रहे इधर आजा
Oh,
रिटर्न
going exploring. There's a re-swing off to the side. And adjustments
W.
necessary. Calm,
अरे
steady
पीछे
aim.
चले गए
It's always G2 driving the action here. They fought over
Wolves
towards B in
will
the
be
previous
in
round.
top
Now
four
they're
मेरे को
fighting
लग रहा है
towards
यार
A, and it
क्रेजी
just
टीम है
drives
Wolves बहुत प्यारी
XLG
लगे मेरे को
into the opposite side. XLG need to find some way of disrupting the tempo. And the plant denied.
Right, I mean, another one was dead. They just sent the spike into his
Oh,
death.
Coconut.
Not long for the world.
भाई नहीं
Even
बे
if he
ये
got
लोग
past
भाई
Trent
ये
there,
लोग
I don't think there
गुल्लत
was a chance that he was
भाई ये
also
लोग
getting past Leaf.
गुल्लत ये
Refining.
मार रहे बे
A little bit deeper. Flash.
गुल्लत ये मार रहे ये लोग
It's going to be down. G2 still wants to play this one for the retake. And Jorgamo just taking that slight peek up from Kitchen.
सारे पट से हेडशॉट भाई
Middy's going to be dropped now. Just 2 left to stand against it, but swarms on every possible position. G2 have got their number. And Leaf is the one to be delivering that dagger to the back.
भाई रारगा ने मस्त मारा दो लेकिन शॉट
Monster play from
वो बोले
Leaf.
आने मत दो
Perfect
घर
reading the timing.
बनाने हैं
there is a
एक
safety
अपना
policy.
एक तेरा
But G2 have been in complete control.
इतना
Everything
पैसा
that
है
they're doing
फाफा के
here
पास और तू
is
$2
forcing
दे के
XLG
नाम
into
खराब
really
कर रहा है फाफा का
predictable
शेमलेस
reactions.
फक
G2's
$2
game plan could
देने
roughly
का
be summarized as we'll fight on one side of the map, we'll play retake on the other. And you just put the retake side has a little bit of plant denial, whether
Hey,
that's,
be.
you know, a nano swarm in this round.
है
And
लीफ
suddenly XLG is
लीफ
slow. The reaction's not quite as
Huh?
fast as they would want. They can't take deep
गुल्लत
space on site.
गुल्लत एम चिपक रहा है लीफ
And
का
they're already taking attack timeout. And I think now is a good time.
Yeah.
Hit the panic button early
यहाँ से
here.
लेकिन
'Cause
अगर
Coach
टेक्निकली
Foyer
देखा
has gotta
जाए
get some
4-1 से स्टिल
more
7-5
ideas
इज
into
डूएबल
this squad. They've got to
It's
find ways
doable.
of disrupting the game plan from G2.
अटैकिंग साइड है
And
Good
they've
morning,
also
good
got to find ways of
morning.
getting Raga online. This guy, when you look at the stats coming into the event, you can make arguments like, okay, he's in a bit of a weaker region. Okay, weaker region. Have you been seeing what
Bings
Wolves
भाई
are
वोट
doing in
जितना
this
लाइक्स
event?
भी नहीं है कभी नहीं है भाई मैं
I
तो
mean,
रुका हूँ उस
you
दिन
know,
जिस
there's
दिन
some
मेरे
level of an
YouTube
argument,
में
but
लाइक्स ज्यादा रहेंगे और वोट्स
Raga
कम
has been
आज
dominant
तक नहीं हुआ
domestically
हिस्ट्री
inside
हिस्ट्री
China. absolutely tearing people into pieces. But that was in the previous meta where he was always set
Good
up
morning,
with
Doraemon.
double
Kisko
initiating
support आज
utility.
G2
And
और
now we
Fnatic.
find XLG in a different meta, having to make a roster change right before this tournament, removing one of those initiator players and subbing in a player who can't
देखना wish
communicate
किया,
as
नहीं
well in
किया
English.
यार.
Which this roster, in case you're unaware, is a blend of English and
उनके
Mandarin in
online
terms of their
father को
communication.
Happy Father's Day.
So
Love
once
you,
you
bye.
sever that really delicate balance of comms, it's going to make it a lot harder for
Language,
even a star player
Shadow,
like Raga to
language.
shine.
We're seeing that, I think, in terms of the reflection. I mean, Raga's been putting his body on the line.
वो लोग एक
numerous
सबके
times.
साथ है यार, वो
Normally the
लोग का
setup
एक
goes
player
the
नहीं
other
है, वो
way.
लोग एक सबके
Everything's being
साथ है.
invested to make sure that he is empowered and has a great
फर्क
game.
पड़ता है भाई, एक भी player change इतना कम
But yeah, when I
time
was watching
में
XLG
फर्क
play
पड़ता है.
previously against Sentinels, he was running in first as Neon looking to get traded. That's not the guy that I was watching in
Nats
China.
का देखा ना क्या? Nats ने था पहला
Sneak
गेम क्या
around now
हालत
for
हुआ?
XLG.
एक player change लग जाते हैं.
Whatever was called into the timeout, adjustments to be made. Probably going to be taken into account a little bit later on. Jorgamo always willing to
Bro.
take these fights. He steps up to the mark. He's not shy at all. Big game player.
ना मान रहा है भाई.
XLG might
ना
have been
मान
expecting
रहा है.
that they got the site for free there.
भाई ये लोग को चिपक
Good
रहा
to
है
throw in a
बे.
twist every now and then.
See it already.
It's chipping, man.
Attempted to plant there.
Spike planted.
Wingman will get this one down as well. So
The
into the
blue
post
lane.
plant we go. But XLG, what have they got to really work with? Pistols, high ground position, pushed off and away. Happy way not to be dismayed. Off to the side though, no accounting for it, and already just wall up into their face. And Pistols trying to
BT
expend
there
the
everywhere.
entirety of the clip just to even stand a bloody
enemy
chance.
remaining.
It's heartburns already. It's overwhelming.
नहीं wall भी बीटी दे
Purely
रहा है ये लोग को.
overwhelming. This is a G2 team.
Wall भी
They've come
बीटी
here
दे
to
रहा है.
play. They want no early exit.
And on an anti-eco like that, the escort the VIP and just get
Oh,
Jorgamo into
Pasha,
position,
oh.
whack down the wall,
Oh,
and it makes those post plants really tough.
oh,
if you're managing
Pasha,
to play
love you. Oh,
away from the spike to
Enemy
any
remaining.
degree.
Enemy
Oh.
remaining.
And then if you're forced to play on-site, you're going to get hit by stuff like the paranoia.
oh.
Now this round,
Shumtia.
G2 have Sova ult for
कहाँ से आ
Platinum,
गए?
Killjoy ult for retake.
कहाँ से आ गए रे ये लोग? हाँ? कहाँ से आ गए भाई? कौन आ गए आज? क्रिप्टो में कौन आ गए?
Their back pockets.
वाह!
Did they get the retract?
It's broken.
40
Sound like
रुपए का
it's broken.
सुपर
It
चैट
was
देने में
definitely
लोगों को
aiming to be
तकलीफ होती
retracted,
है.
but
एक
it did
क्रिप्टो
make
ले
it
ले
sound line as if
क्रिप्टो.
it was broken. There should be a 40-second cooldown there.
Anyway, the turret broken, reinforcements immediately coming. G2 looking to see if they can shore it up through mid. The question marks, this drone is going to be going straight down. Potentially broken early, yep.
It's a good
Coconut
bait.
takes it, it is that bait and switch! Happy way! He just whiffs it!
You
भाई
can't lose that.
कैसे रे?
He doesn't have the confidence to peak properly.
हैप्पी को कभी देखा नहीं विश
Just
करते
sees
हुए.
the ponytail of Jorgamo. And now they're
Magic.
making a predictable reaction again. Fast into the A site, hit by the lockdown.
Yeah, and it's going to be stunted.
Pressure
Pushed back
रहेगा
away
ना?
as well into the arms of Jonah P.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से लोअर ब्रैकेट प्रेशर बिग स्टेज.
Plant is down, but two players have to stand against it. Do manage to block away.
Huh?
Jonah P from the picture, but that's an ult expended. Viva has let this one loose as the last player left alive, and the
This
options
खुशी में ult
dwindling
मारा
now
लेकिन.
for any chance of winning the round. And
Just
they
a
know
gun.
it. G2, they're skipping, they're hopping, they're all over the place,
easy.
man.
The
Easy for
1v4
G2.
Sova ult. If that isn't desperation, I don't know what is.
पता नहीं क्यों अल्ट मारा लेकिन.
Flustered, I'm not too sure.
फपल रहे ये लोग,
But
फपल
look at
रहे.
this game plan, I love it. You've got Coconut as the bait at the bottom of Tube. Happyway's already walked up to the window. They had a guaranteed kill there on Jorg that could have opened up the round, and they executed it.
अच्छा
poorly.
ट्रोल मत करो यार, वो
Just
लोग
a
बिना
failure of
प्लेयर के
mechanics, a
एक
failure of
सबके साथ खेल रहे
confidence.
हैं यार.
Showing that it's not just about the ideas, it's also about
ऐसा ट्रोल मत करो.
the attitude you bring into the game. And
तो
right now,
साला
G2
नेक्स्ट
have come
इवेंट
with
में ये
anger,
लोग नहीं मारा हम
fury,
लोग को, समझ रहे हो?
determination to win.
कर्मा
XLG, no
होता है भाई.
respite for them.
मत करो ट्रोल.
Knocked down to this lowers, and they unfortunately have to contend with a team that everyone was calling before this as one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there's another way of
ये
slicing
राउंड
it.
गया.
At
चार
this point
बंदे
in the
बी पे
year,
बे.
it does look like G2.
चार
but,
बंदे बी
you
पे.
know, if they lose this match, then suddenly all of those narratives get flipped on their head
Narrative's
entirely.
gone. Yeah.
It's a very
Games दिखा,
different crop
कुछ
of
बचा
teams that
नहीं है
we've got
Games
here
में
compared
दोस्त.
to Bangkok.
नया पिकम्स खोलो, नया फॉर्म भरो.
For the next
ये पिकम्स में कुछ बचा नहीं है.
Viper wall fuel to come up, and now XLG slowly creeping past the boundary. Dart into the back as well. Smoke to try and obfuscate as well. Cut off to the side. Jonah B is going to be holding this one back, and he's got help from the rest of his team. They collapse onto them.
चिपका है, ये लोग का हो गया warm
It's
up.
no remorse from
ये लोग का
G2.
चिपका है bro.
Raga once again had to be the hero
लोग
there,
का
but he
एक
only had
चिपक
3
रहा है.
knives by the time he was actually diving through that wall and trying
Bro,
to take
ladies
the
को
fight.
दिया first time आए थे
Not enough.
international में.
Couldn't be
Last
precise with
attempt
the
से. पूरी दुनिया कांग कांग को जानती
You
है.
need, I mean, listen, we're watching it live in
बोलते
real
हैं, troll
time, but if
करने
you
का
needed
नहीं
any
कभी
more
किसको.
ideas about how one-sided this has been so far, just look at the KDs of some of the G2 players.
Yeah.
Leaf's 11-1, Jorgamo's 9-1, Trent's 7-1. 3 of them have only died one
हाय
time.
हाय वैलिन 2 बार मरा है लॉबी में. हाय हाय.
Massive turnaround for a
ऐसा
player
होता
like
रहेगा
Leaf.
क्या वहाँ पे कॉम्स?
Didn't have a great showcase in their last game.
एक बार G2 भाई मेरे को ले लो टीम में.
Sitting at the top now, and business is
वैलिन भाई
booming.
स्मोक देना
Money in
बंद
the
कर
bank
देंगे.
is brimming, almost at cap here for G2.
And G2 have actually changed it up slightly. They're playing on with their Killjoy util.
There it is.
Chip
Hold
ka.
on, trying to play up onto one side. Don't think he's going to be punished for it.
Jorg is
Chip
trying
ka,
to get
chip ka.
a Sage Wall so that he can land above their heads, but he's
Wait a minute.
either missing it or he's not taking the timing.
Potentially biding his time as well. Tara, okay, drone broken.
That wall, if he hits it, gets
Anti.
him an angle to kill people who are crossing over to yellow.
XLG are trying to work the map a little bit here and trying to work some picks. Raga just steps up. Very long sight line, unable to get the kill there. A couple of stray bullets onto Leaf, but he just backs himself away on top of it. Now the lockdown is here. Happy way.
ये लॉबी में मतलब
Over the
इतनी
safety
बढ़िया
of the
लॉबी
post, I think.
में.
If they can get a free plant on, that would be ideal.
It's a good read.
Yeah.
They've taken down the Killjoy utility.
बे
early
अगर
on.
ये राउंड
Trent,
अगर
he's
नहीं
got the
जीते
advantage
ना,
overall for that.
अगर ये राउंड नहीं
This
जीते ना
round
मेरा
has
हो
got
गया.
to be-
अब भी
it's a
बोल रहा
must
हूँ.
win.
It has
सब
to be.
It's a
कुछ
can't lose
है,
kind of
सब
situation.
बराबर किए
They've
हैं.
got as well, but Raga's been dropped as well. But
कोई सीन
potential
नहीं.
rifle spam, I think, through the wall. It might have just caught him. Unaware. Smokes are going to be dropped
Revive
down
आने
now.
वाला है
Down
भाइयों.
back, but again, the pit obfuscates. It hides a lot. It's a blight
Blue.
onto the side here. Wall needs to be broken in time. Portion of it is Jorgamo! My God! Jumps up and over, tap onto it, and it is just rooting out. The last remaining player of Coconut did not stand a chance. Your poor plays out like that.
क्या?
Confidence is sky high for G2.
What a beautiful play from Jorg. That's absolute brilliance. The Sage Wall over the top, and then he hops up, drops behind players he knows are going to take a timing.
भाई उसने
That's
रेस्ट
not
भी
just
नहीं
a must-win
दिया.
round for XLG. That's one that you really can't lose. Inside the Viper's pit, still double ults to be able to work with.
I know.
They could have still had people dropping
Bhai,
back
ye
and at
कौन-
least using Thrash in that situation.
ये
But they
कौन
believed
अल्ट
in the
क्यों नहीं
ult
मारा?
and couldn't get the timings on the players. 7-1.
अरे
Not gonna
भाई
get much
ले
higher.
भी देंगे तो 40 लगा दी
Ult to
अटेंडेंस
the
लगा
road as
दी.
well. Pit down over towards B. Removes one of the avenues that XLGs can work. Now, they've been
Attacking
breaking
map
the
है क्या?
turret through
नहीं,
mid quite
defending
often,
map
so
है.
Leaf has been forced to adjust his setup up.
I mean, it looks at the
Ads.
moment like we're going to get Happy Way into position over towards Pipes, which is a good position for a lockdown. The problem is you have a Sova ult that can just come through and deny this. So these two ults from Happy Way and Trent kind of cancel each other out. And they're hoping that's going to make a distraction for this mid push.
Yeah, 3 players up through mid now. XLG looking to pounce. That's an updraft dash all the way around to the side. And Jorgamo caught unaware, still not dead though. And the players are dropping.
बाप
It's XLG
रे.
with a cheeky idea. Something to try and turn the
भाई
tide of
वो
the way that
वॉल
this map has
कितना
been
ओपी
going for
है.
G2. Bit of luck and a draw, of course, is being played, but I don't know. XLG have been handed opportunities to get kills. They've just been missing them.
That Sage Wall reaction from Jorg just completely blocks the spike.
ना, G2
into
is
mid.
strong लेकिन वो
I would have
राउंड
liked
वो
to see
राउंड
XLG take a
वो
timing
राउंड
after
निकालना
Trent
था.
had already invested the ultimate. Wait for the Sova to be stuck inside of his ult
One last
before
player
you
with a gun
pounce.
out.
And now in a
वो round
2v5, this
निकालना
round
था.
is
And then
impossible.
gaming देखो for the
15
20.
seconds left. Spike's out
good.
of reach. Is it?
I think
You'll
they have
save.
to
The
reset
most
and
out
play
of
map
reach it
2.
could possibly be on an Icebox
10
attack
seconds
round.
कुछ तो गलत है.
Spike going through mid,
ये last time पे
These two
XLG ऐसा
players.
नहीं खेला था यार.
left in A.
hunted.
भाई लोग को चिपक कर
Not even a
ये
gun.
लोग
Breath,
Bro,
man. Not even a gun to be
चिपक
saved.
रहा है, bro.
Flawless here for G2.
ब्रो
Been the case so far, almost the entirety of this map.
चिपक रहा है.
Another example of XLG having a nice idea but failing to execute on it. They did even get the picks, you know, or at least get an opportunity.
कैसा
to
है
the picks through
पहचाना
mid.
क्या?
But I think their timing was too
हैं
fast.
लकी भाई नाम मेल लगा दिया
They
है
didn't wait
इतने
for that
साल बाद आने
distraction
के
to come
बाद.
through and make it really
लकी
feel
भाई
like they were hit for
long
the
time no
from
see
it.
किधर हो कैसे हो?
Are we keeping it simple for the
It's been
final
the
two rounds? At least on the
longest
eco here.
time.
Looks like XLG are just going to send it.
किधर है काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप किधर है?
Slow has been going up towards Belt. Almost every other round, the Jorgen has been playing it. Slows down the initial approach. They could flash up and over. The weaponry is not ideal.
The guy who got subbed was hacking. He was not hacking, re baba.
That's going to be broken here.
कुछ तो insider betting का
And when one
allegations
team
का
has so much
करके
confidence, it's just a single
उसको
player
बिठा के
holding
रखा है
B.
जब तक वो allegation साफ ना हो.
They're never worried.
Not push back really at any point. Ults are ready to be expended. They want to, and the angle just not quite cleared.
जैसे
At least it
drone
was,
के
he
लिए
thought it
pick
was.
किया
Yeah,
भाई
he peeked
भाई
screens a
लोग
couple
का
of times with that Marshall.
timing
Yeah.
बहुत
And
crazy
And
है
Valen
BG2.
peeks with the drone.
Huh?
Raga's got to be thinking about that. He's 3 and 10 right now.
I mean,
A brutal beginning, but so reminiscent of their first match here.
It's hard to watch in some ways, to be honest. At this point, G2.
अब भाई क्या हाल चाल बहुत सब बढ़िया.
Jorg's waiting for a player to res. No one's died in a while.
Now, just pulling it out for the fun of it here. Paranoia sweeps. Lining up onto the two of them. XLG stepping up. They need a few stray shots, and it's just stray shots straight through the wall. Still Viva will answer back. Instantaneous of the res. Jorgen's been waiting a hot minute for that one. Viva finally dealt with. Dropped. He's done the damage. Mini from below.
ये round वही है.
So much.
अच्छा कर और दरिया में डाल वाला.
Can he pull off a miracle?
अभी चिपक रहा है लोग का.
It's unlikely. The
अच्छा
discipline that
कर
G2
और
just
दरिया पे
rearing
डाल वाला round था.
every single time.
जैसे रेस के पार्ट से हेडशॉट गया.
Sentinels were saying after they played against XLG that they respected
Dude,
them.
bye
They
bye,
were
language,
but they
language.
thought that they were slightly easier to play against because they played a standard game. And I think that's one of the things that I really respected watching XLG play domestically.
नेकी कर हाँ वही
They
वही
played
वही.
to the meta, they
नेकी
played
कर दरिया में
good
डाल.
ideas. But if the execution isn't quite there, and you're playing against squads that they're comfortable in what you should be doing, in what the
standard play
expected
भाई
play
वो
is.
लोग का
G2 are currently just tearing it to pieces. Even the more creative stuff
total
is getting
kills
utterly
almost leaves
dismantled.
जितना है बे.
And this feels like a last hurrah for XLG as they head over towards B. Can they at least apply a curse? I mean, a 9-3 maybe. But they'd have to play
पूरे
better
दुनिया
than
में
currently in
9-3
order to
curse
get to that
famous है.
spot.
They need anything they can get.
पहचान कौन?
Val's going to walk around with an operator in his hand, man, at this
कौन
point.
सा player का
Let's not.
allegation है?
I
कोई
don't
तो
think
एक
Midi has
XLG
used
का
the
player
thrash
था.
all game. Can we get a Gecko ult out here and apply some pressure onto people, get into deep positions on the sites, set Raga up somewhere where they're not going to be hunting for him?
In through mid. Drone spotting a happy way. He can exit here if he wants to, but I think just feeling the pressure to at least get a pick, anything to turn the tide of the way that this has been going. And here it is. Hunter's Fury, Thrash, spend it up over towards the B
नहीं clear कर
side,
सकता है.
catching into his sights. Leaf, watchful eye onto
Clean
his
खेल रहे
adversary.
भाई.
Coconut pushed up to danger completely on his own. Raga actually one of the most passive
Yellow
players
Mara.
in his positioning.
Oh,
Fully cleared out.
Bro.
It's just up to Raga.
bro.
Last one left. Got to see those heroics.
मस्त
Makes
मारा
a
लेकिन
decent go
भाई
of it.
जाकुमो ने क्या
The go of it doesn't earn you
मारा?
a round.
And the coordination there is massively off for XLG.
क्या लेना
He can
hacks
talk a
नहीं
little
नहीं
bit about
insider
Happy Way
betting का.
and whether or not he should have expected that corner after he got pushed off in mid. But the players on B had a thrash to try to
बहुत
work
पहले
forwards.
का
And
allegation
it
था
was
ऐसा
only
कुछ तो
Coconut
है.
who took any
मेरे को भी पूरा
space.
story नहीं मालूम इसलिए नहीं बोल रहा.
Coconut pushes up to danger.
लेकिन जितना मैं
He
chat
gets
से
caught.
सुना.
Unlucky, you could argue. But where's the rest of the team?
Some of the loudest cheering I've heard, actually. It's 10-1 here, G2. One more round. What's left here in the first half of Icebox?
And you're going up against the operator on one side, the outlaw on the other. 3 players on light armor. and a half that looks
इधर
unrecoverable.
बैटिंग मतलब थ्रो करने का रे मैं बोला सामने वाला टीम जीतेगा और मैं थ्रो कर दिया सामने वाला टीम जीता और मैं पैसा जीता
Sole
वाला
defender over towards A. Many angles of which he can be spotted at, and yes, he is
Shot.
plucked out of the picture.
ये मूड में आया है मेरे साथ
Pays a little bit there for the hubris of holding such a out in the open kind of angle.
इसने अभी तक जितने भी किल मारे हैं
Sounds
सब
gonna be
प्रॉपर
spinning
हेडशॉट
back
वाले
early,
मारे
though. This is what-
चिपकने वाले
Leaf looking to try and push them back and away. Raga overstaying his welcome.
And remember now, Jorgamo dead, that means no Sage Wall to be able to get that easier diffuse off. So a lot of it's around the smokes.
Paranoia is perfect. Raga, that's
Bro,
instinctual.
the
Right click with a
blue.
knife, and he's stepping all the way up and through. Finally,
Bhai,
though,
the
dismissed
blue
but
mara,
dealt with.
bhai.
Quick little peek, though, toppling, and as the mollies are going to be going up and over,
Chalega,
this could be
10-2.
the best chance in a long while. XLG, still Leaf, watching for it. Too many bodies, though, and a bit of spam
W.
does the job. 10-2. It's the scoreline of what we're looking at.
Yo Banks, how's yours?
A difficult
good.
half, difficult to watch for XLG,
Again
difficult for them to even
50-70
get their
versus
feet underneath them. Absolutely dominant opening for
XT
G2,
कौन सा जो महंगा है
who I think have come into this with a lot of anger after
इसी का पार्ट
losing
जितना ज़्यादा महंगा
2-0
उतना अच्छा
as the #1 seed from Americas.
समझ रहे हो as a non-tech guy simple words American European team are good with strategic gameplay, but as per our Pacific team, W Gaming is mostly in raw aim game more than strategically. हमारा स्टैट सबसे बेस्ट है भाई खुद कंफ्यूज रहोगे सामने वाले भी कंफ्यूज होंगे सिंपल
Wishing that you told me you were down bad. Hard to remember what we used to have, what we used to have, yeah. Oh, doesn't even matter, yeah. Oh, you're always trying to fight it, yeah. Oh,
चलो एटलीस्ट म्यूजिक अच्छा है कॉम्पी वॉच पार्टी मतलब
you know me, I don't tell.
भाई गाना अच्छा बे
How did you get into my homes? I don't miss the old days. I can see behind your eyes, and you know me. I
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है नेक्स्ट मैच बहुत क्लोज आने वाला है फील आ रहा है अभी औरंगपुर है लोग का
miss the old days. I can see.
कॉपीराइट मेरे को रेवेन्यू कितने मिलता है वॉच पार्टी से एक टाइम आएगा कि गाने वाले मांगेंगे भाई देख 100 रुपए दे ज्यादा एक्स्ट्रा लाइक्स किधर है भाई हाय 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 चैट लाइक करो 4000 लोग दिख रहे 4000 लाइक करो फट से
I mean, a team that wanted to get onto the right foot now that they've been dropped
और
down.
प्रूवा
into
तो
the
टीम
lowest.
बैन है प्लेयर बैन
Only asked for a better first half in this matchup here against XLG. Here's your Coinbase econ report.
And look at Leaf. I mean, he has had a spectacular resurgence. These are the kind of games that he loves, where he can just run around on defense, take the timings, push out, abuse the lurker on the other side, and buy the outlaw whenever he likes in order to punish the other team's economy too. This is more of what I was expecting from him
Hey,
in
that's
their
nice-
opening game.
that's
he didn't
nice way
quite
to
live up to
flex, huh?
expectations there, though I think Trent did,
that's
despite
a
the
nice
fact that
way
he's
to
had to
flex.
move off the Tejo. But definitely a player to keep your eye on now that
ठीक
we're
है
heading onto the
that's
attack
a nice
side
way
too.
to flex कपिश भाई
Because Leaf will crack open mid if things get complicated, but if I was G2 here, I'd be trying to stick as simple as
टोरंटो में
possible.
क्या रुको मैं
Everything's been
पूछता हूँ
working. Absolutely
मैं आपको
everything.
कल तक बताता हूँ
So no need to overcomplicate
कपिश भाई
stuff.
थैंक यू फॉर द
Now, having said
14 Canadian
that,
Australian
maybe this is just a play
dollars
for the
मेरी
turret, or
जान
maybe
की
they're gonna do an ace
टोटे
split, which would be unusual.
There's a play for the turret.
तबीयत कैसे है ये मत
Pre-aiming,
पूछो
I should say, up towards top boiler.
Why do you
It's
hate
an
G2
unusual- Yeah, it's an unusual position actually for the turret here.
बासुंडी से हो गया
You see it
have the spike.
in a position where
नहीं
it
क्रिएट
covers
करूंगा G2 को
the window.
मेरे को तो जगह में पसंद है लीव भी पसंद है
Bit of presence shown here by XLG.
And a pretty similar game plan, right? Where they're going to
Hi,
fight over
Mirjan, love
towards
you,
B,
love
they're
you too,
gonna try to
Bharat
get
bhai.
information there and play a retake style on A where they have a bit of plant denial. It could be straight out of the G2 playbook.
All up and over, a bit of spam to try and break this one early, but not in time. Still stands for now, plant up towards the top.
पूरा
Rapid approach.
साउंड
This is from
पूरा
the flank. It's all
साउंड
going to be heard and
किसी को
received by
देखो
Trent. Surely going to be common. He's just holding
Pura
for
sound.
the extra element that might be coming out through that one, and he's still tucked, so he is safe in this possible position, and now sees it off to the side. That's just a classic in hand.
वो लोग को पता है, वो लोग को पता है.
Taken out. Now it's up to Leaf to try and step up to it and see if he can hold this one back here and losing control to the flank.
भाई वो लोग को पता है.
Like flies here, G2. Not sure which way they wanted to look.
फिर भी आ रहे.
Barrel sticking out, matters not for coconuts.
अयो.
Clean off the shoulders of Trent. A
Pull
pistol
her, I
round
didn't
win
mean pull
for
your
XLG.
first. Start with the back.
I said to keep an eye on Leaf as we head into
Bas
this
bhai gora
half,
hip
but I was
language
expecting him to get the value, not to get
thank
shut
God
down.
for the
That flank came straight into him. He dodged the dizzy, and yet Midi still swings around the corner, ghost in hand, and one taps him in the head.
come back.
Really
Come back
big
का पता नहीं,
value
short
there
तो चिपका है.
from the substitute player on XLG. Because that allowed the flank to thoroughly come through into sight. And the rest of the players
Shots
on
तो
G2 got
चिपका है
surrounded.
भाई. Shots तो चिपका है.
They need a bit more of that. Keep the energy up, spirits.
21k मिले,
Lifted.
42k
Missed
मिलेंगे.
around
Jan
Yeah,
के
but
rate
look at
double हो
this.
गया.
Anytime you cut one head off the Hydra,
100 gifted होने
suddenly
वाले हैं
the
अभिमान.
stingers all pop up. And even Joe
Love you, Ankit
Spectre,
bhai.
that's the wrong gun, buddy. What are you doing with that in your hand?
भाई अब तक तो पूरी दुनिया को मालूम है कि क्या होता है हारने के
See
बाद.
G2
G2 क्या करती है?
rip the unsuspecting. Tear them apart with the stingers in hand. Peeks off to the side here with the Outlaw.
The Outlaw's a great purchase.
Yeah, it's shown. Jonah P looking up through mid. There was a chance of the timing there for him. Lee!
क्या?
Oh, what is this gun?
Middy's got the peaks of his own.
क्या?
You have to be the hero in a moment like this when you're down to this extent. Snap it up to the side. That's 2 shots required. And G2 overwhelm.
my
They swarm the back of the side. Coconut. It's the last one left to
कैसे
do it.
करते हैं ये लोग?
It's too much to overcome G2.
ये लोग कैसे करते हैं हर बार?
That little play where Jorgamo takes contact on the Outlaw, takes 140 damage, and wastes essentially Raga's shots. And the rest of the players with light armor stingers come in afterwards. Jorgamo was essentially playing a tank. He's running the Sage tank build. He's designed to just absorb Outlaw shots and let the rest of his team trade him out. A beautiful idea to counter the Outlaw, which itself was supposed to be a counter to the Stinger force buy. And G2, they're back in the ascendancy.
I mean, he didn't buy a weapon last round. It was just a full armor and a classic.
Yeah.
भाई ये लोग है ना
He knew what his job
रैंक
was.
अपने रैंक में बीटी देने वाले.
And just like that,
वो
wins
जमाना
out of the
दूर नहीं
sails
कि
here
अपने
for
इसमें हारने
XLG.
के बाद हम सारे लोग
If
स्टिंगर
they had a
लेंगे.
hope,
जमाना
it
दूर
does
नहीं.
appear to be Dash against
Huh?
the rocks.
It's a
तक
deep
अपन
down
से
against
मुंबई
the
सरोवर
back
में
wall
करते
here.
थे, अभी सिंगापुर में भी होएगा. चेक.
Might be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Backs himself away to
ये स्टिंगर की प्रैक्टिस करते हैं
Safer
क्या
position.
मतलब है?
But
एक दिन
XLG,
क्या रहेगा? 15
having
round
heard
only
nothing on
stinger
A and not
challenge.
really rotating defensive players around to try to catch
तो क्या
G2
मारा
where
ना
they
वो
might
फ्लिक
be.
ऊपर?
Instead looking to push out. This could be a clash, because G2, Valiant is calling for them to go back into this site.
Hey, up. That's a deep drone, though. That was going to be offloaded nice and close, so G2 are aware that they pushed up deep through A main. What's the call now? Re-clear it out or go in a different direction? In through mid. Happy way.
Too fast.
If he just stayed where he was, he would have heard so much information.
too
Just getting
fast.
antsy.
I think your comment, everybody feels like they have to be the hero right now. It's so accurate. When you're down like this and none of your standard ideas are working,
30 seconds left.
you feel like you've got to take more and more risk.
Stepping forwards, Raga cheeky with the shot. The flash does connect, but Smoke's going to be obfuscating, blocking. Any chance for XLG to capitalize on the back of it? Still, it is 4 versus 4. Plan is down. Now for G2.
तो का राउंड है क्या?
Chin up through, just spots it, and okay.
Nice.
Scope is optional, at least for Leaf now, and he's going to be making sure that he can stay posted up onto this position. Catching it, and you never expect this one. You never expect it at all. Sprayed down.
ये भाई ये लोग.
G2 find themselves to 12.
एक इंसिडेंट भी होना चाहिए वैलेंट में जिसका नाम Binks. Excuse me.
One
Put around
final
this
opportunity here for
language.
XLG to try to stabilize themselves. But there are
That
9
reaction,
chances for G2 to close this out. And they've barely needed more than a first opportunity, a first chance in any of these rounds.
G2 को हेट क्यों मिलता
They
है?
came into this
वो लोग
so
सिर्फ
hyped
banter
up.
वैंटर
The
करते
adrenaline was at a
करके
max
हेट
for
मिलता
G2.
है.
When they
वैसा
won the
नहीं
pistol at
वैसा
the very
नहीं है.
beginning, they were
वैसा कोई
losing.
हेट नहीं करता है यार G2 को.
All laughs now, though.
Or was it round 3? Anyway, whenever they won that first round,
Players बहुत बढ़िया बढ़िया players हैं वो लोग.
Oh, there's just nothing going right for XLG here.
No, happy way, even the movement. He ends up tripping over his shoelaces, gets caught there by Trent. The ults are good, and it's the same trio from XLG trying to make something happen again. They pushed out A in the previous
सुबह
round.
से
They've got
तेरा
over to
मतलब
B.
ट्रेंड से था, समझ गया. Love you.
Always
मैं
in
एक्चुअली वही
transit.
बोल रहा
He's
था.
blocked by the barrels. Could have had an exit perhaps, maybe, but Middy's going to be dropping him nevertheless.
I mean, to be fair, it's a very
Bro,
new map,
फिर
isn't
से
it? Those
ट्रिपल
barrels
लर
just
काम
got
नहीं
recently
करेगा.
added.
A lot of changes to Icebox
W,
recently.
W.
So
लेकिन क्या इनके पास टाइम है इतना?
4v4.
rifles in the hands for XLG, and they're stomping, they're marching. They know it's the last lifeline here for them on Icebox. Time to make a go of it once more. Stepping forwards here with a flash. That's a bit of an indicator. Close to the corner.
Oh
What are you
shit.
doing? Cycle
Oh
the U-turn.
shit.
Giacomo
Oh.
is
Oh.
released and leads down the coast.
Oh.
All for the map. Oh, here and now. Tonight that last chance.
Oh.
13-3 is how Icebox is going to be
साला
sealed up
मेरे
here for
आउटलॉ
G2.
गोली मारता तो नेक्स्ट मैप पे जाते इनकी नो स्कोप लग रही
Very
है.
businesslike
आउटलॉ
from
सबसे
the number
बाप
one
गन
seed
है.
from Americas. They come in,
वो
get the job
कपड़ा खुद
done.
पहन के नहीं है, दूसरे का
And they're
निकाल
out.
के दिखा रहे हैं. G2 है.
Next man,
निकाल कपड़ा
Haven.
निकाल.
Both teams were running the breach, Tejo. We'll see.
कोई बात
if
है को
XLG are
$7
full
और
force
जान गडोड़े अंकित भाई को 11 months. ए कपिश भाई तेरे को क्या क्या स्पेक्स चाहिए मेरे को बता ना. एक बंदा मिथुल नायक वाले 2 साल से वीडियोस अपलोड नहीं कर रहा है. बिजी रहेगा बेचारा लाइफ में. जस्ट सेइंग इफ ये G2 जीता फिर भी मेरा 100% पे गलत है ना. मैं समझ गया. मेरे को व्हाट्सएप करो ना क्या क्या स्पेक्स चाहिए. कपिश भाई एनीथिंग गुड वर्क्स बट बजट है इस बारी. अरे देखो सीन क्या होता है मालूम है. अगर आपने सीधा बोल दिया ना मेरा $4000 का बजट है तो वो लोग सीधा गाफ मारेंगे. समझ रहे हो. सबसे चोमटा कमेंट वो रहेगा ना कंपोनेंट, वो भी बोलेंगे ये $1000 का है और आपको घंटा समझेगा नहीं. तो इसलिए वो करो कि क्या क्या चाहिए उसके अंदर. फिर बाद में वो मैं फॉरवर्ड करूंगा और बताऊंगा कि ये कितने डॉलर्स में बनेगा ये पीसी. तो बोलेगा कि नहीं ये बनेगा 3400 में. फिर मैं बोलूंगा ठीक है इसमें क्या अपग्रेड हो सकता है वैसा. समझ रहे हो. सीधा बोल दिया $4000 का बजट है तो मैं $400 में पीसी बना के 3600 खुद रख सकता हूँ. समझ रहे हो. ये सब हो सकता है, पॉसिबल है कि मैं हरामी हूँ. तो इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ बता दो. लेट मी रिसर्च एंड गेट बैक टू. हाँ बहुत जगह पे कंपोनेंट सब रहेगा. देखो क्या क्या है और कैबिनेट कौन सा है. कैबिनेट तो उससे सजेशन ले लेंगे. बाकी पीसी में क्या क्या पार्ट्स चाहिए, कौन सा कूलर चाहिए, थोड़ा वहाँ पे देखो. वहाँ टोरंटो में ही देख लो, वहाँ का प्राइस से देख लो, वो लोग के साइट में ही देख लो. ठीक है मैं यहाँ से अरेंज करता हूँ. बंस भाई इतना हार्डवर्क कैसे कर लेते हो. रियल इंस्पिरेशन मत पूछो भाई. मेरा टांग गया है, मेरा बैग गया है, मेरा सब कुछ गया है. मत पूछो. बट आई थिंक ये मेरा जीन्स का कमाल है. समझ रहे हो. मेरे डैड भी बहुत हार्डवर्क करते हैं और मम्मी बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं. यहाँ पे भी सेम है. बीवी बहुत सपोर्ट करती है, मैं हार्डवर्क करता हूँ. वो बात अलग है, वो भी काम करते हैं. बट समझ जाओ समझ जाओ. हार्डवर्क ब्रिज में सिर्फ क्यूटी देखना हार्डवर्क नहीं रहता. ठीक है. ब्रिज भाई यू आर द गॉड. तेरे को इतना दिया तू और ले खुशी से. लव यू यार, लव यू यार, लव यू. कितना मांगो चैट? मैं मजाक सेट कर, कभी भी जिंदगी में ना $1,00,000 देखा. सच्ची सच्ची. सच्ची. एक बार मेरे को इलॉन भाई ने बोला था कि हे बिंक्स मैं बोला नहीं, जो मेरे को पहले देखो चैट में से देगा. आई डोंट वांट फ्रॉम यू. सीधा बोला. सिक्स को कैरी करते करते बैक गया. कैसे बैक गया मतलब मयंक भाई समझा नहीं. विसिटी फाइनल्स कब है? अभी 5 दिन में. अभी तो टीम उड़ना चालू हो गया भाई. 2 टीम आज उड़ेगी, 2 टीम कल उड़ेगी. डाला क्या हो गया? हेड बाई क्या स्पैम करो? 10,000 डाला. अबे तेरा बैक क्या? मेरा बैक? आपका बैक? मेरा क्या बैक? मेरी कमर. अरे भूसी के क्या मेरी कमर? अरे आपकी कमर की बात कर रहा, मेरी कमर की कौन बात कर रहा है भाई? मेरा भी 4,000 का बजट है फॉर पीसी रुपीस में. मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? 4,000 का पीसी बनेगा कैसे पता है? मॉनिटर लेने का, ठीक है, एकदम सस्ता वाला 2,000 वाला, और गूगल से पूरा पीसी का एक फोटो प्रिंट आउट निकाल के मॉनिटर पे चिपका देने का बस. यू आर द गॉड. बैक पेन लो ले. क्या बैक पेन भाई? मेरे को नहीं समझ में आ रहा. रुक जाओ, मैं चाय लेके आया.
And I think it goes back to what Josh RT and the
सिक्स
coach
को
was
कैरी
mentioning
करके
in
बैक
terms of
गया.
the variations they want to bring
अच्छा
on this map
वैसा
now for G2.
बात
It's
पे
not
बात पे.
necessarily
टांग
just
कैसे
on
गया?
the
मैं
stage
लात भी
that's
मारा
easy
था
to
लगता
plant
है
with,
सिक्स
easy
को
to
नींद
defuse
में.
with, but also bringing the Omen out instead of that Jet. So it really allowed for them on a defensive side to really try to force these close-range battles against XLG and not really allow Marga to get long-range battles like we said. It was an opportunity to play a lot of box on the attack side for the side of XLG, and they were basically neutered in terms of the economy.
Yeah, this Sage Omen makes retakes so much easier on this map. That paranoia you're talking about, such a strong tool. Even just
So strong.
throwing down retake or
मेरे
one
को
way on your
कांटेक्ट
A
करो
retakes,
फॉर
it
पीसी
is
इन
great as well.
4,000. हाय
I
हाय
love
हाय
this
ऋषभ भाई.
compliment from G2.
And it helps that they got almost all of the first kills too.
Yes, they absolutely stomped in this way. What XLG does a lot is playing 4-1s with a solo lurk elsewhere on the map, and G2 put a huge priority on having mid-round walk-ups to clear out these lurkers and kill them. The two lurkers, the Killjoy and the Viper, were 0 and 5 in first kills in that first half. Your lurkers cannot be dying first that often. G2 absolutely punished them.
And you weren't playing like a G2 Sage comp to or Sage wall to really block out like one extremity, for example, towards the B garage. You could focus more on mid and A control. It was just basically used on the retakes. So if you have somebody like Joggimo that's putting up these numbers, also getting opening kills when he wants to play an aggressive defense, there's something going wrong here for XLG not being able to, eliminate the utility on the side of G2.
Yeah, I think they needed to play a little bit more passive, a bit more contained for XLG. Their comp is actually really good at kind of re-clearing into space, but I feel like they rushed into some of those lurks and lost players on it so many rounds. And I really fear this is just going to snowball completely out of control now for XLG.
Yeah, because we're moving on to G2's map pick, Vansili Haven being up next. This is going to be a very tall task for XLG.
Definitely, and when you're thinking about the nerf of the Tejo going into this event, you remember the G2 composition that used to, coin the Viper on how he was so good to isolate things and to kick things off here on their attack and the lurks that they could do here when they're playing a 3-side map and, trying to force these rotates out from your opponents. So if you're going back to that type of play style for G2, it could still be very strong.
Yeah, and you can do a couple different things on this map. You can also just 1-for-1 the Sova into their comp and stick with that Yoru. You could go to a Neon look instead as well. Josh, great there. So they have a lot of choice here, but I definitely would love to see another double controller comp.
Yeah, and I would love to hear what's going on in the camp of XLG. So let's send it down to Jen with Coach Ravoya.
Jen here with Havoya next to me. Now, Coach, Midi picking up an agent that he's never played with the team before. A bold move given the short notice. So, what compelled you to do it?
Because of change of our main player to Midi as a sub, we had to sacrifice some roles, and this is the most comfortable role for him, as he felt. So that's why he went to play Gecko.
Thank you for the insight. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
They gotta dig a little bit deeper on this one because otherwise they're gonna be eliminated in a very sad way fashion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to bring that back up.
Yeah, oh, I didn't even catch it until you said
Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Way.
You're catching me off guard, Yansu.
I'm feeling a little bit sad way right now. What about you two? Are you sad way or happy way?
I'd say I'm more happy when I'm in a good mood.
Yeah.
I'm in a good mood. G2's winning.
Oh, of course. They have a chance at 2-0 here.
Yeah, they should 2-0 here. This is an excellent map for G2. XLG looks shook. They are not playing together in the same level that G2 is. Leaf's on a roll, Jaws on a roll. Like, this has all metrics of a quick 2-0 stomp to start a lower bracket run.
Yeah, you're in another territory now for XLG where it's untested against G2, because if you're looking at how they played in the region, yes, it worked out. You're spamming that Tejo composition, and then maybe in between, I think that's the saving grace for XLG. They were able to get a little bit of practice where they could try out something different than a Tejo comp, where they tried the Fnatic comp and they got 5 rounds only. So it really for XLG side, it's just hoping to make sure that if you're able to tweak a little bit of that away from that Fnatic comp, playing the ISO Yoru, what can you actually do this time around? And it seems that we got some insta locks.
Okay, G2, they are going to go into a double controller look here. At least that's what they're hovering. This is similar to what teams like Gen G have been bringing out, and I think it's super strong.
Ken.
The way this comp works is because
We
you're
have
playing
that.
that Yoru, you can drop
मिर्ची
a
डाल
flash
के एकदम
agent,
तीखा
just have the
मतलब ऐसा
scout initiator,
हट
and you
जाए
get
मेरे
so
ग्राफ वाले
much
तीखा वाला
kind of
एकदम
fog of war
spicy
creation
वाला.
with the 2 smokes on attack. You get
Huh?
great retakes and stolen defense
Ken,
as well.
Ken,
I'm a
Ken,
fan
Ken.
of this, fans.
And the variation that you have for G2 is now you have Leaf on that Vice, and Leaf has been so good as a Sentinel role as well. So
You
not
know
only are you coming out with a double
me.
control, you're also adding more Sentinel
Chad,
plays
मेरे
and
fan
kicking
ने
things
इतना
off the defensive side.
प्यारा वो बनाया है भाई वहाँ पे.
XLG to get map control
क्या
early.
बोलते हैं?
Margaret didn't have the double initiator.
Banner रहता ना.
He's always been good on the Yoru. He's got to lock in here soon.
He
Toronto
does,
में-
otherwise
Toronto में
XLG
बनाया
will be
chat, ये
eliminated,
देखो.
So let's send it back to Brennan Sideshow for map 2.
ये लेके खड़ा है वो. कितना प्यारा है यार.
Well, we need to see a step up here from
कितना
XLG.
क्यूट है.
Playing against G2. Not letting her foot off the gas one bit.
कितना
Change up in
cute
the
है.
competitions, the desk was already alluding to. G2, I mean, there's been this heavy shift, I think, as well, gradually that we've seen this event where more and more teams
W
are
है,
opting into
W है.
a bit more Viper being played across the board.
Happy Way Cypher is going to have to do a good job once the sides swap of denying potential
लैपटॉप
lurks
सजेशन
from
भी मिल सकता है क्या?
Or
मजाक
Leaf
सेट
even
कर.
using the
अगर
Viper
मेंबरशिप
wall.
लिया
But
तो ही चैट
now that
बराबर
we're focused
सजेस्ट
on the
करता है.
attack side, my eyes are on XLG.
Nice,
Can their
that's
double
nice.
initiators combo together to set Raga up for success?
Huh?
This comp is not a million miles away from what they were
I need to-
previously running and having so much success with.
बस कैमरामैन उन पे फोकस कर दे.
Jordan already going exploring up through
Epic
mid game.
cameraman. Oi, 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 oi.
And wrapping around to the side.
Oi.
It's a lot of damage. No
Kaise?
get that exit or not. Happy Way trying to catch him. Paranoia just barely
Oi,
there.
kaise,
Gorgeous
kaise,
crack,
kaise,
and peeking out through this.
kaise?
Contract will be punished.
It's a beautiful idea from G2, and yet no kills whatsoever.
Spike planted.
All going the way of XLG. They now have C control, garage lurk, 5v2. Couldn't get a better beginning.
कैसे?
All offside as well. No smokes alive. Valen has been dropped. One way propped up on top of it. It's inevitable at this point. XLG going to be able to get that.
Game में कौन जीतेगा? G2 जीतना तो चाहिए.
Just trying to tap away there, ghost in hand. Jorgamo puts him down, but his
W.
team has got it all handled.
It's a really nice idea, the flash and the haunt. Caught onto 4 or 5 players there in grass. But despite doing damage, they couldn't actually finish off a kill.
One enemy
And XLG
remaining.
turned the fight.
ए वरुण भाई, वाक पे कैसा है? औरा कैसा है?
Let's go!
I hope Pinky liked it. मैं दिखाया नहीं अभी तक. सरप्राइज रखा.
XLG previously were running
वहाँ पे
the
कैसा है?
table
Vibe
breach
कैसा है?
version of this composition.
क्या क्या खरीदा राइट स्टोर से?
Very similar. I don't think moving away to Silver Breach hurts you too much at all. changes things slightly, but should still
Easy
put
map.
Raga in a good opportunity to get some big entries.
Someone said Mote
Which,
कितने
honestly,
चाहिए
every comp they've played so far has not really
by Father's
done
Day
that.
by आज
Empowered
तो
their star player.
आज तो बनता है so gifted. Tomorrow I'm joining my first ever job. Very nervous. Wish me luck, Bunks bhai.
Discipline going to be required here when you're
nervous
clearing
हो
out towards A lobby. XLG.
जिसने recruit
making
किया
moves
वो
towards it, but they're just
nervous
contacting
रहेगा.
The barrel might just be sticking
काम
out
बराबर
towards
में
the
क्या
side.
उसकी लगेगी समझ रहे हो तुम्हारी नहीं.
Here by Raga.
उसको तो दूसरा काम मिल जाएगा.
Best start that he's
टेंशन
had in
लेने
the
का
match
नहीं
so far.
एकदम एटीट्यूड से जाने का एटीट्यूड से.
Beginning. Heads just poking.
हैप्पी
Up over towards
क्रिस्पी
the
हो
top of
गया.
that ledge. Happy to pop them.
जीएफ के पेरेंट्स के साथ डिनर पे जा रहा हूँ. Wish me luck
Two
by
over getting here for XLG. This is what they
easy.
needed to get the blood pumping ever so slightly.
Cheese, French
And I
fries
guess it
मांगा था.
believed
Cheese
too.
वाला.
I think they were playing with massively lacking confidence on Icebox. It does make
हर बात
some
पे
level of sense.
cheese मांगा था.
They're a
Cheese.
team that's had to undergo
Enemy
a
remaining.
roster change coming into Masters
फिर उसके
Toronto.
पेरेंट्स बोलेंगे यार कितना प्यारा बंदा है कितना चीजी है समझ रहे हो.
And then they've been rattled
सूप
in
भी
their
मंगा
opening
रहे
game. They got
हो
a big
टोमेटो
Sentinels
सूप
who
विद
got
चीज ऐसा.
kind of destroyed. 13-6, 13-6. This is the first time it really feels like they've got their feet underneath them. Smoke over towards Bricks, pushes Trent back, taking a bit of short and long control. No immediate reaction from G2, and XLG back it up. They are a team that's good at playing the macro usually.
मैं नर्वस
A bit
नहीं
of
हूँ.
A-long control. Give it a
सबसे
rub
best
now.
है. Happy
Coach
Father's
looking
Day
to
wish
rejoin
करो.
the rest of his team leaf.
हे पापा हैप्पी फादर्स
Flash
डे.
and thrown up and over. That's the Dawn's dead, but a bit of spam for the wall. Yeah, it's not going to be saving you from much here. Raga.
Bhai don't
off to an
tell
absolute
me it's gonna happen
heater.
what I think is
Beginning
gonna
here, Haven.
happen.
Jorg's thinking about how to get past this trip over towards
ये
the
month
C side of
एक
the map.
कम हो
He's
गया
pushed up
तो
and got good
25
information.
गिफ्ट डन.
It's allowing them to
मतलब
stack 3 players over here towards A.
एक काम हो गया तो
Players up. G2 might be able to put a stop to this. Paranoia's already going to be sweeping past.
50 करोगे तो शायद हो जाएगा.
All going to be used here, but a
मैं
snake
बोल
fire attack
G2
shock into
4-0 up पे
Canvid.
मैं 4-0 up पे.
Puts a bit of fear into XLG as well. Now they're going to start scurrying
G2,
into a different
G2.
direction, right into Jorgamo perhaps, but no, B seems to be the goal.
Right into where the wall was. But they've gotten a bit
30
lucky.
seconds
The
left.
leap's already gone.
The sidestepping straight back into this one. Valin takes out Raga.
15
Coconut.
HP पे बचा है.
Gotta try and hold this one down on the
नारियल,
bottom of mid.
15
Here
HP
comes the re-exploration of G2.
Weapon here.
Through link now, 3 players
This is
stacked up,
Arctic.
grouped up, ready to explode. They spotted
Nick
it,
Piquet
just trying to
पता
see if they
नहीं
can get
ऋषभ
any
भाई.
sort of easy access to these fights. Open sight lines. XLG not willing to get them too easily.
crispy.
Still, too much to
Oy,
overcome.
crispy.
And heads are
Oy,
rolling
crispy.
G2. How do they do it?
रिटेक कैसा लगा
Slightly
विशाल
better
भाई?
weaponry, slightly poor crosshair
It's a
placement
new
from
video
Hanway
of the
in his
funniest guy.
position
Love
at
you,
the back
love
of
you
the B
too.
site. No util for either team. And
3v4.
G2's coordination makes the difference. That could have been an opportunity for XLG to
3v4.
win a really big bonus. They got themselves in a nice spot. Opening pig, an avenue into B.
भाई स्टन भी तो सब था भाई ये
I
लोग
don't
बस
think they have
सब
full knowledge
सब
that
चीज
all
हो
of those players
के
were coming through the A connector. Raga did go down to 2 of them on A though, so I think they should have been setting up some level of crossfire there. It looked like they were just worried about other
This team is
avenues.
supporting G2
Now though, we could
baby.
see a set play round. XLG usually good with these. Once they have ults, off the rip, Raga pops the dimensional drift.
And this one flying forwards, but the Thorns were dead nice and early. It's a shock dart. Sent flying
Right
in.
खाली है ठीक है.
Gains himself backside control though. Out for towards into Gong. Has a flash up and under. This is G2 playing this one. Fast with the flood defense. They want to try and take this one by storm. And they're overwhelming.
Spike
down.
Stinger in the hand of Jordan obtains the upgrade in the end, and Viva's the last one left.
Stinger से
Can't
कैसे
stand against
भाई?
it. The mighty G2
Cast
when
the
they turn up
discount.
the tempo.
और तू मत
No
बोल
stopping him.
हो जाएगा.
But it's rare that we
YouTube
see
allow
them
नहीं करता,
play
वरना
for
कर
fast flood
देता मैं.
defending like that. Usually a little bit of a slower team, a little bit more happy to let you get the sight and wait for a plant to go down. Here they pop through almost instantly.
Language मोहित भाई
They
language.
had that read really early.
भाई
that the ult was
क्या
going into
स्टिंगर
B.
है
And there
भाई?
were players ready to pop flash through that instantly.
क्या स्टिंगर है ये
Siege as
chat?
well, grabbing big value from Trent. And XLG, while they looked like they were in a position to go up 3-0,
भाई अगर
Now the score's even
मैं
and their
रहता था
economy
ना
shattered.
XLG की जगह पे तुम लोग को पता है जब ओडिन से मार करते हैं लोग क्या करते हैं? शॉटगन से मार करते हैं लोग क्या करते हैं?
Placed down here by XLG, looking to hopefully get a few more. Happy way.
Stinger से मार खाने के बाद चुपचाप Stinger ले
Straight back up.
I know exactly.
Two players toppled. XLG.
Oh, क्या crispy
Kick the
मारा
doors
उसने
down
दो.
towards A, and they're going to cause G2 to scurry their way around. It's only Jonah P who's going to be home.
Alta है,
It's
alta है.
unbelievable value from Happy Way. They're picking up these guns. Jonah's got to try to stop them going for something quick.
Yeah, their only chance is
मारना है तो
stalling this
crispy
one
मार.
out. Tucks himself into the short position, looking to try and get embedded. The damage on the Happy Way prize enough to try and stop
क्या
him.
बोल रहे हैं?
TP in forwards, but again, no one's covering. No one's watching
अरे नहीं
it.
चलेगा
Someone
रे.
up though, round towards it. You got to try and do the most now. The XLG rifles there, but light up for Lee.
If you can't do something
A small mistake at the very end from XLG. One of the players not going wide enough on the swing, and Leaf, he gets so much damage done, skewers them. A headshot from the Guardian. And XLG almost managed to make a pretty impossible round happen there off the back of Happy Way.
enemy remaining.
I think credit there, so much of it needs to go to Jonah P though as well. Because with that old pop, with the snake bite, with his killing short, he bought
ना
enormous
मान
amounts of
रहा
time
Leaf.
for Valen and Leaf to come through
Leaf
into A.
ना मान रहा
The
भाई.
paranoia also landed
भाई
onto a
लेकिन
ton of
लास्ट
players
मैप
as
से
they
ये
were
मैप
coming through long.
बहुत अच्छा खेला है
XLG were
actually.
not fast enough.
वो 4v5 एक गलती और ये वाला एक गलती, दो गलतियां कर चुका है. टेक्निकली 4-1 आप होना चाहिए था. टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो.
Heads up thinking
और
really
G2
at Jonah
इको पे
P.
जाता 5-1 आप. टेक्निकली अगर एकदम डीप डाइव कर गए और तुम लोग देखो तो.
Whether it's the additions as well, where the communication's going a bit
नॉकआउट
miss,
है हाँ.
because they're having to compensate, I think, for MIDI coming in. But it's slow. There's a lot of hesitation in terms of the steps that XLG take.
I think they actually might want to play a bit slower though too. I think that's probably what Voya might be discussing with them here, is that you don't have to rush.
Do you think Value should have fast defuse kit?
Retrieve the weapons in long and short, and then call the pause.
Fast defuse kit आ गया, सीधा wall करके defuse नहीं कर देगा Sage.
So just
Kit
pump the
लेके.
brakes and play the player advantage.
एक second, low defuse.
If you're not in prime form with your communication, and you have to play slowly anyway because things need to be translated on the fly, you might as well play a really structured, slow game.
अलर्ट डाला करो, सुबह उठ के देख सकते हैं. इधर लाइव चैट ऑन करके देखेंगे.
The line of defense going to be dealt with. No more thorns in through Garage to slow this one down.
They are potentially facing into the operator though. Jorgamo's picked this one off. He's got it facing towards C right now, but could easily swing towards Garage.
The one gate crash available in through
चाय
spawn.
के साथ कुछ बजा
Get out
ग्रुप
of
में
jail
देख और
card,
कालो.
in case he is overwhelmed.
Leaf also just used his Vice Flash to re-clear towards Garage. They dropped the Viper wall, flashed in, and they know that there's nobody been inserted there.
Trent's doing a lot here. He's breaking a dart. A lot of presence here is going to be flashed up. And it has pulled players successfully over towards A. So working the map a bit slower from XLG.
Where are you?
And they found that avenue. Like you said, Jorgamo's now no longer
इतना
on
बड़ा
C with the operator.
पिज़्ज़ा मिलता है वहाँ पे.
Oh, they're still going to commit to A.
They've got all options open.
What is the call that they're making? They had
ए पिज़्ज़ा कहाँ का अच्छा है? वहाँ का अच्छा है कि यहाँ का अच्छा है?
C split. They're going to go over towards A anyway. It's being reinforced. There's players here waiting.
saying,
off to the
यहाँ पे
side,
topping
including
ज़्यादा
Trent
है.
tucked into the corner.
तो यहाँ पे आके कहाँ सकते
There's
हैं?
the Viper roar, but Rag
Bro.
has dealt with TP into the back. Nothing else to really supplement the
के
rest of
साथ
that
kill
one
लिया.
after shock. And there it is. Trent's pushed out into the open, but with that operator in the hands of Jorgamo, short is on lockdown. Flash, dodge up and over towards the top. Supplementary util.
Bro,
And it's a
up आ गया.
scramble, a mad dash from
Up आ गया.
XLG.
Up bit. Up what?
G2 with this new composition and a ton of ideas of how they want to play it on the A site. We already saw Jonah in one of the previous rounds.
India better
Lock
any
it
day.
down.
मेरे को पता है
This
मैं तो
time,
ऐसे $2
you've
ले
got
रहा
Jorg
था.
sending
Love
a cute little
you.
flash up and over the top, and then picks up Midi.
Enemy remaining.
You see Trent hiding inside the Viper roll.
क्योंकि
but
पिज़्ज़ा
A1,
वहाँ का
a really
वो है ना.
aggressive position from
Invention.
him. But he's also playing anti-flash and can turn around to deal with that gate crash from Raga on the entry. Cute ideas. The G2 get 4 in a row.
देर में टॉपिंग क्या क्या
Knocking
मिलता है वहाँ
XLG's
पे?
economy down once again. And Happy Way, if he tries to take space,
एक और दो.
Oh, straight to the dome.
Up BT है बे.
Call it overkill.
Up BT है.
Immediate reposition as well. Jorg's going to be in a different spot. Nothing's
Ultimate
going
Leave
right
BT.
now for XLG.
Oh, I mean,
Oh, bro.
that one's supposed to be. You gotta get a replay of that. That's supposed to be headed towards backside, and Raga just walked in front of it.
And at this point, if morale is not in the bin already,
Nothing's perfect.
I don't know where it is.
That was perfection.
That's a brutal one.
I know that they're having comms
For a
issues,
pizza,
but
love
What
you,
in the
yeah.
hell is happening there?
get
Bro,
Sean on
trap
speed dial.
trap तोड़ने के लिए I think shock dart डाल रहा था वो. I think trap तोड़ने के लिए shock dart डाल रहा था.
Spam.
Show us this. What's going on here?
Raga's
He
low.
lands on the clone.
No, that's a brutal one.
Oh,
We've been
उसके
there. We've all
clone
been
को
there.
लगा और रुक
So
गया.
utility does interact with your own team's clones.
We learned that the other day.
Yeah, you can shoot a recon on top of its head if you want. But
Challenge का
you
chat
can
ignore
also
करते हो
shoot a
क्या?
shock dart.
इतना ही जब तक
Crazy
100 का आ
damage to
जाए.
your own squad.
A brutal one, and it's fast going. for
मेरे को
XLG.
shout out दे
You're
देता है.
all
नहीं भाई
over.
shout out to मेरी जान के टोटे thank you for the 140 HD.
Raga forwards here to breach ult. Try and lay way towards the sides. Trent's already there. Perfect with the util. Haunt
भाई क्या नसीब भाई नसीब.
just paints out Raga's outline. Jorgmo even going to
नसीब
use
का
his own
scene है भाई.
drift out. Spots it out. Plenty of players left waiting around to the sides. Re-exploration, re-clearing. Cord 4, TP. Flash waiting. Prime going to let loose here in G2. But Pounce got the opportunity to draw out even more blood. XLG.
भाई खेलने का
Unable to
मन
take
कर
a
रहा है
breath in
वैलो
these moments,
यार.
but they may have an opportunity.
यूरोप का पिज़्ज़ा मस्त है,
Further
हेल्दी
to
हाँ
gain
क्या?
the timing's happening here. Happy way. Drifted in through mid.
Big
I
shout
think
out to
that
Neil
the
bhai,
round
big shout
should
out to
just
मेरी
be
जान
dead.
के
I mean, the
toads.
spike is surrounded by G2 players.
There's no retrieving it, is there? On the side here is Leaf waiting. And now, just Happy way. He's earned himself that decent spot to play in, but like you mentioned,
Yeah, I mean, what
30
can you
seconds
do?
left.
What can you do in this
Safe.
spot? It's not like you're going to be going for the pathing to get the spike, is it? I mean, how would you even begin to pull that off? Beautiful ideas though
मुझे
again
मैच
from
देखने
G2.
का
They're so aware of the
मन ही नहीं
breach
कर रहा.
that is out here for
विशाल भाई
XLG.
5-0
They
आपको
break
मैं
the
अभी.
Omen ultimate, or at
5-0
least
आप.
cause enough
Any
pressure for it
comments?
to get cancelled. And then
10
Trent
seconds left.
is on site, baiting out the breach ultimate, and then throws a haunt that is perfect, catches instantly onto Raga's TP. Trent has been a nightmare for Raga to deal with. On one of the A exec, Trent was hiding inside the Viper Orb. On another one of them, he's throwing a haunt and killing it
यूरोप
through a
पिज़्ज़ा
smoke.
में
then they're
चमक
instantly
क्लीन
back
रहेगा. इंडिया में full upset होगा.
Just as well
Hey!
as those teleports. No chance for him to break that.
One enemy remaining.
And of course, the flash
कुछ upset
reclear
नहीं
with the
होता.
teleport out through A long. Beautiful ideas. And it's all working.
That goes there.
XLG look to show G2 a bit of their own medicine here. Stingers on 3 of the players. And as overall, in case things get a little bit tricky, XLG will be trying to win this one.
Shock's not going to do much there for the Vice Wall. Obviously intended for the
मैदा का
thorns
difference
that
है
have been
भाई.
placed prior. TP into the
हक से खाते हैं हम लोग एनर्जी
Just
हक
can't
से.
get out of dodge. Still, it's there, available, ready, and wasting. Jonah P wants to try and flood his way in, and the vulnerable is across the board. XLG though, the ones dominating. Oh, as I say that,
ये
Leaf
crispy
is
है.
going to take out 2 of them. Leaves it into a 1v2 spot for Trent. We've seen this guy in the clutch. We know what he's capable of.
Spike.
Coconut's going to be able to
Leaf
put down a
crispy.
one-way for the spike. They can play over towards long,
No comments
but it
you
will offer potentially opportunities
कभी
for
देखे
Trent
ठेले पे
to pick them off
पाव
if his
भाजी
aim
बनते
can
हुए.
be good enough. Vandal, powerful at
2
long
पाव
range.
लगाते हैं लेकिन 4 बटर का क्यूब. घर
I think he should start to
जाएगा.
get the read that they're playing off-site here down C long.
Reveals his position. Now time to send some util flying forwards here. Sees, deaded. That's going to be cutting up the close
भाई, ये
angle
क्या
here. Slight
भीतर
tap.
lineup है भाई?
Trying to force these players out wide into the open. As
ये
Happy Way
क्या-
takes
ये
the peak,
क्या
time
lineup है
taking
भाई?
though onto this spike, and the spot just unwinnable now. Happy Way
Remain.
doesn't land that shot though. Still, there might be an opportunity. There might be a chance.
Oh, वन में कैसे
A
दिखाना.
difficult shot to
भाई ये
hit.
क्या लाइनअप है
All
भाई?
the way through still.
XLG chose to play the time there, choosing to go for 2 1v1s instead of double swinging.
हाँ?
The clock had been starting to tick a little bit.
One enemy.
But I think, listen, dial back, big picture. It's a good round from XLG. They came into this one with mostly a
Binks
light
भाई
bar,
यार
3
गोड
stingers,
देख के मजा आ
but it was
गया.
thrifty.
Love from
Come away with
Banaras.
victory.
Love you यार प्रतीक भाई.
6-3 though.
Love
They're going to
you.
need
Thank you
more
so
of that.
much.
Because this actually looks like the most kind of get up and go that they've had all tournament, I would argue. But still, they've only been able to put 3 together.
Haunts up and over the top, a bit of spam from Jonah P. He's doing some damage. Bullets landed onto Happy Way. He's dropped down to just barely anything.
XLG have got a really nice read right now that this wall is up on front B.
You're stuck onto this angle right now. Raga's got watched. Flash dodged, and there's the peak, and there's the get out.
It's a good punish. He's got great information just from the sound. Bit bold. I'm not exactly sure what Jonah was going for there with the hop up. Trent takes a shot as Happy Way feeds into this B lurk position. XLG, they're playing slowly. And a kill happened there on both ends.
Raga hasn't cleared that. I think he's missed it on top of the box. And he's just out into the open. Jogamo there with a trade. Raga might have just done enough though. Still on TV forwards. Midi. He's got to be sharp with it. Rifle in hand, finally putting a stop to it. Jogamo's running rampant ever so slightly here. Midi and Viva being left to do it now. Jump spot out into the open. Stray shots and damage and spam in all. Oh my, no coverage inside.
Oh my, my shoot. Kaise?
Kaise? Magnetized onto the head of Midi.
Kaise?
Knew exactly that he had that opportunity to try to force the play. Knew that the player short was going to be trying to defend. He plays it beautifully, but also Lady Luck very firmly on his side.
How's he getting away with that?
It's not like Midi was 1 HP either.
No.
But he leaps out of heaven for a Red Bull clutch in a round where Raga, I think, had done what should have been enough.
1 enemy remaining.
Look at this again. Joking. Absurd. They didn't need that. I mean, if we're being honest, I don't think they need that. But it's 7-3 and XLG down to Sheriffs again.
Can't catch a break. Clone's going to be broken nice and early, though. This one causing a few problems. Shock dart. Close. A lot of util is going to be primed in the hands of these players. XLG is going to potentially go now. There it is. Fault line forwards and the C's to meet them. Locking them down. XLG can step no further. At least for now, Raga re-exploring, risks to be taken, just the Sheriff in hand.
XLG did win that thrifty before.
Clean off the shoulders, Alan's going to be done. No more.
It does feel like Raga's starting to get a feel of the game.
Heating up.
He's playing very much on his own, though. It's not like he's using that initiator util. Mostly just setting himself up for kills.
Way. I mean, he was dragging most of the G2 players away, but a flash got a connection. Contact over towards A, and it's caused them scurrying back and over, but XLG are playing the long con. Going back over towards Raga, why not? But he earned himself the entirety of the C site.
It's a very dangerous rotate from Viva going through mid there, exposing himself to B and Garage. But they make it through. No casualties.
30 seconds left.
Should be a
retake kar to sakte hain
Jogamo looking for a lucky connection in all. Raga, he's forward again. And this guy is it top of the ball. Raga!
Hey. Hey.
Do this again.
Hey, Chad.
Needed him most.
Hey. Hey.
That's what you're hoping for from XLG's superstar.
Doubles.
Face your fear.
Knew that he had to make the play. The only player utterly solo as well.
Hey, Chad.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we were talking so much about having watched the guy in China, how brilliantly he's usually set up by initiator utility and by the team's game plans. He does occasionally have solo plays here and there, but this round was just all on his own. Deadlifting XLG.
Beautiful.
Bhai padhi kya? Padhi usko haath mein padhi.
He's gonna need a bandage for that one. Drop down to 33 health.
Bandage मांग रहा है.
He can't do that consistently. And he won't even get a chance in this round. Runs into Jogamo, takes an op bullet to the chest. And now the rest of XLG have to try to put a game together without the dimensional drift. And it's the last one in the half.
कल मुझे तू जिंक्स किया.
Spot out these players now.
The
two of them.
That's great.
You know
that the Cypher's lurking somewhere. You know that all 3 of the other players are over towards A. And Jorg, he's already anticipating that they're going to be making a bit of a pivot. Happy Way's caught the timing past the flash.
Yeah, he has. No acknowledgement on that one.
भाई बाप टाइमिंग
Very
पकड़ा है
fast time.
बाप
About as good as a timing as he could possibly hope for. And it's still being jiggled, but yeah, Leaf
बोला ना
anticipating.
बाप टाइमिंग पकड़ा
Leaf even went for a reaction Thorns pop there at 40 seconds. Jorgs on an island.
And happy way.
crispy
Making sure that he can really take advantage of the
Crispy.
fact here over towards C. This is Valen, he full sticks it, he's all the way in through into the back and still cleaned up.
crispy लेकिन
In
happy
the end, XLG now, they do have finally open access to that
मैं
C
नहीं हूँ।
site.
ये कौन
Must
है
be-
Work being put in.
This would be an
ये
incredible
नया
round for
एंटर
XLG
कैसा
to
है
get
यार
a 7-5 half, more than they could have dreamed of early.
Happy way.
नया
The
एंटर
operator in
कैसा
his
है
hands here, misses the first shot though, and a bit of spam. Trying to run this guy down all the way. The ults though have been earned up midi. Stands the
W.
ball.
ए
Sets
नो
up
bad no bad good comeback no bad
A good finish here for XLG. Finally, a bit of fire
considering
in the belly from
दो
some of these
round
players.
And a poetic way to end as well. Round 11,
Ah,
a complete
considering
solo
दो
play
round
from
वैसे तो
Raga
not
to
bad.
ace and carry his team across the finish line. And then in the final round, Raga goes down early and the rest of the team get it done without him.
नया
Both
कंडीशन
halves of
एंटर कैसा
XLG working
है
well.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah.
someone is
that's what I'm
using
talking
tens and streaming scamming for free scans with QR when I commented in
Can you hear me
his
now?
stream 10 stream it gets deleted ये चीज पूरी दुनिया ने एड्रेस की है कि क्यूआर कोड स्कैन नहीं करने के और जब भी ऐसा दिखता है ना कि मैं 3000 लोग 4000 लोग वॉचिंग है और कमेंट 0 है तब मालूम पड़ता है कि वो स्कैम है समझ रहे हो कोई यहाँ पे बैठा नहीं है फ्री स्किन्स देने को स्पेशली रोहित भाई के गेम में समझ रहे हो तो अवेयरनेस लाओ कोई यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं कर सकता है खुद ही अवेयरनेस लाओ बहुत कॉमन है बहुत बहुत कॉमन वही ये वैसे ही है मालूम है हे आप 7 करोड़ रुपए जीते हो लिंक पे क्लिक करो अजी कंटा मेरा खुद रखो 7 करोड़ मुझे सुपर चैट करो भाई मेंबरशिप दो चुपचाप
Much better start at the beginning here to this map, at least, against G2. Showcasing finally, I think, as well, what we all kind of expected of them. At least before the tournament, you watch this team, you see a player
That's
like
right.
Raga really stepping up. And he's at the top here for the Coinbase Econ reports. That ace.
It's all
put him
about
right
pulling them and
Yeah,
then
the
उनके
correct
साथ
track,
ही
and then-
fraud
Yeah,
करते
absolutely,
हैं
especially considering that it was
थोड़े
on an
पैसे ले
eco
लेंगे
round.
and
So
then
he
हाँ,
didn't
सारे
even
channels
bring
वैसे
a
भी
weapon
hide हो
into that
जाते हैं
round, and he still somehow
वाले
came away
channel.
with an ace. That was spectacular, but that's what you need to be seeing more of from him.
Larga na
It's
मान
the
रहा, Larga
first
अच्छा
map
खेल रहा
where I feel like you're actually getting to
तो
witness
बुllshit और कौन बोलेगा
the real Raga. The Raga that we've been seeing across
नहीं, तू
stage
ही
1.
बोलता है फिर
Because
और
if
कौन
you didn't
बोलता है
follow China, you'd be tuning into these XLG games going,
तो और
well,
कौन
this
बोलता है
guy's,
कनाडा से
he's not a top
I mean,
duelist.
how the hell are they the top seed? you'd be
Right.
thinking.
But a
कौन बोलता है
combination
बे
of the roster move that they had to make before the tournament, a bit of nerves, having never played on the big stage before, and being a bit cold because they didn't play in the Swiss.
हेलो निहाल
It's taken them until now for us to really see that potential.
brings you
It
the
might
goat
be too little too late though. XLG must win here on Haven in order to prolong their stay in Toronto. And G2, they're going to be
अच्छा?
looking to get back into that dominant form they were on
एक
Icebox,
ही है लक्ष्य भाई
where they
जेरी भाई
tore
के
through the Chinese squad.
वो
Both of these teams be
नहीं,
bitterly
duo.
disappointed of an early exit here.
लेकिन
That's
लक्ष्य
an
भाई
early
इतना
exit for
मेहनत
Raga
नहीं
in the
करेंगे
round. Tried to take a fight.
वो
Hoping
डायरेक्ट
his
स्वॉर्ड
hand
और
was still
फेंक के
hot.
मारते इतना मेहनत नहीं करते
Slow down called for here by G2. Injecting a bit of a pause, I suppose, into the play and re-exploration in through mid. XLG have got a lot of space off the back of this, a lot of information is going to be gathered.
लेंस
That
गिरा
flash
स्ट्रीम
tells
करो
them that there's somebody
लेंस
either
नहीं
peeking
जब
around
अमेरिका
or on
जाऊंगा
the
तब
flank.
TP into the corner. Snake bite round towards the back, flash into your face on top of it. Jorgamo trying to take that fight. It was set up relatively well. G2 though, can they follow up of the most of it?
फ्री किल भी
With the
वापस
trade onto midi, but this anchor smoke is brutal to get through, and Viva just trying to weave in and out between it. Valin drops one.
Happy bike around
Dropped
it.
himself, traded in a moment's notice. Up towards the top though, no more smokes. Up towards heaven, and Happy Way just poking his head out. Spike has been dropped out into the open.
भाई क्या
Yeah,
वाचिंग
that's a
लाइक्स
little
इधर
bit
ए
tough.
ए ए
towards heaven.
वोट्स कितने देखे भाई?
With a
वोट्स देखो
ghost
एक बार.
and very little health.
Check करो ना यार chat.
How do you block this off?
Don't forget to have a sip of water and some box in between matches. By the thanks for attending. आपका बड़ा पंखा. Love you यार Dr. Rayan भाई.
Yeah, and I think Happy Way missed his timing.
Real Dr. Roth काश दोस्त membership लेना ठीक है? और बढ़ते हैं उससे.
Tucked in safe positions, trying to play a bit more discipline, and there it is. As soon as you catch the
Coconut.
contact, Leaf is supposed to be the pivotal point. Jonah P, the one to capitalize.
2-0.
And let's rewind to the very beginning of this pistol.
एक बार
You
tense
see
system
here,
देखो.
a stun getting thrown out. In theory,
मस्त है
you've got
यार.
that pretty sober composition that should be a little bit better at locking off A lobby and setting Raga up for the early fights.
आज मैं वैलो
But
खेल
G2
रहा है.
are through. I
वे
mean, they
जीत
got
गया ना G2.
fast into that area, wall up, wall down, and they're in. G2 should be playing slower mid-rounds with the Viper in their composition, the double smokes comps, set up people like Leaf or Jonah to go for lurks. But XLG are going to be wanting to force fights like this one.
Joe's going to be dropped down.
तुम्हें संपत सर याद है क्या? नहीं.
Stave off most of the aggression though that XLG were going for on that eco.
It's a Bucky and a Marshall being brought into this one. So there's danger in long-range angles and somewhere close, although Happy Way's actually playing the
Words get smaller every time it
over
takes a
towards
bath.
A long.
तेरा value का rank
bizarre.
because you are
It's also
washed.
not an area that G2 are currently exploring.
Sense बना नहीं ना.
Towards C.
Love you.
Be onto Viva and Coconut to see if they can clear the way. Viva, a bit of supplementary there with a spam. He needed to defend the slightest of corners, and Leaf is catching a time.
Hey,
in here with the
teachers बताओ
footsteps.
ना
Raga
जो आपके
was
होते हैं.
anticipating it,
ना
and there's a
memory नहीं है
monkey
रे.
coming into work.
Upgrades, potentially?
देखूंगा तो
Downgrades? I'm
पहचान
not
जाऊंगा.
sure.
Yeah, okay. Do you want a stinger? No, I'd rather have the Marshall, apparently. Happy Way will have to get a run on, though. Try and put a stop to this here. Auto towards a... Oh, my God, man!
That looks sharp, but he was
भाई
also
मतलब
facing the
रोक
horn.
के नहीं सकते
So
क्या रे
it would have
G2
been lit
को?
up like a Christmas tree on Trent's screen. 3 players trying to come back in here. They've got a Bucky or a
एकदम
Stinger.
चिपकू नहीं है में बे लोग का मतलब दिक्का तो मारेंगे ही मारेंगे वाला
Gonna be
सीन है
tough.
बे.
See what they can do. Util readily available here with a fault line at least. Alongside the dart. Paranoia, hold on. Trench down
Banco!
in the open! You gotta try and land
Banco!
those shots though, and he still gets the
सामान
one.
दिया?
We're eventually going down. Discipline being played. G2 just waiting for the game to come to them, and they know that game well.
There's been damage done there. I mean, if XLG can put together a
KRX
decent buy,
2-0 दिया था. अबे अपने वाले तो देंगे
they
भाई.
should be able to.
अपने वाले तो
They
देंगे
only
ही.
forced Marshall and Bucky. They've actually chunked
वहाँ पे
the
बाकी
his
लोग.
economy a little bit.
अपने रीजन के सामने ये लोग कौन है भाई?
This is now going to be a must-win round for
है कौन? बूट कैंप पे
G2
रहेंगे ये
coming
लोग
in with
G2.
double stingers.
Play clutch, play clutch. It's fine.
I mean, to be clear, they can't hear Josh in that moment, but hard when you're a coach not to vocalize what you're thinking. Here's that stun like I'm talking about.
देख रहे हो?
XLG's comp is better for A-lobby
PRX
control.
से हारने के बाद कोच भाई स्क्रीन से बात कर रहे
Take
हैं.
out Valen, but he is traded.
ये होता है
Best
PRX
case he's
ट्रेड.
managed is going 1-for-1, and I'm not sure that that's enough in a round like this. G2 slow things down. XLG take the response.
Hey
into
XLG.
this flash.
ये
nice
round
flash
जीत के
up on
मेरे
the
को
screens.
shout out दे
Always
दो
available
please.
to get the info.
3 players. I can wait now. Plenty of bullets left waiting, and more.
Never mind.
From Jonah P. He knows where that final player could be lurking around towards the side, and Midi does a decent
उसने
job
एक और
of it
मारा
still into the
बे.
1v1. It's Leaf versus Viva.
And it's a must-win here for Viva. It's G2's bonus. They can still afford to buy into the next.
कैसे
Viva
जीतेगा?
can't.
ब्लाइंड भी है.
Mutual setup. Plant is down, and the game of timings is just missed by Leaf, but still
लोले लग
gonna be
गए.
wrapping this one all the way.
ये पोजीशन नहीं पता.
To the
लॉन्ग
side, and a
पोजीशन
bit of
बात
patience now
करता हूँ.
played as well.
Viva's had a nightmare of a map so far. He's 2-10. This would be everything for the guy.
Flash hasn't seen much. He's got to
Pros
reveal his
don't
hand.
fake.
Deep dart down, and it clears one of the angles for him. Doesn't know where to expect Leaf though, creeping around, crawling around this guy. It's all over the place, practically in the walls.
बाप खेला.
And it's a gorgeous plant position from Leaf.
Baap
Makes it
khela.
feel like he's playing towards Cubby or Long, but actually when he wraps around there,
It was 50-90 or 50-80, whichever is better, but after my cast, those membership.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Jonah does a great job picking off both players here.
जो भी तेरे बजट में आता है.
But I thought that the double initiators might be able to pull through for XLG. I think that round, though, was everything for the Chinese squad.
Nice, Nate. Good shit, bro.
That's a bonus
What
conversion.
has a head but no brain? Elder Flame gun
Letting their
skin.
foot off the gas.
Dragon का सर है.
XLG were giving
दिमाग
them
नहीं
in
लेकिन.
the rounds that they accrued up on that prior half, but G2 putting a stop to it here and now. Trying to get cheeky there, hopping around to the side. Hold on, happy way with the Sheriff. Shots are flying and rattling down that sight line. 3 versus 3. What it's come down to now here, playing a bit offside.
50-90 का क्या बजट है भाई? 150 का membership नहीं लिया.
Smokes to play this one. You can't be entirely off the side, and G2 I think have just realised it. Now starting to play up a little bit more. Late lurk now from Leaf. It's going to be that backup policy, but with a bit of pace. Might not get a chance to do it here. Shots.
Counter shot
Valent. It's been caught from behind. The TP down towards long. You are completely out of the picture. Jorgamo is forwards. And guns need to be at the ready. It's Viva again versus Leaf once more. Can he do it? Tapping out. Searching. Hunting.
It's deja vu for Viva again.
Same
hops up to Logs
चीज हुआ उसके साथ.
and delivers another bullet to the side of the head.
Same
Tragedy for XLG. That's a round that G2 misplayed a little bit to get into a tricky situation. They weren't quite ready for what was going on with the trip. I mean, Jorg just beefed his
Membership 160 की क्योंकि भैया मैं एक महीने में 20-25 ट्रिम करता हूँ. चैट पढ़ते और औरा फार्मिंग करते हैं वहाँ पे. सारे बॉस मारते फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में.
So similar to previous.
And the pressure is just off them at this point. You could maybe make an argument, I think, at the beginning of this
Replay क्यों आ रहा है? गलती से लोग ने
G2
last round का
like
replay
they
दिखा
have to
दिया.
put their best foot forwards. They've been locked down into the lowers when all expectations are sky high for them. Playing against an underdog team.
भाई कितना बुरा लगता रहेगा ना. Hashtag बंद होके first team to go
these
out.
big events. Sometimes the pressure gets the better of them.
And I think it's really reasonable to say that
Chat
both
पढ़ते पढ़ते
teams,
इतना
while
जो
they have
excuse
similar
me.
paths, Ascension teams,
What about
better
2000 का
playing
membership?
teams,
उसमें WhatsApp
number
group है
one
जो मैं
seeds
पढ़ता हूँ और मैं
struggled
just
in their
chatting
upper
करता
bracket
हूँ.
game here at Toronto.
एक
There
second
is
ना,
a
video
different
call हो रहा
weight
है.
of expectation for these squads.
हाँ,
G2,
काश दोस्त group.
it's hard really to point at another squad that's been
रुको
the
stream
best
कर
team
रहा
of
हूँ, बाद में बात
2025
करते
so
हैं.
far. It's not really
चलो
definitive.
मिलते हैं. Bye
Nobody
bye
has
काश
the crown
दोस्त WhatsApp
currently.
group. Bye
But if you
bye.
were going to point at somebody, you'd probably point at
Love you.
G2.
Shout out to you.
Despite them not actually winning
All आ गया.
a global tournament. But having said that, that's where the pressure increases. But they've just got away to such good starts here.
And you can just see it on their faces in all the replays and all the cams. G2 are all smiles. XLG losing their chance. They're staying alive here in a global event. Flash and a peek alongside that horn. Viva!
Beef किया Jorgamo ने.
Two, make it three, make it
Bro.
four. God, a bit of fire.
Round बचे नहीं है, अभी lockdown हो रहे हैं लोग.
Raw spam maybe to get the job done towards the end. He's one away from the ace. And it would do wonders for the confidence.
Ace मिलेगा लग रहा है.
Leaf is dodging, juking, desperate to stay alive. The movement of chance, and now's his chance in the sun.
Bro, अगर ये 2v1 हारे.
Pump the brakes. There's a minute
अगर
left here. I've seen Leaf work magic before, and his wall gets tripped over towards C.
There's a 1v2 though. He's walking knife out. Doesn't realize the happy way is already there.
Then with the parents में जो हारा वो जीत के lower bracket पे लड़ेगा.
For XLG. Those are good kills for
Practice
Viva.
कर रही है
He's
क्या
hanging out at
Sand
the bottom of the
already?
scoreboard for such a long time. I think he only had 1 kill in the first half.
Got to get the confidence back somehow.
And he's also lost 2 vitally important 1v1s against Lee.
ना अच्छा मारने के बाद.
So to be able to just step up and rip through 4 of the players.
ये बंदा विजय मल्ल्या से भी पैसे निकलवा सकता है. Excuse me, excuse me.
That's a big one. That's important.
Still a bit quiet from XLG's side of things. Mood obviously dampened, I think, by that scoreline, but 1 round at a time is how it has to be.
Double stinger, Valen and Leaf. They're both incredible with them. But in theory, it's a weaker economy. And they're only heading to the site where Viva is completely alone.
Midi is walking all the way down mid. He's exploring. Jorgamo with a dimensional drift clears all of the A site out. Spots it. Multiple players there. Raga taking a peek.
Offshot दिखाओ ना उसका.
Jonah P.
And this allows them now to use the Vice ultimate for post plant.
Bro, fast retake.
He's forced out the ult early here.
Easy round hai. Easy round.
Clashing Jorgamo tries to step forward. He's going to try and stem that bleeding. Shore it up.
Attack
At least
or die ho gaya
momentarily
ye to.
here, round to the side, and the ult's going to be extended. Oh my goodness, he's just swapping around the weaponry. Valen just walking. Happy
Shot
way from
be
on
happy.
high. Operator in hand after shot, pushing him out wide.
2v1.
And it's just left down to Trent in that 1v2 scenario. And happy
The
way.
blew up, babe.
Sight
The
set
blew up.
on the appropriate position.
The blew up.
3 kills, I think, with the op in that round in 2 different players' hands. Raga got the opener onto Jonah P,
What?
playing pretty aggro on site. But this round was all about the ults. XLG were anticipating that G2 were going to lead with
Swing by से आज
something,
तक एक बंदा
let's say
ऐसे ले
Vice
चुका है.
ultimate, maybe the
पता नहीं
dimensional
क्या
drift.
XLG.
So they ended up playing pretty soft on A, tried to come back in with a breach ultimate, got stopped.
No one
And
to
then
interrogate.
skirmishes.
काय गाली दे रहे ग्रुप में?
Opportunities for them to peek
तो
a
call
player
किया.
in here and there, and Happy Way from Heaven getting
गाली
massive
काय
value
दे
with the
रहे हो?
off. Now G2's economy is properly dead in the water. Still, the same 2 players with stingers in hand. But everyone else now, instead of
Technically
running
देखा जाए तो
down the shadow,
11-8 से comeback is very much
this
possibilities of
defensive
the
setup
possible.
is now working.
ऐसे ही लगते थे पहले. अभी वॉश हो गया हूँ. वो क्या रहेगा? मैं am still immortal 3.
An ability to
बस
take it
एक
to
हफ्ता
G2.
और वो आईडी नहीं खोलना मेरे को.
Pressure relieved.
ना cheap भाई आज तक मैंने ऐसा
There's
cheap
one
tricks नहीं
trip
किया
run at the
रहेगा.
front of B, but Happy Way still has a
सीधा alt
second
है for
trip
immortal 3 होने के बाद.
in a deeper position, so he's not as worried about just getting walked on. Garage, though, is currently pretty
आप
dangerous.
बोलो तो
They have
lane
this
one से भी
camera that
comeback
gives
हो
them
जाए.
information into Garage, but it got smoked off.
Cleared
वो गलत
through,
था भाई.
Jorgamo inserts.
वो गल
Presence there
unbelievable
now
था.
over towards B in the garage.
They
Fnatic
don't
वाला
have a
भी अभी
reclear
recent वाला
protocol for this. I
unbelievable
mean,
था.
if they had the breach on this side of the map,
दोनों
I'm sure
आंड
they
गए
would,
मेरे.
but for now, with their current defensive setup, you've just
दो
got
टीम
to stay.
दोनों ने unbelievable हरकत.
Glaring question mark.
इससे possible है.
He's going to be watching onto most of this here, but it does drag bodies away from it. G2, you got 30 seconds left. Got to start to decide where you want to go at
30
some point.
seconds left.
Potentially a B pop, Jorgamo will be
What
in
the
the
fuck ये
backstab. Looks
इमोत्री
like
कब
that
हुआ?
is where they're going to be trying to go for here, but Midi has plenty of utility to sway this trip. Almost going to be triggered round from the side here. Sharon not doing enough. Happy Way. This sighted matters not.
Plant मत
Beaver
करने देना. जो
offloading
करने
it,
करना.
buying time
Plant
now
मत
for the
करने
Flood to try and
देना.
get in. There's 7 seconds left.
Plant मत
G2
करने देना.
trying to get that plant
Plant मत
down
करने
here.
देना.
Running and gunning and Coconut. Slaying claim down now onto the side leaf. There's the last one left. Got into his hands. Diffuse is sticking. Shorty's round the corner.
Woo!
And
Close.
that's what it takes.
W baby.
The game plan was so nice as well from G2. They put so much effort
यूरो
into
के नाम पे
inserting
स्कल और
Jorgamo
अलग
into that
इफेक्ट
top
हुए क्योंकि वो
garage
मैच
position.
MVP है
Then
अभी
through a
तक.
paranoia to try to flush the player into
Hi
his
sir,
sight
we
lines.
heard you can
And look at
help
Happy
it.
Way here.
You're
He's blinded up,
not at
knows he's
40,
being
yeah?
shot multiple
Not at
times,
40.
and just spams towards Garage. Finds his kill.
There is a recovery
The
process.
rest of
First you have to
XLG
take a cast
flood
of
on
members.
in and are somehow able to overpower
And
the Viper's
then
pit too.
you have to prove
11 to
by
8.
giving 100 gifted members.
The economy
then
is not
you
in
have
an
to arrange
amazing
for a
spot here
podcast
for XLG, honestly, because
with
that
my
came
brother.
down to the wire. But it's G2 who are going to be taking another timeout right before they
फिर
get
मैं उसको
rifles
सिर्फ
back.
एक ही चीज बोलूंगा. एक बार मैं आपके प्लेन के सीट पे बैठा आज तक रिफंड नहीं मिला मेरे को उसका.
This round could be incredibly important. Earlier on, it was XLG on the bonus when they were 10-5 down, I think it was. That's where we were looking at them like, okay, they might have let this game slip
Binks को
away
लोन
from
की
them
नहीं
at
है
this point.
जरूरत. Binks
They
सभी
had
को
a
लोन
chance to
देता
get
है.
back in the game,
लोन
back
दूंगा
into
मैं
the
तेरे
second
को.
half, and they let it slip. Well, here's another
जरूरत
big
नहीं है.
moment, a
3
pivotal
साल से रेंट
moment
पे हूँ मैं
for the
इधर.
economy, for the ults as well, because G2s are going to start cycling again.
ए अपने वीडियो लो.
Good chance for XLG to do it.
मेरा वो वाला किधर है
One
वीडियो?
at a time has to be done. You can see the timeline on our screens. You were
been
saying it,
streaky.
Josh. Yeah, it's been streaky, but pivotal round nevertheless. G2 taking that
तभी
time
ने
out. respect
SBI बोला. मेरे
shown.
को लगा शॉर्ट फॉर्म में
They
बोला
know
वो
how
जेन
easily
जी
you
है
can
ना.
lose grip of a map of a series.
Now, one of the things I was thinking we might see is a trip over here towards
Oh,
short,
big
for
yeah.
example, which just kind of stops the Viper lurk from happening that you would expect. And instead, it's been Happy Way playing mostly towards C the entire time. He's
Is
got a
it
trip for Garage
comebackable?
window, in fact, this time. So if you try to get into that deep position that
Is it
Jorg played in
comebackable?
previously,
Hold on. Potentially
done.
AC, yeah, we're seeing it. It's going to be that nightfall, scattered forwards, no connections. TP now into the back by Valen. No, it's all clear.
Oh, fake as well into spawn, so they do have to respect that. There's an Omen smoke in the defender's spawn that they might have teleported into.
It's going to bleed time out of XLG where they have to try and
Oh,
defend this one. Still, he's ahead of it as that smoke just dissipates. Jorgamo, he's wide out into the open. Trying to flash his way in, but Valen's still towards the back. This is going to be clearing up the question marks. Here for XLG.
Important trade.
They're going to be clearing
बहुत
up
delay हो गया लेकिन.
through and the side, B side.
They have flash, they have recon.
There it is, recon up and over, smoke.
Delay तो हो गया बहुत W वाला.
G2, is this what it's going to take? Is this how they're going to be claiming this round here?
Yep, W delay.
And past it. The line of scrimmage that was layered down and its stray bullets follow the tracers. Time has run out.
By W delay
G2
by.
up to 12.
हाँ W delay.
Very
लग
fast
गया ना
in and
hashtag
out
के
of the
साथ.
time out there. Straight out of the strap. But
लेकिन technically देखा जाए
good input from Josh
तो
RT. Just gets them one round,
अल्टी है नहीं.
but an important one. The important one potentially. That
G2
could
was
have been
ult नहीं
everything
है.
as well. Jorg losing his life a little too easily. But the players in the clutch
Technically
rock
देखा जाए
solid as
तो.
always for G2.
Bro, the Thord is so funny, just hearing like that crunch, crunch, crunch when he's running through.
It's good to see that even the simple things can delight the players after their thousands of hours of play.
This is G2 on the cusp of sending XLG home.
And Raga with it all to do. Bodies coming towards him.
Technically देखा जाएगा
Fast
तो
and unknown.
कैसे हो Binks by excuse me.
Very tight angle to be
OP
on.
वाला shot देखना.
Just catching the clone.
क्या
It's
मारा
our first
clone.
contact, forcing the TP back at him. So Raga
माफ करो रागा
evacuating.
भाई.
Through the back though, this is Happy Way hard committed. He's decayed down. Thorns and a snake bite, it's all offloaded.
भाई वो बंदा क्या करेगा
Nowhere to
बे?
hide.
Smoke DK तोड़ एक
Foul
से डाला है. हिला तो मरा नहीं हिला तो
G2
मरा.
just brewed up,
Fuck
and now
me.
the player advantage, sight control is theirs. We're looking at Raga to see
क्या
if he can be
combo है
the
भाई?
difference maker. Peeks out wide, they'll follow up at all. It's the bite all offloaded now. Thorns scattered wide. And with it, XLG.
गन आने के बाद रीटेक कर ही नहीं सकते. उधर blind देखो. They blind.
Jorgamo taking point, taking contact, and bodies are dropped.
Clean.
At a moment's notice, it's G2 who
भाई
move
sexy
on.
combo था बे वो.
And XLG sent packing.
Sexy combo था.
G2 came in today angry, determined, very focused. Didn't run the Tejo, still managed to get the win. And they begin what could be an incredible lower bracket run, but they will have to
देख रहे हो मैं बोला था ना G2
conviction
देखा.
if they want to make it all the way to a grand finals and a shot at another trophy. A shot like they had at Bangkok. G2 there, ready to go for the picture.
10 out. सिर्फ hashtag 1 out है.
Before they'd even had a chance to
Wolves
congratulate
बचा
the
है अभी.
coaches, and I think Josh really deserves a lot of
Double
credit for
pick him
beating
top
them.
4%.
Good ways of being able to close
तूने
this map out.
already
Those final
डाला
two
था
rounds, fast
G2
hits,
lower
very
bracket.
different to what they were previously running. And it just got him over the line.
मेरे को तो
in
देखने का ही नहीं है मेरे
situations. XLG were just starting to warm up. I feel like we barely got a chance
अपने
to
बिडू
see
लो
these guys.
अपने बिडू लो.
This final map, maybe a bit more of an example of what they could have done. But alas,
Language tricks.
they ran into some heavy competition, faced both of the Americas teams.
We're going to send it down to the floor for generally
Aura farming.
the stage for that Verizon post-match interview.
बेचारे जीत के भी सैड नहीं है. लोअर ब्रैकेट है ना.
Congratulations,
भाई पीछे
G2.
पीछे जोड़ पावे. हेलो. किसने देखा? Excuse me?
Here today to make a statement. Was that the mission?
Definitely was a mission. We got our warm-up game versus Paper X. You know, Paper X
अपना ही
are a
बंदा है?
very good team.
भाई
Their
मेरे को
coaching
लगा
staff helped them a
वो
lot.
BMPS वाला
And
बैंडर है
now it's do
वो.
or die. So when we're in do or die moments and our backs against the wall, we're a
ये
different
Binks
team.
69 और ये
Wanna snap another
जोड़
picture?
पाओ अपने
No?
बंदे वहाँ पे.
Right.
और सादा
Time for
मेंबरशिप
another
लिया है ये
question
लोग
while
ने.
you
Oh, see.
multitask. Speaking of the tough loss though, that is why you guys found yourself in this position today. But no doubt you guys bounced back. So what were the talks? What were the issues?
The talks was honestly the same talks when we lost the Sen
Arz
in
bhai,
the
kya hai?
upper
आओगे
final
ना,
to
पता है मेरे
qualify
को.
for here. Nobody was down. We knew we were going to make a lower bracket run against 100 Thieves, EG, MIBR, Sen, and so we're going to do the same thing.
So no hard conversations.
No hard combos, just watching the VOD, fixing our mistakes, and just had to be ready for today.
Lastly, I know Valiant said you guys are not scared of the lower bracket run, right? I mean, pressure makes diamonds, and you guys are going for that
कोई
diamond
मुझे
bracelet
ऐसा
anyways.
देखने वाला
But do
है,
you feel like this is the position
ने
that you
पूछ रहा
guys
था, है.
needed to be in order to get into that high gear?
I feel like the position we needed to be in was group stage. To be honest, first seed's a curse. We just needed to warm up into things, and now we're a very scary team in the lower bracket. And I got my family here, home crowd, my girlfriend, everyone supporting, and got nothing to lose now.
Right. Lastly, I know you don't like to trash talk, but we got some people talking smack about G2. Anything you wanna say? No?
I mean, I'm gonna be humble because we talked some smack and then we lost, so we're just gonna let the game show for itself.
Right. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Congratulations once again. Leaf, are you willing to talk some smack?
Oh, तेरा भाई.
Willing to talk some smack?
To who?
तेरा भाई.
Oh no, I don't need to talk smack. The regional results speak for themselves.
All right, thank you very much, and
You also
congratulations. G2, once again, I'm going to let you guys enjoy this moment with the fans. Meanwhile, let's get ready for our second matchup of the day. It's going to be RRQ versus Fnatic. Woo!
हाँ? Ult मार. I don't want more. I had too much food already. गलम है. गलम है. सुपर मिस कोई सुपर मिस नहीं हुआ है. लास्ट इसपे पे है. वेरियम. एसपीसीएम. सिड भाई रिजल्ट देख व्हाट्सएप पे भेजा है. लाइफ में फर्स्ट टाइम पिकम्स किया है मैंने. देखने दो. तेरे को पता है ना इनकरेक्ट करके लिख के आया है वहां पे सिड भाई. और ये सिर्फ आपका हालत नहीं है, पूरी ऑडियंस का हालत सेम है सिड भाई. ये जो आपका जो हालत है ना, पूरा 99% वर्ल्ड का हालत सेम है. किसने नहीं सोचा था ये सब होएगा. 4 #1 लोअर ब्रैकेट में 4 #1 4 टॉप टीम ऑफ सारे रीजन, सारे लोअर ब्रैकेट में बैठे. मेरे को तो सब तक मेरे को समझा ही नहीं है पिकम्स वाला फंडा डाले क्यों ये लोग ने. सिर्फ बेइज्जती कराते ये लोग. सिर्फ रात को आ रहे हो क्या बॉस मारने? ओ बॉस ठीक है. अब तेरा व्हाट्सएप देख वापस. मतलब मेरे को समझा नहीं. इतना मेंबरशिप कटाने खाने से क्या क्या लिखता है ये. मेरी बिग बॉस आ रही है घर पे आज. बिजनेस के लिए 4 जन मिलके तो फिर हाँ 4 जन मिलके बिजनेस के लिए. मी +1 यू +1 देखते किसमें कितना है दम. प्रिपेयर्ड हो कुछ कहीं पड़ा हुआ डब्बा में. एक्सक्यूज मी, मतलब फिर भाई डीएम को जानते होगा तो मम्मी आ रही है किसकी मम्मी आ रही है मम्मी आ रही है मम्मी आ रही है क्या ओ शिट माफ करना वो भी डब्बा सब छुपा देना भाई सारे डब्बे छुपा देना तो फिर ये पिंकी के लिए लव यू प्रतीक भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 200 डब्लू जहां छुपाने जा रहा हूं वहां से एक और डब्बा निकल रहा है भाई सबसे बेस्ट आइडिया बोलूं सबसे बेस्ट आइडिया संडास का फ्लश वाला टंकी रहता है ना दैट्स नंबर 1 स्पॉट नंबर 2 स्पॉट पीसी का जो कंपोनेंट रहता है ना उसमें कंपोनेंट के बीच में एक जगह रहता है देयर इज अ कैबिनेट इनसाइड द कैबिनेट ये सब मेरे को पूछो भाई मेरे को पूछो लव यू प्रतीक भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 200 मेरी जान के टोटे एक्सपीरियंस ऑब्वियसली भाई एंड द लास्ट ऑप्शन इज द चड्डा जैसे कि रूम में टेबल पे शिवाजी और ये क्या लिख रहे हो भाई ये क्या होता है कौन कॉन्डोनोम्स ये नहीं मालूम क्या है फिर भाई आपने कभी ये सोचा कि खुद का रेवेन्यू गोल कंप्लीट हो गया तो दूसरे की गांडी मार देता हो करके हाँ नहीं मतलब ऐसा सोचते हो कोंडोलेंस बोलना चाह रहा था अच्छा कोंडोलेंस बोल रहा था क्या सतीश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे हैप्पी फादर्स डे लव यू ऋषि भाई थैंक यू फॉर एक काम करते फिर क्या चीज जिस मंथ मेरा नहीं होगा तू तेरा बांटेगा इधर एक शर्त पे अगर मेरा एक काम करते नया डील मैं तेरा ईएमआई भरता हूं तू मेरा ईएमआई भर नया डील क्या बोलता है जो भी कितना भी कमाए कोई मैटर नहीं तू मेरा ईएमआई भर मैं तेरा ईएमआई भर मैं तेरा रेवेन्यू लूंगा तू मेरा लेना ये कर नहीं सकते भाई गुज्जू से शादी हुई मेरी ये कर नहीं सकते मैं मेरा रेवेन्यू लेके मैं तेरा रेवेन्यू ले सकता हूँ ये कर सकता ये मेरे को पिंकी अलाउ करेगी ये डुएबल है अरे सिड भाई क्या कर रहे हो टीवी पे भाई यही है भाई 5 साल और सिंगल रहेगा ना ऐसे ही होने वाले सिड भाई सेम ऐसे करके खड़े रहेंगे किधर ज्यादा टाइम बचा नहीं है भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ हाँ जून में भी डून खेल रहे बीच कार का ईएमआई एंड रेंट गाइस हाँ मतलब वही वही मॉडल बाइक के लिए एवरी 24 आवर्स वोट कर सकते हैं यस एवरी 24 आवर वोट कर सकते हैं तो बेस्ट यही है 9:30 बजे जब मैं स्ट्रीम करके पिन करूंगा वोट करने का, अगले दिन मैं वापस स्ट्रीम करूंगा, पिन करूंगा, वोट कर देने का. सिंपल सिंपल. कौन सी कार है आपके पास? बता नहीं सकता मैं. टॉप सीक्रेट है. रुको मैं चाय लेके आया.
Nice about this one, though, is that they're able to play against Fnatic, who has also been very slow against their matchup against Gen G, especially on that map of Split. So if it was a little bit of, you know, uncomfort coming out from the side of RRQ, and now they have that first taste of that slow-paced playstyle from Wolves, I think now they are a little bit more prepared against Fnatic.
We also got to see some of these players really come online. Do you think we're going to see Gemkin or Gem King?
Gemkin or Gem... So Gem King is the good one,
Yeah.
Gem Kin is the bad one?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hoping for Gem King then.
Nice.
He was all right in this first game. But I think something to really look at throughout this tournament, for especially the new duelist players that made their impact in the double initiator breach Teo meta, you get a lot less supportive utility when you're switching away from the Teo. A lot of comps are going to be double smokes with just the Sova to help you out, so you have to be a lot more self-reliant.
Yes.
And I think Gemkin was one of the players who wasn't always like super crutching on a ton of initiator utility. He does make his own kind of plays, and he'll need to find that again for sure here at Masters.
You definitely have to be on your toes when you're going to start clearing corners a little bit more, because you don't have that tail utility to help you out, to push players out in these open areas to get those dual fights. So I think this is something that Gemkin definitely could have learned going into their first matchup against Wolves yesterday rather, and hopefully he's going to be able to put up those big numbers from Pacific.
And he had a lot of impact on those attack sides, which were the good part of Wolves' game.
And
but,
second map, yeah.
On defense, I think about their Ascent. He's pretty much playing like solo mid every round. Wolves just fought hard into the extremities, ran over the side anchors, and then had deadlock utility in the post. It didn't feel like he was in that game the way he was in their matches in Pacific.
That's the thing, you're looking for fights, you can't get them because they were playing against a team that's much more slower. So if it's going to be the same style with Fnatic where he can't go to toe-to-toe rather against Kayak as soon as the barriers come up, then that's a little bit of a change of pace and a little bit of a change of strategy here that RRQ has to come up with.
I'm a little bit upset with myself because as you guys were breaking all that down beautifully, I thought I could have gone with Uncut Gem. I could have gone with that. There's so many I could go with, so you guys bear with me when
and
I come up.
And the pressure's on now.
Yeah.
He could probably come out as a diamond player. No, you want Radiant players.
All right, all right.
Calling him diamond's crazy.
Fans, leave the dad jokes to me. Now, the one player we have been very impressed with is Cushy. So let's hear from the man himself. Jen Lee caught up with him a little bit earlier.
Hello, Jen here with Cushy next to me. Now, Cushy, it means a lot to the fans back at home to have players and teams like you to represent them on a global stage. So what does it mean to you personally, and what can you do to avoid elimination today and make them proud?
So personally, I'm very happy that I can represent the SEA community because I grew up watching these kind of tournaments, and now getting the chance to represent them means a lot, and getting the support from them. And to avoid elimination, I guess we just focus on ourselves and our game plan to play the game. Yeah.
Right, thank you so much.
We hear that a lot, but Mimi, what is their game plan? How does Cushy fit into that?
I think what Cushy does is, first of all, in a meta where we're moving away from the Teo a little bit more, he has a super important role. You think back to the double smokes metas of the past, be it Harbor Viper, Astra Viper, there was often a focus on solo initiator players and what you could do on the Sky or the Sova, how you're timing your utility for your duelist, but also, if your duelist goes down, how well you're winning out in those late rounds. And despite the rough game, I thought Cushy was bringing a lot of that. His util usage was really solid. He was winning a couple big clutches. It looked like he was finding his form here, playing almost exactly as well as he did in stage 1.
You nail it, Mimi. When you look at a player like Cushy as well, or it's just the initiator role, now you don't have to play the Teo. You're not forced to play outside of sites or playing post-plant meta, really. So you have to really get into the action with your teammates. If you're going to have lack of utility to support your main duelist, you have to be the second or third entry to make sure that your duelist is in a comfortable spot, that you're able to take these site controls. Then you figure out what you have to do after here with your second wave, the recon, to get info for your team.
There's a lot more chances to shine when you're playing the Sova, especially in solo initiator comps, versus when it was Teo jail permanently for guys like Cushy.
Let's move on to Fnatic because it was a very close game on the map 1 and map 2. And if you watched the press conference, you would have heard them talk about how
ये game crazy
because it was just like Shanghai, where they could have won the game. It could have been a 2-0.
It could have, honestly, it's funny, because it could have been a 2-0 for either team, right?
Yeah.
With how close those first two maps were, but Gen G eked it out, and we go to map 3 of Sunset, and that's where some of the weakness started to show for Fnatic in that one. I didn't think that they looked super ready to play into that deadlock comp, which is a really weird one to prepare for. And unfortunately for them, now they're down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and if anything, you're looking at how things have played out for Fnatic at the first two maps. Crashies has definitely stepped up to the plate here. The return on the stage and has been killing it so far. When you talk about the empty tank on that third map, it was actually very full in the first two. He was such a good player in terms of utility, in terms of the retakes for the teams. The amount of value he got from recon darts that was actually looked upon by Gen G, or not looked upon, they were able to take full advantage of that one with the combination of the ISO and Haven.
Fnatic is one of the teams coming into this tournament that is not like 100% KO pick rate team. We still got to see 2 of their double duelists now, and I really thought they looked good on both of them. They have a lot of strength in not being fully indexed into that style of play, which is why I do have quite a bit of faith for them to bounce back here. But the issue was this Sunset.
It was indeed, and you have to ask yourselves, you know, with a team with a map pool that's relatively deep, why did they decide to go here? They had the choice. They could have gone to the Ascent. Instead, maybe Van's a mistake they're going to regret.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see what RRQ is cooking up on this one too, but them playing this map against Gen G, I think I agree to what Mimi was saying, not ready to play against a deadlock. So if RRQ is able to come up with something different, something that they're not used to, or maybe something that RRQ doesn't play within their own region as well, especially the stage is set for these type of competition changes, I feel Fnatic might be able to get upset here.
To be fair, I would not want to play Gen G on Ascent. Both those pretty unenviable positions. But the biggest issue is Fnatic is a team who, you look at their success on Haven and Split, it's down to how patiently they play their retakes. Once they have a man up, they are going to wait for all of the util to fade out, everything to come back on cooldown, and all retake together. And their team play in those positions are excellent. The issue is, when you play against a deadlock, it throws that timing for a loop. You're forced to rush in, you're forced to deal with the utility. And I think that thing that is normally such a strength for them worked against them in that second half of Sunset.
Yeah, and it was also a weird match, right? You know, we don't often have breaks that long too. The fans were also in full swing. It was a lovely atmosphere for them to be in. They spoke about it afterwards as well. But my eyes do go to some of the veteran players, the players that have been here before. You spoke about Crashies already, Vans, but for Alpha, you know, he warmed up into the map. For Boaster, I think he really struggled in the shooting department. And for Chronicle as well, there were just inconsistencies.
Yeah, definitely, but I just think inconsistencies again, it goes down to that third match, not getting used to maybe how Gen G is currently playing. But the first two, you have to keep that in mind that they still played some very good Valor.
Now, when it comes to dynamic duos in this tournament, it doesn't get more wholesome than these two. Gen Lee had the pleasure of third-wheeling Boaster and Crashies ahead of today's game.
Hello everyone, Jen here with Crashies and Boaster. Now, guys, you guys often talk about the importance of the vibes on your team. So what are the vibes like now that you guys are competing on a global stage? And also, can you give us a little bit of insight of your duo?
I think the vibes are really good, despite our loss yesterday. I think it was a good learning lesson for the team. And yeah, vibes have never been better, so I'm excited.
You've seen pictures of Forsaken's muscles, Silfat BB's muscles. No one's seen Austin muscles except me in the gym when he's spotting for me. I know that weight ain't dropping because my boy got me.
Wow, we have the trust going on here. All right. Thank you.
कोई न्यू गेम फॉर
you know, as an avid gym goer, how would you rate Crashies' muscles compared to, I guess they spoke about Forsaken and Super BB?
I saw him at the gym. They maybe
you've seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it at the gym. It's actually quite chiseled.
Yeah, okay. He's got the receipts.
You're not impressed by my muscles, Sue?
Mimi, I'm impressed by other. You're good at other things. You bring other things to the table. Yeah. We'll hit the gym with Vans. But that man on your screen now, I want to instigate a little bit here. Now, for those of you that don't remember Optic Crashies, where were you? I'm not happy with you for that. You know, you got to catch up on some history here. When Optic played against Boom Esports, Xfero, previously known as Debuto, had one of the greatest global performances we have ever seen anybody have, dropping almost 40 kills against Crashies and Co. So this is going to be an interesting rematch today.
I think it was, what, 35 just on threes in that series. It was outstanding for the guy that is now going by Xfero. But that was a long time ago, what, almost 3 years now to come back and have another match against that one guy. They got close, couldn't pull off the upset then. I think he's going to want it this time.
Yeah, I look forward to it because RRQ, they're going to have to bring it if they want to survive in this lower bracket. But let's talk about the debut of this guy on your screen, Vansili. Everyone was excited to see him. Is he an onliner or not? Can he perform on the global stage? What were your
I think he's still in line right now. Maybe not putting that the superb numbers that we saw towards that split one that led them to be able to win the EMEA region, but you know, it wasn't the slow start that we saw from Kayak when it went towards kickoff. I think he still had a really good opener and still found his groove going into these games. He was not afraid to go toe-to-toe or even go aggressive for these early fights against Gen G. You're playing against Gen G and you're playing these openers, I'm happy with that.
I do gotta disagree with you a little bit, because I think where he struggled was mainly on map 3, where the team as a whole was kind of failing across the board. That was more of a team issue in my mind. When they were competitive on those first 2 maps, I really thought he was excellent in finding almost the same form that he had back in EMEA. Those fights into mid we were seeing in the replay were amazing. His confidence, his aim, it was all there. And I think you have to kind of look back at the history of Fnatic, because they've always been so good at enabling their rookie players to be great in their debut. Think of Alpha in Copenhagen. Think of all of these different youngsters that they've brought into the team through their history that have always thrived in these positions.
For me, I think it's unbelievable that Alpha and Kayak were able to recover after the ultimates. Missing 2 of those ultimates, Alpha barely even left-clicked at Kayak. It was a weird interaction as well with the deadlock goal, but Vans, they managed to recover on Split. Not quite on Sunset, but this is what they do best, right? Fnatic don't often roll over and die after a loss.
What we had as a curse in terms of a small delay was actually a blessing for sure for Fnatic, because being able to calm things down and making sure that they're getting into the game, that the first seed curse doesn't really affect them that much. It was nice here to give a chance for Bolster to have those type of calls to allow here Alpha Year to calm down for those small mistakes that came through. So I still think that looking against RRQ, yes, it may look like on paper it should be a 2-0 for Fnatic here, but I think RRQ could be able to do it.
Yeah, this game absolutely should have been a 2-0 for Gen G, but Alpha Year had an incredible rebound in the second half of Split, and I think his energy, his fragging did a lot to pull greatness out of the rest of the team to make that 12-7 happen.
Yeah, we're going to check in with the players in just a moment, but before they take the stage, let's see what Golden Boy is up to. I see you're wearing your nail from the Artist Alley, so I wonder.
Got it.
Yeah, I wonder what GB, what kind of goodies GB managed to get.
It's the first time that I had my nails done. I didn't know that this was like kind of permanent. I have to go get it, like going to a place to get it done.
I mean, let's see if GB got his nails done.
Golden Boy.
So here at Valor Masters Toronto, we have a lot of really cool activations and booths, and one of those things is our Artist Alley with our amazing community. And I'm here with Kermi, Kermi, who is, she's corrected me multiple times now. Kermi, you have a beautiful setup here. Firstly, tell me about yourself. Where are you from, and also what inspired you to do this?
I'm from Toronto, and I basically started art when I first got into VCT with the team Sentinels.
Yeah.
And so at first I started with only Sentinels, but then slowly it transferred into mainly Taric now.
into mainly Taric. Okay, that's completely fair. Actually, why don't you show us some of this stuff here? What do you have here? What's this? How long did it take you to do this and print out all that stuff?
I have this one as a freebie of Taric. It's supposed to be him with his like final mouse collab.
Nice.
And I also have like keychains and pins of him and stuff.
That's so cool. So now, how's the experience been for you here in Toronto, meeting people? Has it been a fun one?
I was like really nervous at first, but everyone here is
the
really
LEDG
nice.
was not
And
qualified
this is,
after
like,
becoming
a
world
really
champs.
wonderful opportunity.
Hey,
look at you, you're killing it. I came around here, you had a full line. People were checking out your stuff. There is one thing that I saw that I absolutely loved. We can actually get a zoom in on it here. The anatomy of Wingman. And you have one here if you don't mind me. I want to, yeah, it's a small version right here, right?
This is hilarious. So how did you determine Wingman's anatomy? I just guessed.
मैं जा रहा क्यूटो को मिलने बाय.
And when I'm sure he'll
Lakshya
just
bhai.
guess too, right? That's awesome.
Really, he has a lot of like squishiness, so thankfully I didn't have to guess too much.
Yeah. No. To be fair, that's what my wife says about me as well, so it makes a lot of sense. No, look, honestly, this is amazing, incredible stuff. Check out the Artist Alley booth. Check out Kermi. She is an incredible designer, making fun things for the community at a good price, and it's worth your time. Kermi, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Now, if that is not hard-hitting journalism, I don't know what is. But Rob Moore still flawless in predictions, and he's gone with Fnatic going into this one. What do you guys think?
I think that, didn't he say in one of the tweets and the replies, like, I was going for the other team, but who cares? We're going to let him keep the 2-0 right now for Rob Moore. I want to
he's
focus.
technically 3-0.
He's technically 3-0, yeah, but I want to think about me here. RRQ, I believe in that. Achilleos, the same. So I'm gonna trust Achilleos. I DM'd him yesterday. He's been the Achilleos Al-Gaib. I want to make sure I follow along with that, and now we're able to get our prediction right.
Give me the spark.
Okay, so as I was mentioning before, Xfair was saying not used to playing against a slow playstyle of Wolves. I feel that they could do this against Fnatic. Then Crazy Guy was mentioning as well, he wants to leave everything on the table. They want to make sure that they don't fall flat going into this game. And you also have Warbirds, recently added into RRQ, and he is the anti-strat master. So having that many rounds in tape against Fnatic, I'm sure they're going to do something up here.
Yeah, you're selling me on the Team Renegades mention with him coming into that roster.
Okay. Yeah, we won't talk about what happened.
When does Randy Savage play?
We just... I don't know who that is.
Okay, I think I'm getting too deep in this one.
Yeah, right.
I do know who that is. Sorry. Renegades.
Yeah,
Renegades, Randy Savage.
The Valorant team.
Yeah.
From like 3 years ago.
He sent me some merch, you know.
That's nice.
Yeah, sorry for egoing you just now. But yeah, we have the players backstage ready to take the stage. This could potentially be the start of a beautiful team will be going home no matter what. So let's settle it down and bring out Fnatic and RRQ.
RRQ versus
Fnatic. Oh.
It does not matter what happened regionally. What matters now for Fnatic and RRQ is if they can make a lower bracket run, and that starts right here.
RRQ struggled against a slow, macro-heavy team in Wolves, but it was their debut on stage for a very young team who is new to this global level as a Fnatic. They're going to be a tough opponent, but they have to put their all into it now.
I think that's an important thing that you bring up. It is RRQ's first time here coming on the stage, so I almost feel like you could come into this game with a nothing-to-lose mentality. Let's just have some fun. There's so much pedigree behind that name that fully flat into an 0-2 back on the stage. It's not something that they want.
If I had a penny for every time I rage in the Omen Max Select, I will have 2 pennies because I really was convinced the Fnatic are going to pick Icebox, considering RRQ have already showed it here.
Yeah, and they looked rough on that Icebox as well. But I imagine it will have been a focus, and Fnatic is excellent at, I think their split, Lotus and Icebox are all world-class maps, so I don't get it either, but I'm sure there is a reason, there is a read.
They're also a prep-heavy team. They like the VODs, they like to counter-strat, and there is already a VOD, which it doesn't happen very often in this tournament. So mentally, they have to start strong and convince us why they pick Lotus.
I'd like to think from Fnatic's camp, the prep going into this game is because they know that most likely you're not going to play a tail comp on the side of RRQ. So what is the next big comp that RRQ it's actually trying to mirror Fnatic with the exception of a KJ playing a Vice. So if you're going into that one, it's something that's in the wheelhouse of Fnatic that's always been very good on this map of Lotus.
Yet again, Fnatic having the easiest time of any team coming out of the Teo meta with their pivots because they just didn't play a ton of Teo. Both these maps to start, I would be absolutely shocked if they changed their comp because they were great on both of them in in EMEA, and both of them, the meta comp for a while was named after this.
Yeah, I think the second round of bans, you know, they had 3 choices. They instantly take out the sunset as well.
Yeah.
You
Get it gone.
Yeah, gone completely. But do you feel
आज
like
भी 3
maybe
बजे मैच
RRQ
खत्म
could
होएगा
have used that
भरोसा
and
नहीं है
picked the sunset
Fnatic
for
attack
themselves?
versus
I would have been interested to see, but I think it was a risk, right? Because they also haven't really played a ton of sunset. In some ways, when you're in a high-pressure match like this, you don't want to take a huge risk. You want to play more towards comfort, but it just comes down to how good their Haven can actually be against Fnatic.
And I think that's why they did it, because Fnatic just played against Gen G. You were just mentioned before, this is something that Fnatic likes to do, study the tape, but that's something that RRQ does a lot
For sure.
here.
But one of the biggest reasons I think Fnatic lost that Haven game was struggling to play into the Viper, which RRQ hasn't been playing. I could see them pivoting into that as they were a Teo team before, but Fnatic's defense was really great on Haven despite losing that.
It was indeed, and it was a really good way for them to start the map, and everything kind of just fell apart in the second half here. But for RRQ though, they're playing into 2 maps that Fnatic love, but the third map, Mantilli, is where I think there should be a lot of chances for them to maybe pull off an upset.
See, the thing is, for me, that's where I'm a little bit scared. I still want to go for RRQ, but after seeing the map vetoes and seeing that Ascent is going to be the third map, that's where I'm a little bit worried. The fact that they were able to hold some pretty good defense against Wolves, because Wolves had such good util around the deadlock to play against them, then that's where maybe Fnatic should be able to take this. So look at the veto process. I think Fnatic did it. They won the veto on their side.
I think we get to map 3. I really want to see Jemkin change up his style a little bit. He struggled on that map last time, but here we go. Agent select for Lotus. Fnatic, no surprises, of course.
Yeah, they've only ever played 2 comps in the history of Lotus, and they're just going to stick to it. Crashies, I know you're trolling.
Yep, and for the side of RRQ, it looks like they are going to change into just This is basically the same exact comp that Fnatic is running. Only difference, of course, is playing the Vice instead, who I think is super viable on this map and does add a lot to your defense.
And that's why at kickoff, they were 0-3 on this map of RRQ with this composition, which is why I think Fnatic was still quite comfortable to play on this map. Mirror matchups against with the Fade, and then you just kind of know how the map is being played when you're just not going to play against a Vice or a KJ. Everything else stays identical in terms of, you know, the slow pace default towards C, trying to get your alerts towards the A side, so Fnatic definitely knows how to play against that.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cushy here. He was playing the Sova mostly in the first series that RRQ played, and was really good on that wall. For Vice here, he has a lot of agency when he's on defensive side to make plays, to hard hold down that C site. You expect greatness from him.
It is my great honor to introduce to you your casters for this match. It is a real treat. We don't get this one very often. Give it up for Pansy and Kukuka.
Yeah, thank you so much. A bit of a surprise. I'm looking better than ever, so I'm very pleased to be joined by you here, Meier. But
love to be the side chick in this relationship.
Okay, you put me on the spot instantly, but let's kind of focus in on this because we do have an elimination here, right? Between these two, that first seed curse has been working wonders, right? Everyone seems to be suffering. But what's your takeaway from that first game when we saw both these teams make their debuts?
Yeah, when I look at the side of RRQ, I have to echo the words that Mimi was saying. I think that Cushy played a very big part, and especially moving on to Lotus with them starting on the attack, this Vice is going to be very important because unlike the Cypher, unlike the Killjoy, you do not have a utility that is going to tell you someone is in the back besides that wall. And that can be triggered so easily from the side of Fnatic. But both of the teams can start very carefully on that one, on this one, especially Fnatic with how slow they were yesterday and whatnot. Feel like they want to test the field.
I really like this though from Fnatic, getting proactive over towards Mount, taking space, the exchange of goods almost. Yeah, rubble's not ours, so we're going to lean over this way, clear through B main. So a nice beginning, but RRQ's pace is tempered. They're taking their time. They're not in a particular hurry.
I want to see how this change in the composition is going to affect the way the RRQ have been playing. Crazy guy finds the first kill on and Chronicle, but Boaster gets the response.
Yeah, the third just felt a little too far away. Xfero just catching crashies. And this is huge though. Kayak and Boaster aren't going to be pleased about this, but Kayak's done brilliantly thus far, but gets outgunned. This is the start that RRQ...
Well, upset is possible.
Lead by example, a 1v3, a lot
to
hand. When a glance left and right, the first couple of steps, almost the deadliest. This
Hold,
cross is in place on the contact. Jemkin more than able to do it. And a good, comfortable start for RRQ.
Yeah, Fnatic that definitely wanted to fight. We saw a lot of Sheriffs going onto that pistol round. And that definitely was a pain point for Fnatic yesterday. Yes, they managed to win like 3 out of the 6 that they played. But in 2 of those, they lost the next round. So it's not looking good. Definitely some of the homework that they need to do if they get back to EMEA. Maybe they can start a little bit earlier today. But for RRQ, being patient, finding the kills, finding the space, and a very quick response. If they're pushing and putting all of these numbers in C, of course A is going to be very weak.
Pacific on tops.
So
I hope
can they continue this? I'd like to see what RRQ looks like.
Attacking map पे अच्छी side पे वो लोग पूरा set कर सकते हैं वो क्या बोलते हैं?
But Fnatic once again being proactive here, and why not in this round? A lot of classics and an isolated
चलेगा
player,
एक
a
मार
good
दिया
reward,
info
at
मिल
least
गया.
a sheriff to be found, but you can see the trade-off here, straight towards C site. RRQ not really too fussed now, a good idea of where Fnatic are.
Yeah, exactly. And leaving X Pharaoh in the back just with the Sheriff. No weapon is going to be found for the side of the 4 classics to play for this retake. Kayak has already taken the long round. It's going through CT. Still, all the utility from the Vice is already in play, and RRQ should have a very easy time closing this round.
And should is always the primary word, but I agree with you. They do have these 3 rifles that they really can't afford to lose. They need to keep these, and they need to stay clean in this round. Fnatic would love to make it a bit more costly, trying to lock them into the site at the very least. The time slip forward. Crazy guy still farming up. Monyet as well, going to find Boaster, and all so far so good. It's that one loss of a gun. That could cost them here. Crazy guy.
Prince Bhai, thank you for the 10 gifted minute. जान के चूची. That Jesus को भी gifted मिला. Prince Bhai को पकड़ के छुपा दे.
Yeah, comfortable so far for RRQ. Again,
Thank you
being
so much for the
fast
10
on those
gifted.
reactions, getting into good positions for the post plants. Monia being ready with that paranoia. Even though he was playing with one of the rifles, still very good position. He can react to all the utility that all the team can use onto that. We also saw the Vice flash. So very comfortable for them. By the way, the next map is Haven. I would love to see Monian on a duelist. I think it's about damn time.
I'm with you in that. But I want to see them get there well. I want to see this team show that potential. There was a lot of talk about RRQ leading up to this.
This is a classic.
I think I've seen this film before.
It's the corner that's going to be costly if he sticks around too long, but he plays it well enough. Gets to slip away. You can see again patience being shown by RRQ here, kind of going through the paces of this map. The protocol list looks reinforced.
Thank you, Brisbane. Thank you so much.
One of the things that I was seeing about RRQ is this later takes onto A, struggling a little bit to fight at the beginning of the round. And Boaster's ready, trying to deal some damage. Has already taken a bit.
Again, from their previous matchup, in my mind, I was looking a lot towards Jemkin, at least, with the entries and how he was faring in that. And it was a bit rough for him. He wasn't able to find his footing. This could be a much better game for him.
What do you think about the teams not giving the bundle to the? Well, he's low on HP right now, so we're just gonna give it the Sheriff.
Yeah, that's completely reasonable.
Shit.
But again, they do need to handle Boaster here to an extent. They can't allow him too much freedom throughout this game, but
a lot of
forced to
faking.
respect it.
You see the paranoia, the TB, all that noise. Fnatic
By
set to
BT
respect that. But the movement from RRQ already ready to enter C.
But that was very telling. Kayak noting the player crossing back through. It steadies the ship. Ready's Chronicle to receive, and Jemkin goes down. He was the player lower down though on HP. This is still a bonus round, but it's invested. So there is cost to this. And speaking of things that are running out, is time. 15 seconds and crash. X-Furrow, you nutter! Clears crashes like he's nothing, but they've got a plant. Suddenly we're down to 4v4 post plant, and RRQ are back in the driving seat.
Yeah, Boaster with that Odin is not going to have an easy time. Crazy guy that found the perfect timing to go on through Hobbit and support the rest of the team.
I like what Kushi's doing though, playing that a little bit disconnected. It does open up risk, but they've got the support at least for now. Kushi gets cleared quickly by Alpha, who needs an upswing in performance, but Monyet's response is get proactive. Fight back towards CT. Kayak comes into the building though. And now down to just Crazy Guy, a 1v3, not able to stand the test. A necessary round for Fnatic.
It's so important for them that even in that 4v4 with the time maybe running against them as the spike was going down and all the utility and no information onto where RRQ were playing after having a very strong rounds for those posts, is having that patience. You still have a lot to work with. It doesn't matter. Crazy kills onto crashes. But Kayak, yesterday, he was marvelous, wonderful on his debut, especially on Haven. At least good for two on most of the rounds. Good job, Chronicle is saying. Another player that should be comfortable for today.
Yeah, this is the
Then
round.
what's Paris tomorrow?
So
bhai.
around the Odin.
Ults there for Crazy
जो
Guy,
होने
though, so
वाला
if they have
है.
a set piece in mind they'd like to run, they at least have that as an option. Alpha, Kev, that was a little bit
Bro,
too risky
बच
for me.
गया, bro.
Alpha, out on a limb. Could have been punished, wasn't, and there's the instantaneous ult. It's quick. They're not really pulling their punches, and we're complementing the pacing, but now Alpha's going to punish Monyet on the cross-up.
नहीं कर सकते तो
Spike's
still hesitant to commit through it,
vulnerable
but now
और double
he'll be
nade के
making his
बीच में
way.
टिक
Yeah, we
मारा
saw at the
उसने.
beginning of this game, RRQ taking those ores, farming this ultimate, but Fnatic knows how to play around it. The spike is going to go down, but they're very ready. Kushi finds the first one.
Shit.
Now, the next layer, the next step, Chronicle catches Jemkin, and we're down to two.
Oh,
the flank
shit.
feels almost out of place, but it might be the heroics they need. But they're dwindling in numbers. Only one alive, and Chronicle's awareness is just too good. Fnatic keeping four standing.
Nah.
A big reply here to the early start from RRQ.
Yeah, the spike
This
is
is
going
falling
down, but
off,
his
chat.
first ones are just not as effective. When you see a Fnatic on the other side, that seems to have recovered that confidence that in so many
think
occasions
it's
yesterday
better
was
to
missing. All that utility to come in.
Nade close
Preventing RRQ
and
from
blind
having an
backside
easy
with
time onto the
TP.
side. And Fnatic also taking on the opportunity to break the tempo, to not let them take those positions.
Setup
We
तोड़ने के लिए if you're
know
going
how
fast.
difficult it can get for any team to retake on C.
या फिर just smoke blind nade and then go
See
in.
that depth of RRQ.
सीधा race के साथ नहीं घुस
Frustrations, I'm
सकता.
sure.
And the dances.
Excuse me.
It's just like being
Prince
home.
भाई thank you for the membership मेरी जान की
Please, I really
चोटी.
don't need a pause this early, mate. Let's keep it calm. But okay, Stinger's coming out. Judges there, so a couple of bits and pieces to look out for. How are they gonna? I mean,
And you know they've been playing the Odin. Are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, Kayak, potential to farm here.
Oh
Just
shit.
has to wait. Chronicle sells them.
Oh
down
shit.
the river. Kayak leaves them without a paddle.
Oh
and it's
shit,
just
chat.
perfect. Happy to make those plays and confidence
Mistakes are
builders. The main
happening.
man on the stage.
Absolute flawless round for the
Mistakes
side
are
of Fnatic.
happening,
Yes,
chat.
It wasn't the biggest investment
You're
for
the
RRQ,
goat,
and
bro.
that was definitely an idea to show a little bit of face on A, maybe drag some attention from Fnatic, but Chronicle and Kayak
Clean
were
shots,
ready for this aggression
Shots
on
clean.
to B. Timeout now being requested. It is time to slow things down. We're saying-
Shots clean.
Oh yeah, they were speaking about the vibes. Crash
Check the guy,
Crash
था ना?
said that they were immaculate, that they were better than ever, despite the loss from yesterday. It's definitely telling.
Yeah, it is. And again, this is kind of the,
कदर भाई है.
I guess, polar opposites in play
यार
here. as
upset
well.
होएगा मजा आएगा
When we
यार.
talk about the big leagues coming out to these stages, you got one of the big teams against you. Fnatic has a
कर तो सकते
very
बे,
wealthy
players तो
history
है.
of that, even coming off the back of a loss. You're
Possible
looking at
तो है
people
upset
referencing
करना.
as, like, you know, that Shanghai nightmare before, facing Genji, dropping into the lowers, and then obviously we all
डाला क्या?
know what happens up against Foot, right? The ridiculous happened. But Fnatic, again, when we're talking about the composure capability there, the fact that they've been in these scenarios, they
Many
can
times.
fight through it. Now, for RRQ, this is the first time they're taken to these sort of stages. The pressure is tenfold. It's not easy. So a nice early pause here.
Especially when
Yeah,
you're
Varun bhai
still
to
like,
photo
there's the
वोटो
question
निकाल
of,
रहे बे.
did you really deserve that first seed? We were just in a crazy run. Especially with how Gen G is looking.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ?
you can be like, oh my
Fnatic
God,
को
and
सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ,
Vaporex as well.
लेकिन मैं
But would you
चाहता हूँ
say
कि
that
RRQ
from
जीते और
Team
upset हो.
G2?
मतलब तुम लोग समझ रहे हो?
Listen, Lauren.
Yeah.
G2 played amazingly. Did you not see the first match?
I'm a
Leaf
G2
was
fan.
close in
देखो,
everything.
on
That's an
paper,
G2 fan.
Fnatic
and you are right.
is
You're
a
a
better
Border fan
team.
and you're a G2 fan, and you're
On
right for
paper.
that, Lauren.
लेकिन लास्ट 2 दिन से जैसा मैचेस हो रहा है ना,
has been something that we
वो
know
पेपर
is
को
crazy
फाड़ के
and
जला दिए
really
हैं.
frustrating.
समझ
They
रहे हो?
do need to find the reaction to it, which I said maybe Crazy Guy doing this. So they found a way forward, right? They've made it.
कल
at
के
least
मैचेस
towards
बाप
Rob.
है.
That's something. It's a step in the right
Okay.
direction.
Again, this is vintage from Fnatic. Just
कल
playing from
वो
tree
बोल रहा
with this
पॉपकॉर्न
Odin. We've seen
लेके
it a
बैठो
million
टब
times.
वाला.
It was definitely not Crash who
चीज
carried it.
कैरेमल सॉल्ट सारा मिक्स
Aw.
पॉपकॉर्न.
The
Expecting a
bromance
bit of damage at least, you know?
exchange here between the two. Picks up the mantle.
On
Booster
paper,
takes it, so Crash
question
is
mark,
gonna
bro.
start
Fnatic
throwing
is
some
great.
utility.
तुम्हारा greatness lower bracket में.
Good. Booster left completely adrift there. Flash in hand and they're punished. Crazy
दो
Guy
great गिरा.
unleashing.
Oi.
Now they've got to know there's still a player towards that
Oi,
A side. They've got to
X-Mike.
know there's
Oi.
one towards door. They've got a good read on these positions early.
Yeah.
चार बदाम
Speaking
तीन है.
about it being vintage, that is probably one of the responses and one of the adjustments that
कल
RRQ
किसका
made for this
PRXN
round.
ने भाई
Let's
कल.
fight for bubble. Let's grab their attention and let's force some duels. Now leading them into this 4v3. Xfero also with his ultimate. If they get to that post-plant position, it could be looking very good for RRQ.
Now I like this pause. It's good. Gives you a chance to get a bit of a punish, but you are going to have to start moving. Maybe depending on the lurk. Maybe banking, you're going to get passed out, but he holds out well for the good trade. Then Crashies plays it forward. 20 seconds now. It's getting down to the wire. The lurk's going to be an issue. But Crashies holding on so well. And Cushy noticed.
Oh, that's a great
in all
team.
that chaos, looking composed.
And this is another layer for the comfort, getting those trades. You are already forcing that very close-out fight. We need the confidence to go one after the other. Karashi's dodging that ice from the Fade perfectly, just pushing at the right time, especially when the other player is playing the Odin. It's going to take a little while to get that gun out. A lot of players standing up on stage today.
बहुत दिनों बाद आया पढ़ाई में बिजी था कोई सीन नहीं प्रिंस भाई अपन इधर ही चे आराम से पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करके एग्जाम देके आओ टेंशन नहीं लेने का
outstanding. So for him, happy to see that. Obviously a lot of
टेंशन नहीं
stars
लेने का
aligning, and
ड्यू
for RRQ, gonna need to see a fight
ऐसा
back
प्रिंस
now.
भाई
This is starting to feel like a bit of a drought of rounds. Fnatic starting to look more and more comfortable.
Just saying कजक भाई ने ब्लॉक किया
You don't want to
अल्फा
see that if
Just
you're
saying
RRQ. You need to
clear
break
cut
back in.
YouTube
We
पे
see
है ये
Kayak playing
चीज
with the outlet for this round. Of course,
Block
the
हुए हो.
economy not being the best for RRQ. This is one of the rounds that you can definitely take advantage. One bullet to any of the players on the other side, and they are gone, Lauren.
Yeah, and again though, if you're looking at this,
ये लोग
RRQ
का
will
PC
have a lot of
total
ults.
कितने
I
का
want
होगा
to see them
VCT में
utilize them well. I don't
4
want
लाख
it just thrown out with a small chance of a win. I need to see them kind of build around that. A big opportunity maybe in the coming round with a good purchase behind it. Would be fantastic to see. However, patience now being displayed. Slow and steady.
Focusing on getting the orbs, as you're saying, thinking about the next round. Almost everything is going to be available for RRQ. Man, that Odin is broken. It barely does any damage.
But this is keeping a lot of Fnatic players here. 3 players on the site. Now, again, we can see where the others reside. Alpha
W
towards CT, but it's Kron again, just punishing. Moniette's gone down. They're not getting given many chances. Look how far they have to dig to even get a fair fight on any of these Fnatic players. Don't give up the site, but there's a lot of players spotted. It's so clean.
Down, C.
Crazy guy.
वहाँ ओपन प्लान करने का ट्राई
There's
किया
just nothing landing for him here. Nah, it is done for. Fnatic up to 5, a
control ही नहीं
flawless
है.
round to get there as well. I need RRQ to hit the ground running in this round coming.
Absolutely. Only 2 rounds on the board, and as you can see on your screens right now, it was the pistol and the next one. Nothing
पॉपकॉर्न लेने से बेटर आपका कांच तो ना लो love you यार love you
parts of the
यार
map each person is in charge of the movement.
आज किसको सपोर्ट Fnatic baby
चैट जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं लाइक करो we are close to 6k likes
Into when to take some
ऐसे मार
fights,
बोलते
when to back off and wait for the rest of the teammate of the team. We saw like at least a couple of flawless rounds, and yesterday we saw a Fnatic that was barely putting a round together.
PC 60 laptop is good for gaming.
So many
Depend
ultimates.
करता है if you travel or not.
On both sides.
60k में तेरे को अच्छा PC तो नहीं मिलेगा भाई.
This could get messy. Let's take note of what we've seen though. Zero pressure across the map.
Hey, thank you for the membership, मेरी जान की टोट.
Got an exploration already happening for Kayak with that operator. Deeper line. The
Thank you so much for the membership.
The battle of spam is going to continue. Door gets open. Boaster needs to respect this though. The Prowler behind it. Fnatic need to be careful because they are at the door. Maybe not believing
मारेगा
the
और वो
amount
spam
of
देगा.
bodies here. It's an explosion,
He's the
literally. Jemkin takes away Boaster. Crashes tries to play it forward. He's still denying that there's any cross here. He gets called out to Alpha. They're coming back. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but RRQ are dropping these bodies. Whoa! He's so quick! Flies through and finds him in the heels. And now they're locked in with them. A quick TP taken, gets him out of dodge for Moniette. He's on the other side of the map. There's the layering of these ults coming in.
All of them actually coming. That Viper's Pit guaranteeing the plant and maybe an easier position. This from Monia is not going to find anything. Fnatic getting all together. And Kaya going in with the Odin. Everything is out for the side of RRQ.
Destroyed.
Vice ultimate coming on to play. Only those
No
secondary
way ये
weapons
लोग
from
ऐसा
Fnatic.
आके retake कर सकते हैं.
Surely is it
0.0% chance.
It's a heavy investment. They've even got a nice disconnected position from Moniette. He sees nothing towards this playback in from CT. It's going to all come through the choke point. It's time to go. Crashy's still going to get down Cushy.
Save.
2v2. Time, though, starting to fade away here. I think they know it as well. It's taken a great deal for RRQ, but they've managed to find a response here, Bayer. It took basically everything they had.
Yeah, exactly. They still have Crazy Guys ultimates for next round if they want to use it, but it has not been easy at all. A lot coming into this round. They knew that they had to be patient, taking the space for them to use the proper ultimate. Kayak, yesterday we did not see him with the operator, probably because Fnatic did not have enough credits to even purchase it. Definitely should be a change.
इसको support कर रहे हैं आज Fnatic baby, लेकिन जीतेगा RRQ.
X-Pharaoh, yes, they were in his ultimate, but he had
For
to
it
be
is one round. It is what it is, man.
Post-plant to be
As
successful.
long as you are winning rounds.
That was 4 ults, though. That was everything near on. Yes, there's still Crazy Guys, but look at this off position. Yeah, it's stunning. Kayak gonna get away with the first. Jemkin punished, and he's had a quiet first half here.
I am so sad that we do not get to see the Icebox from Fnatic and see Kayak on top of any wall with the operator. But maybe we'll get there. Opener for them, and Jemkin is out.
Yeah, what's the plan now? They've lost the tip of the spear. So they kind of fall back.
I need this to get a kill eventually. Either way, I don't care.
Fair enough. As it stands, just a frustration.
Do you think Wills have chances to beat Genji? Yes.
And curiosity starting to mount, though. Lovely work for synergizing that, at least with the fade eye going through. Going to confirm there's still attendance over on this side.
Top
and after the boss, we've seen RRQ just going for A.
एक बार गलत हो गया pick game, उसके बाद next bracket में आपको वापस choose करने मिलता है क्या?
All of this just for Boaster, and he's still alive. They still haven't cleared him. He's still standing. Someone kill him. Finally goes down.
भाई उसके
swings back in. X-Pharaoh falls.
आगे बात है कि वो 100 नहीं मिलता. मेरे pick games का load है लगता.
Forced to give away a little bit of the position and slow down from maybe springing forward, but catching Cushy trying to take some space. They don't look comfortable in this post plant now.
मेरे सारे lower bracket वाले team upper bracket में chill कर रहे हैं.
Alpha, you're using his ultimate. It's not gonna go down, and it's only Crazy Guy to defend this post plant. Already opening the door. They know where he is, and he's going to lose his weapon. Alpha, he doesn't care. Closes after round. Chronicle diffusing. It's gonna have it. Probably just give it to
इसे देख के खेलने का मन करता है. भाई कितना clean खेल रहा है Fnatic. अच्छा नहीं लग रहा.
Just going for aim hits most of the time.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा clean खेल रहा है Fnatic.
They've been dodging Kayak and that operator. Oh, they thought they were.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that they're running out of steam here.
Too early.
Fnatic का duelist alpha जो था ना पहले नहीं Sentinel था वो.
They're finding an easy solution.
Primary डर के था पहले.
To having anyone to clear out whoever's gonna be sat with that Odin on tree, right?
थोड़ा clean खेल रहे लोग.
It's
you're the guy.
You're the man.
You're the man.
Literally, it looks comfortable for Fnatic, and I'm glad they've used.
Same, मेरा भी ऊपर का सब नीचे pick'ems में.
Again, it's been Boaster or potentially on occasion why he was crashing sat there as well with it, but they haven't found a way to clear that out without using what? There was a Fado on it.
Who do you think will come from lower to face
the
in final?
Is that they are clearing out. They
अबे तो upper team वाले भी जाएंगे ना lower में.
The problem is the second layer that they have not been able to find a solution to. It looks like A is not the kind of side that Fnatic is more down to play for the retake because they want to fight their opponents as they walk onto the side. So maybe it's time to change the plan. Hey guys, maybe we've been too focused onto A. But even though this is just the first half and this is RRQ's second timeout, they need to get back into the game. They've only won.
कल अपने लिए ना अपने लिए दोनों मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट और दोनों मैच बाप है. सेन वर्सेस PRX और वुल्फ वर्सेस जेंजी अपने 2 मैचेस से कल पैसिफिक के और दोनों स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम के अगेंस्ट है. मतलब वुल्फ बहुत क्रेजी दिख रहे भाई.
Look like they could do a deep run.
Anyone मिल जाएंगे टेंशन नहीं.
He said it yesterday. Like I think it was Munchkin that said anyone that didn't pick us as a team to fight, they're cowards. And he's so based for that. That was cold.
That is actually so cold.
Chronicle 9-2.
Do you think G can make it?
Don't worry, he's smiling, telling everybody that they're great.
Can?
I mean, nothing's really hindered them. Waiting to see RRQ's response. Again, this was the double timeout in the first half, so putting everything into it, pretty much. Viper's Pit instantly put down towards the C site. That's just going to be Chronicle basically closing the door. You want this, you got to put a whole lot to it yourself. Now, Sparrow.
Oh, no. He found a kill. He found a kill with the Odin.
Yeah, but
do we take that?
But I think that kind of sums up a lot of what we're seeing. This feels flat. It feels like it's flat-lining for RRQ. And it's devastating, right? We know that these guys are very good. We know how good Jemkin was. We know how much people are hyping this team up. Even yesterday, you look at Cushy, he was doing great. You're looking at some of the players, even in the loss, you're like, okay, there's a lot here. but today it feels like it's
Nah,
compounded.
okay.
I think that maybe one of the things that we've been missing is Xfero doing what he was doing just now, just being a little bit more on the alert, trying to find something.
Oh, and all they find is that Chronicle putting on the clinic.
Is this the third flawless round for Fnatic just in this half? 12-2 currently for Chronicle. Finally, these better performances and this impact.
Today is my birthday month. My hearts by many happy returns of the day.
Yesterday. So I was saying the economy, of course, with all of this rounds
You
for
think
Fnatic
this
is not
time it
looking
would
good
be
for
tough for
RRQ.
PRX? Kaddu ka tough for PRX.
Desperation on their
5
faces.
minutes mein khatam karenge wo log.
How do you get back into this? 2 more rounds for their attack. And Fnatic has a lot to play with.
They do. They really, really do. Still have the ults here.
Oh, Chronicle with the operator. I'm so down for this.
Okay, that's maybe not what even I expected, but it kind of baits them in as well. You'll think that's going to be Kayak, so again, he can have impact with that ultimate elsewhere. And they don't clear Alpha. And look at his confidence. He overstays on this, willing to fight out. There's no getting out of there.
One for one हुआ लेकिन यार clear करना था.
Cushy gone.
थोड़ा ही spam देने का
Down
यार
to his
वहाँ पे.
4v4.
Very similar plan as what we saw in the previous round. Just go in for that mount control, maybe fight for those orbs, trying to get something going, especially for that last round.
Membership में Binks के हमें भी दिखा दो नहीं normal से दिखाया मैंने.
Oh, this could be a lot of damage.
हाँ और हमें नहीं हुआ यार.
Could be Boast down.
Oh!
Stay with them, trying to back away. Boast actually getting a bit hungry. And Kayak going hunting too. They've got no idea. Oh, Kayak! He's on one today! Phenomenal performance already. And RRQ looking
कल नहीं.
down in the doldrums here, Meier. This is a hard performance to come back on into that second half. I wanted to see them maybe have a bit of life in these final rounds, but they're not getting past that first hurdle.
30 seconds left. Still with 30 seconds left. Needs to try and save this weapon. Of course, Fnatic with huge bank and nothing to lose. And apparently, should go hunting for him.
And it just keeps compounding the problems, right? This makes it feels like that you can't breathe. It's like a weight on your chest here, and RRQ are feeling the full force of Fnatic. 8-3. It's a strong showing, pulling no punches now.
Hey, RRQ has one more chance in this attack to get around, but the pressure for Fnatic has been wonderful. I would have liked, though, for Boaster to be the one having the Odin and Crashes to be sending in the utility. Maybe that Seas and the Odin could have been death of at least 2 of the RRQ players. But Kayak, and now he goes on the rifle. He has his ultimate Chronicle back on that operator. And it looks like RRQ want to go for this rubble control for the last round of their attack.
The
Complete opposite of Zizou.
This time obviously in the hands of Crashies.
I like to apologize.
Has to respect it for now. Could assess the fact that there's already been maybe a cross towards Rubble now. Wants to confirm
One side
that.
match. Clean kill it.
What is the rotations? Or are you going to see Kayak leaning through towards the door?
Problem है कि बहुत heavy attacking
now
map
this
है
is
यार
a show of
कितना सब कुछ
presence
कर
and they go
सकते
the
हैं.
other side. Now they don't know about this though.
नहीं,
Maybe
उसके लिए
heard
at
this
least
rattle off a shot in the last round.
पहला
But is that in the forefront
space
of
लेना
their
पड़ेगा.
minds?
भाई इसलिए मेरे को ब्रीच पसंद है पता है. इसलिए मेरे को ब्रीच पसंद है. तुम लोग को बी फास्ट जाना है, जाओ वापस रिटर्न आ सकते हो, रीफाइट कर सकते हो, तुम लोग को सी फाइट करना है वो कर सकते हो, ए फाइट करना है वो कर सकते हो. मतलब तुम लोग पूरा टेम्पो डिसाइड करोगे कि कैसा खेलना है तुमको.
And all of Alpha Year's utility is already waiting on C for that second layer. He himself is also supporting. 40 seconds left, and RRQ still has to make a move.
Fnatic have done so well at clearing some of these question marks. That late haunt coming in, just making sure they know the lurk's still in play. Chronicle keeping that deep line, but Kayak finds the stop.
सीधे मैं या फिर मैं बॉस फाइट करूंगा या फिर डेल्टा.
On the other side, the spike! Oh God, Chronicle! It's a massacre over here! Monyet trying to take steps forward, delayed by the util, Alpha in support. There is no easy path. There is no straightforward way through. And for Xfero, he's got 10 seconds. And it's certainly not a dream now. 2 kills, yes. But to find the other 3 was never going to happen
no way.
here.
9-3
Bayer. This has been a statement half from Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. They can be
But
more
Fate
than
better on
happy. They're
Lotus.
usually on the other
Good
end
for
of
reveal.
9-3.
There are a lot of reveal
But, you know,
lineups,
we still
but
have the second
for
half
fast-paced gaming,
for.
Breach
So
is
let's take a small break and we'll
anytime
see you
better.
on the other side.
That offshot crazy बस. Chronicle मार रहा मतलब सोचो. मेन ऑपर भी नहीं है वो लूज लगे RRQ वही चीज हुआ था XLG के साथ नंबर 1 टीम ब्रीच प्लस फेस जरूरत नहीं है डबल सेंटिनल सिंगल कंट्रोलर ब्रीच और ड्यूलिस्ट खेल सकते हो डबल कंट्रोलर डबल इनिशिएटर ब्रीच फेड और एक ड्यूलिस्ट खेल सकते हो ये लोटस में बहुत सारे कॉम्प खेल सकते हो बहुत सारे लेकिन वो है कि अगर नो सेंटिनल खेला तो मेक श्योर करना पड़ेगा कि या फिर ए डबल कंट्रोल है या फिर सी का कंट्रोल है वरना लग गया तीन सेंटीमीटर खेल सकते हो दैट्स गुड रनन के मिला मिल जाएगा रे सारे Fnatic फैंस Canvid की चल रही आजकल क्या पता नर्फ है बहुत गंदा नर्फ है
So back here at 9-3, we're going to be checking in on that Coinbase Econ report. I'm sure it's going to tell the tale pretty much of what we expect though, Meier. A very one-sided look coming in from Fnatic.
Yeah, I want to see the numbers from Chronicle. People barely getting to those double digits.
Booster by? Hello?
147. Yeah. Well, my main is a 14-2-5. So, yeah, tell the story.
He looks lethal today, does old Cron.
I think that on the other side, we need to talk about Jemkin, right?
Yes.
We see that 15, but I think it has to do with the difference between
by
him playing on the Euro, on this map, and him playing on the Raze. I think that is going to play a very big and important part now that we move on to the defense. Because he locked in big, put in a little bit of pressure, and then go back with that TP. He's not going to have that facility now. And I wonder what the plan is going to be for RRQ. Yes, they have the Omen, the Viper, and the Vice. They should have technically an easy time. Or an easier time.
Yeah, easier. Again, though, they did pick up that pistol in the first half. We could either call that a blessing or a curse if you look at the rest of it. But they did pick up the pistol. So maybe this could give them a bit of a stabilizing factor, something to take off the stress here, because you saw by the end of it how aggressive Fnatic were being. It felt like it was trying to pull early contact made. A little towards B, a little towards C.
Taking a lot of time.
Bot coming back. And there's nothing really stopping. Oh, no, be it a mini-map moment. It was a fumble there from Kushi. And that's the gates open. He knew they were there. The flash confirmed it. The early peak confirmed it. And Kayak, he's going hunting. Again, they're going to make this hurt. Fnatic are pulling no punches. We'll say it again. Proactive in every angle. Again, explore CT. A little deeper look towards Waterfall. Any flanks? No.
Ignore क्या मैं hide दूँ क्योंकि उसको hide दूँ मैं.
Reinvest everything just to clear this close space. Alpha again on red alert down here, but the site's being retaken. Jemkin does draw blood, but there's still 4 more to clear. They've got to get a move on. Got to get towards that spike. Alpha! Sharp as ever. Xfero's gone down, 21 HP, but the time he's buying is precious. 10 made for Fnatic. And it is a brutal beginning for RRQ.
And then finding the kill. 3 people pushing on to C, finding the Vice, getting that first kill. We see Kaya going on the aggression. Alpha waiting in his back, just going with
मैच फॉर्मेट कैसे होने वाला है ये बताओ. डबल एलिमिनेशन है. जो टीम 2 मैचेस हारेगा वो घर पे जाएगा बस. Simple format.
This team is feeling it.
And I'm just worried that RRQ are crumbling under this.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ भैया जी.
That was they're looking
10-3 स्कोर
है
और अपने 2 पेज ऑलरेडी लिखा है और एक सप्लीमेंट मांग रहे हो अभी. क्या लिख रहे हो भाई? गाना वाना लिख रहे हो?
It's going to put Fnatic on 11.
You say that.
Ashish Dalle बहुत membership लेता है. He has a point. He has a
I
point.
like this, so Paint Shell could be big if the timing's right.
मिसल पाव खाने का ऑर्डर
It's
कर
too
रहा
late in
था.
the day, surely
रात
not
को
yet.
कहीं से ऑर्डर नहीं हो रहा. मम्मी बोल
Maybe
रही.
the hero they need.
मम्मी भी सो रही है. क्या करूँ?
This is huge from him.
मन चेंज करो.
After a
कुछ और कहो.
quiet start here, this
जो
is
ऑर्डर हो रहा है.
dreamy stuff.
क्या बात हुई?
Wait, sorry, where's Alpha? Someone is looking. I think Xfero's keeping a glance on this. That's really smart.
अरे तेरे मन के हिसाब से होता तो गर्लफ्रेंड नहीं होती तेरे पास बता.
Oh my god, stop. He still takes down Jemkin. That's a 3v2 though. The numbers are good here. Gifted by Monyet on his third.
Gifted. कौन दे रहा है chat? Gifted.
Spike here. Knows where the spike is. Fnatic have to come to him. Crashies and Chronicle. Oh my god, come on, Finn. He's taken down Monyet in command here. Crazy guy now filling the void, and they look a bit hesitant about this. 30 seconds. And it's just shooting into the barrel. Crazy guy left with just that martial.
निकाल तो सकता
shots.
है.
He's down to the ghost here. He could back away. He could give them the spike if he wants to. He could fall off from this. He doesn't need to take the fight right now. The drive-by attempt.
एक और एक.
Oh, it's huge. Crazy guy.
Crazy guy बोलते.
I do not want to say it's rocket into existence, but Fnatic were struggling with this yesterday. And even though I like the look of them being a little bit faster in this executes, Monian and the rest of RRQ so ready in the seaside to stop Fnatic
Aura is back.
the site.
बस
Just
मारा
that
बे.
heartbeat back in. Revitalized.
You're not
by
supporting
that.
Fnatic? I'm supporting Fnatic, बाबा.
Setting that up.
लेकिन upset होएगा तो
Everything
मजा आएगा.
they could have dreamed of. It
समझ रहे हो?
opens up a chance. Just a little bit of confidence could give them everything. But Chronicle doesn't want to give them much more. Now, Crazy Guy was like, do you know what you guys are
Yes,
doing?
thing boosted by आपको जिससे हुआ ये
Have a
सब.
taste of your own medicine.
That's
He
the
actually
one.
finds a couple of kills. It's 3-3 now.
Cleared. And you can kind of see the shades almost of the protocol list here for Fnatic, even in this sort of round, identifying where that one was going to be, kind of going through the paces, getting the test over towards Rubble. Okay, what's that B site looking like? Cool, let's have a little look towards C.
Yeah.
Everything proactive in this. Does catch. I thought it might have been a bit late, but Kushi's got to be careful. They are ahead of this. Yeah, they are very ahead of this. Crashies from down below.
Gun मिला.
Going to get the reward as well. Yeah, Vandal
gun
found.
मिला.
That could be a plant.
V3 है.
Guardian and Vandal. Both are going to get that spike down. Of course, RRQ respecting this position.
And if
taking
Boaster
their
goes
time.
towards Mound Bayer, he's had some mad matches from here.
I think a couple of 3v1s, well,
Yes.
1v3s
Yes.
from his side.
But can Crashies alleviate some of that dodging?
Pull back on
Out of the
utility.
paranoia. He's still here though. And they
Oh, 1v1! Oh my God!
It was meant to be the turnaround for RRQ, and it is crushed.
Back-to-back thrifties now. We thought that for a second. Things were looking
क्या
better for
मारा
RRQ.
Crashies.
He just has a different opinion. He has a different plan for today. He's been having it the entire tournament. Time to stand up.
भाई क्या स्कोर है Crashies का? अरे अरे.
Just get a room.
साथ हटाओ.
I-Series poster back at it. Giving it large, but let's look
Well,
at
like
what
a
the
bro
protocols
code.
look like here. We were kind of seeing Fnatic going on that fact-finding mission in that previous round. That actually worked out in their favor. Ball's now changed up though. A quick rotation from RRQ, looking to try and keep pace here, where Fnatic are kind of hurting.
I have the spike. Would have liked maybe Crashes trying to fight for that orb, having that.
भाई संदीप जीतना चाहिए था ना.
Ooh, what a shot from Monyet.
ए भाई ये लोग का सब लोग का सिंगर अलग चलता है बे.
After that one, Monyet's been the one to
हाँ?
keep a couple of these rounds competitive, but
पागल है लोग वैंडल बिंडल लेने को.
You're good, you ain't that good. Ooh, that has cost him a lot. Ball does get cleared.
Surely.
Boombot nade ult.
Not back-to-back, right?
When you look at this map, again, I love that there's still control on this side, right? You've got Monyet kind of playing it in off maybe the paranoia. Looking to potentially set up, I think it's Crazy Guy over there. Yeah, it is. So Kron,
आवाज दिया.
he shouldn't have been able to get this far. That's my issue. He shouldn't have been able to get this far. Kayak's fallen, but Chronicle's still alive. He's pulling all eyes towards this way. Lurk coming in at the same time from Alpha. This is getting messy. Monyet is down low on HP as well. And
Alpha,
Alpha's taking this
gusto gaya,
space.
eh?
Yes, there's a player nearby, but now has to respect that smoke.
To watch out when they go into the site.
Great from Crazy Guy though. Nice re-clear here. Tries to swing off it. Good spacing, good trading. This is good from
एक round तेरे एक round मेरा कैसे हो रहा है?
Fnatic have found no easy approach. It's Chronicle last alive, and the time has gone from them. RRQ holding on to this, Bayer.
Absolutely. Now back
Lane
to back
5.
to
देखो
back.
technically अगर देखा जाए, technically अगर देखा
very
जाए,
good idea of how to play with those
11-1
that they can
से
do. Money,
comeback
I feel
हुआ
like
है
in this round,
tournament में.
we saw him right
अपन
after the
फिर भी
pistol
lane
in
5
the
है.
eco, him getting a couple of kills, him also feeling himself and finding those first ones.
मेंबर का भी मैसेज पढ़ लो कभी और ये वाला मत पढ़ना. वाह भाई, ये क्या बात हुई? ये क्या बात हुई भाई?
Yeah, but the difference is
But the value is there. It's been exceptional for him.
Love the fact also we saw Crazy Guy using his ultimate. The round, you know, you can 100% win it. You should definitely invest in that.
And a pace change here and a punish. Chronicle going to catch Crazy Guy instantly off the rip.
A lot of Odin in this game.
Yeah.
Almost in every round. I
You
must say.
are the good. मस्त ना? Thank you for the party.
This is, they've got what they could. Kayak's got a Vandal, you've got a Stinger and a Sheriff.
So here's the thing, now with the man advantage, having Kayak's ultimate and also Kurashi's to get that information onto the site, trigger some of Kushi's utility. Are you going to try and go for the C execute again?
Second round force होने वाला है. लोग Odin चलाने वाले हैं.
From Kushi here. Wonder if it does pay dividends at this point though.
I'm going to think maybe it's on B. They still haven't explored that part of the map.
You can see the Prowler going through that side. You can see maybe it's going to be Crashy's testing for it. Yeah, doesn't hear it either. So I quite like this adjustment. It is testing the protocols. Because if Kayak does go in, he probably would be alone at this point. Now, it does have the ult if he did want to use that as almost the bulldozering factor, but
Boombot need ult sub hai.
The correct read until this rotation comes out from Fnatic. If they leave this C side of the map, the rest looks very vulnerable there.
Almost 4 players from RRQ already ready on C.
Yeah, everyone they have is on that C side. They believed in it firmly, and it's wrong for now. It looks like it's going to be towards B. That's where the spike is. They've cleared through A. They've also seen nothing. This is getting curious. This should also be setting off some alarm bells about this retake potential coming in. Plants now down. Walking carefully, slowly, cautiously. Two players waiting to punish. All eyes turn towards the site now. The flood waiting to come back in. Alpha a mile away, but still here comes the pressure. Jemkin clearing Cushy there. He needs to speed up. He might just make it back in time, but now we're in uncomfortable positions. The C's, the Orb, the Diffuse gets ripped away from it. Monyet wants to go back though. A 2v2 and Alpha completely unconsidered gets away.
Oh my god.
Forcing it up to 12. I doubted the timing on it, but it worked out in the end.
And Fnatic were so slow
yesterday.
We know that they're so comfortable when the clock is running down. They still think time is on their favor. And for this round, at some points you might think it's a little bit overcooked. We saw Alpha so far, but taking such advantage of this advantageous 5v4 right at the beginning. Yes, the trades were coming in for RRQ. Are you really going to expect that Chronicle is pushing from behind with an Odin? You expect him to be playing from main and whatnot. Very good round, and now 7 rounds for
Next map लेकिन RRQ का है. टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो अपन अभी भी 2-1 जीत सकते हैं. जस्ट मां कसम भाई. अभी तो राउंड चालू हुआ था. हाँ, तो मैं क्या बोला था देखो टेक्निकली
Jemkin had to show up in this round.
Yeah, and he sadly has.
5-0, 1-2, RRQ wins. Next map भी मेरा Fnatic.
Waiting here though. Again, I like this tempo from Fnatic, pausing for a second. And
Good freezing. I think that they need this too. You know, you already have the advantage. Wait and see if there's a response for them. You have all the utility from Alpha behind you. You can rest assured.
Yep.
Technically not gonna Fnatic win.
Contact made.
Wrong
Very careful hit. Doesn't take too much damage, but look at the util. Yeah, it's just such an easy punish for Fnatic when they tailor-make this sort of take. And Cushy falls. It's just too simple for Fnatic, I've got to say it. Looking like they have a point to prove. Boaster up to his usual business, but the pacing, the tempo player, they came in looking mean today.
They've got all the moves, Lauren. Everything is...
By not gonna lie, it felt a little bit like not gonna lie, like, ugh. But on the bright side, next map है RRQ का. Underperformance RRQ, yeah, yes. Fnatic played like Fnatic, but considering it's RRQ and in form and सबको हरा के their #1 in Pacific. Yeah. सिक्स चैट में उम्र हो गई है उसका पिकेम्स का मैं चैट क्यों पढ़ू गांड जला रहा मेरा 6 बाय फादर्स डे खत्म होने आया कुछ गिफ्ट दो भाई लोलेक्स वोलेक्स हाँ क्या करेगा इतना पैसे का भाई रोज सुबह 9 बजे उठता है लोलेक्स नहीं दे सकता मेरे को पीच हेवन और कजाक ब्रो आरआरक्यू का मैप है हेवन और कजाक नहीं हेवन और जिमकिन हेवन और मोनी होने वाला है याद रखना सिर्फ पार्टी में जाता है स्ट्रिक्स कब सुधरेगा पता है 16 साल का था तभी कितना अच्छा था यार बंदा हाँ स्ट्रीम करता था लोगों से प्यार मिलता था लोग बोलते थे ब्रो ही इज जस्ट लाइक रॉसी मैन क्रैक टीम क्रैक्ड और अभी देखो लस्सी बन गया पैंचो रॉसी की जगह पे लस्सी ये होता जब फाफा अमीर होता है रेड को मिला था मैं लास्ट टाइम 2 बेच के मैं हाँ क्या डीजे तो है बे बंदा जेन्युइनली अच्छा बंदा है बंदा अच्छा लेकिन लंड है वैसा वाला कैसे समझाऊं मैं जेम बाय हार्ट पर्सन वाइज लंड वैसा है बारिश के टाइम पे वो लंड हो जाता है मेरा पेट Perez looking great but कितना टफ है थर्ड मैप जाना चाहिए अभी तो फॉर्म में है वो क्यूटी आई मीन कुकी इग्नोर बोल के गायब हो गई हाइड दे मॉड दिस इज योर लकी डे जेरी भाई खुद हाइड मांग रहे सारे के सारे हाथ धो लो इस पे खुद ही हाइड मांग रहे जेरी भाई मैं तो बोलता हूँ 4-5 मॉड्स नए बना देता हूँ इस पे हाथ फैलाने में पैंच तो चले क्या मॉड्स के साथ ओनर पे हाइड कर सकते हैं यार लाइक करो यार 15 के लाइक्स के नजदीक है अपन
Jen here with Coach Milan. Now Milan, long day yesterday. You guys obviously had to choose your priorities. So what did you guys decide to focus on coming into today? Was it trying to keep it as clean as possible or resetting the mentality or making sure that you tweak the strats to make sure you counter RRQ?
We focused a lot on ourselves. I think losing yesterday sucked, but I don't think any of us were like particularly stressed. I think we just made it difficult for ourselves. And even in this first map here, we made some like critical errors, losing another pistol, another round 2. So we like to make it hard for ourselves, but overall it gives us reps, it gives us, you know, practice, so I'm happy with it.
Thank you for your insight. My neck hurts, so I'm gonna let you go. Thank you.
Welcome to my world, Jen. I've had that problem all year long in EMEA. But you heard it there from Coach Milan. They like to make things a little bit difficult for themselves, but this is a win, Mimi, and a dominant one.
It really is, and I think the biggest difference you can see from this and the last series Fnatic played is just like the energy they are bringing, the confidence in all of these players. I feel like it was really only Kayak and Crashies who were taking over, who were having those moments in their last game. Here, the entire team is popping off, taking timings, showing that energy on the stage as well, and it's so clearly reflected in the result of that match.
I think Coach Milan saying focusing on themselves is a big thing. That's why probably they pick Lotus instead of going to something like Icebox that we were mentioning before. Not having to focus on how, you know, you're struggling for the side of RRQ against Wolves before and try to anti that. You're playing your bread and butter, which is a Lotus, one of your best maps, and you're playing to perfection, and nobody's able to beat you towards that. Even if they know where you're going to be playing from and where you're positioned, they were still winning all those fights.
And it's time for the Verizon high-speed moment. And if you ever had doubts about Kayak before, Vans, I think he put those to bed.
Yes, definitely, and it starts over here. If anything, when we look at the macro side from RRQ as well and from Fnatic, there was a little bit of preparation coming across, and look at the bait and switch coming through. And Kayak going into, first off, yeah, a little bit easy on the first one, but just readjusting for the other two. Just very nice from macro to micro from the whole side of Fnatic.
Yeah, we do focus a lot on the overall macro of how Boaster's calling these mid-rounds, but Fnatic's players do a really good job of setting up the little ideas like that. The trap play you see there, the Odin spam to push players away from A. They were getting all of that little stuff right in this game, on top of the big stuff as well. And, well, Kayak's numbers at the end of the game, one of those things, 21 and 11 for the rookie. He's doing great at Toronto.
Mimi, how do they keep getting away with it? Because we saw that play last year, the year before, the Odin. It's not new.
It turns out it's just good. Sometimes when you optimize a map that much and you are that good at making adaptations on the fly of calling the mid-round, you can just play the same comp and just keep winning. It's crazy.
Yeah, and do you know who is good? Austin Crashies Roberts. Your boy.
Yeah, played so well. I think there was a lot of trust put into a Fnatic, into the utility that Crashy is able to make for that team. A lot of those moments when you're seeing maybe his KDA wasn't the highest going into the defensive side, just because his util was always funneling towards those anchored players on that C side from Alphayer and also from Chronicle. But when he needs to step up to the plate, he had some key moments right over here, and also even that clutch later on in the 2 versus 3 on top of that. So definitely a player that you could rely on, and you're starting to see why now on the global stage, why Fnatic has reached out to a player like Crashies when question marks were coming through when he got dropped by Energy in the past.
I've been yapping a lot this tournament about going into a double controller meta again, how important the Scout Initiator players are going to be.
Yes.
If you look back in history at 2022, when it was Harbor Viper, you look when it was Astra Viper, who was one of the best teams in the world? Optic. And who was their initiator player playing the Sova, playing the Scan? It was Crashies. He is still just as good in this kind of meta today. And if anything, I think his mechanics might be even better than when playing back then with, I almost said with Fnatic, with Optic.
I mean, he said it himself. He feels like this is his prime right now. But can he do it again on Haven? They weren't able to close it out against Genji yesterday. It caused, I think, it snowballed into a lot more issues as well. And Vans, they gotta fix the pistols. It's nice to win a pistol, but why are they losing so many anti-ecos?
Yeah, I think the issue right now for Fnatic, the anti-ecos is just the perfect stacks coming through from RRQ when they're setting up, having good reads going to that part. But I think now going into that second map, it's going to be very tough here for RRQ to readjust.
It is going to be indeed, so let's send it back down to Jen and hear what Coach Ewok had to say.
Hello, Canvid here with Coach Ewok next to me. Now we walk from Breach Teho to Vice State. We see you guys kind of making those adjustments to adapt to the non-Teho meta. Has that process been more challenging than you thought it would be?
I think challenging so far in our matches. I feel like in practice it's been good. But we didn't really play like ourselves. I still feel like we're not taking enough fights. So hopefully now we get to take some more fights.
Okay, thank you and good luck. Go fight!
That's That's what Gen G did, Mimi. They fought and then they won. Is that the answer for RRQ too?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to have the confidence. But when we're looking at the Gen G win, I think a lot of it did come down to the comp. They were most successful on their defensive side. And in my mind, Fnatic struggled a lot playing into the Viper there. The timings, the late round stall you have when you can put up that wall, use those mollies at will, really seemed to cook Fnatic. And I'm sure this is a map that they were hard focusing on after that loss to Gen G and are going to come in prepared today. So I don't think the same tricks will work again for RRQ as it did with Gen G.
Overall, though, the preparation, like I said, it looked pretty good for RRQ. They had the right positions, the
busy
players
4 mods, no membership. क्या सीन है Binks भाई? बदल गए भाई.
Sometimes they're getting into a
जब
3-player
तक
stack
आशीष
perfect into at
गेंडू
least trading off
membership
Kayak, trying to open up the
नहीं
C side.
लेता.
He's able to satchel away,
नहीं.
or just simple 1v1s that were just not won on their side.
भाई
I think it
कौन
just
है?
stems to what Ewa
या
was just
फिर
saying before.
छोटा
We
जरी
just
है.
have to win our fights. You get into these moments
या
where you're
फिर
actually able to
लक्ष्य
get
भाई
first
है.
shot as
कौन
well
है
against
भाई?
your players or your opponents. You have to win these duels.
Ooh, Agent Select already locked in for RRQ here, and they're going for a double duelist look. All right, that's a little bit spicy to pull out here. The Yoru with the Neon, it seems weird on paper, but that Yoru is basically filling the same slot, something like a KO would on this map, with those double flashes to act as an initiator. On defense, the TPs for fast rotates are really nice, but what you're missing is that breach for the really heavy line control. You basically only have the Omen Paranoia, or maybe that Sovadar to set Munyet up.
And that's why you probably have that Yoru coming through as well. If you don't have that breach to initiate, at least the Neon's there to block those lanes, and then you flash and double swing out in those moments. But I love, at least for the side of RRQ, you're keeping a Sentinel player going into this composition. That was something that was really good for Gen G to play against Fnatic, because Fnatic was very slow on their attack side. It allows for them to get good information and to readjust when you're able to fast TP on a Yoru, when you're able to fast rotate with the Neon. I think they are coming in with a composition that wants to fight toe-to-toe against Fnatic.
Number one. I'm hoping to see a little bit more from him here, because when you're playing this kind of super heavy double duelist comp, you're going to pull a lot of rotations, create a lot of gaps that he can capitalize if he's on point with his lurks.
And I love that they moved away from the Fnatic comp, because Team Heritage is the only team that has ever beaten them with the comp they invented. This is new. We've never seen RRQ bring this out before. So hopefully Pansy and Kukuka, this is going to help them to send it to a map 3.
We're hoping so, right? I want to see this go the distance. I want to see the best of RRQ. We saw a glimpse of what Fnatic can bring on map 1. But Meier, these compositions, the Agent Select we've just seen, what stands out to you here?
I mean, there's a couple of things. Of course, I expected RRQ to be running double duelist, but for it to be a Neon instead of the ISO. And also, very important, it was Monier that actually played the Yoru and then was on the ISO. So he's moving away.
10 mod बनूंगा 10 कास्ट दो
going on to the Neon and probably having a very different plan. I love the fact and what the analyst was saying about, you know, you don't have a breach, but you also have the stunts with the Neon. Finding a little bit more versatility in their composition.
10 more seconds and it starts up. RRQ need to remind themselves of who they are. That first seed comes with a lot of expectation. They need to live up to it now. Starting out on the attacking side, of course, Fnatic on the defense. And if you're spotting out Kayak, you might be having to start commanding that flea on site. The man was monstrous in map 1. Can he get handled early here?
A little bit of contact over an A. Look at the positions for the rest of Fnatic.
Oh, but it's been spotted. Monyet knows about this. A bit of a trade out. But I like this. I like what we're seeing, kind of drawing this eye towards B, trying to draw this. But if anything, you've now got to brawl with the big boys down towards Long. A pop with the shield, but it doesn't save you now. Jeffkin! Surprise appearance behind, going to find Poster. Clears all 3. It's beautiful work from RRQ.
Absolutely gorgeous from their side.
और
all of
आप
that
सबको
attention,
पता है कितना
all
मोड
those
होना चाहिए
eyes
फिर
onto B,
लैंग्वेज
to have that
क्रिश
beautiful
भाई
drop.
लैंग्वेज
Forcing Fnatic to have a response, put in some pressure somewhere else in the map. If you have 3 people defending on A, Chronicle is going to be stopped by that trap wire. His position revealed now for RRQ.
I love that. Whether or not they were aware of how well they manipulated, Fnatic wanted to take back space. It worked perfect with that pressure on B. Now,
love you, Krishba. Thank you for the $6 million.
To try and mount some sort of resistance. Not looking likely. Last now, Crashies, a 1v5 last. And I think we know the answer. And it's Crazy Guy to close. That is exactly what the doctor ordered for RRQ.
अब थोड़ा सा feel हो रहा है.
The resurgence
हो रहा है
this
chat?
team still has to begin on this
किसको support
second
कर रहे हो?
map. It will be
Fnatic को.
the first map
लेकिन
win
RRQ
in the tournament. So starting like this was such a beautiful play, such a good read from the side of Fnatic, reinforcing Kayak not playing alone, getting that tell and reacting to it instantly.
है मूड में है.
Clean round for them. We know that there's
Mood
been
में.
some thrifties.
Just keep it clean.
Mood में.
Right? This has to be a really methodical build back up for RRQ.
फ्री साइट है सी पे
Make
जाओ.
a bit of a wild play.
ए पे आवाज करके सी जा रहे जाओ.
It's the sheriff in the hands of Alpha that you've got to keep an eye on, and I do want to check it.
I must wait a moment.
Actually, didn't get the full information at all. A lot more players have slipped the net than they expected. You can see the surprise on their faces. Crazy guy, doesn't matter. Monyet looks lethal. Already flying back in here. They're dealing with it well. No threats.
Bro.
Is out for the last
भाई
one alive.
Fnatic का राउंड हो सकता था भाई. कैमरा में कोई नहीं दिखा था पता है.
Slowing it down. Now, at this point, they were still fine. They haven't lost out on too much. It was a couple of pistols here and there. But these remaining weapons, they'd love to keep.
Nah.
Alpha. Oh my god, it's good on one, but it's not good enough on the rest. RRQ pass the first test.
A lot of tactics
bonus
coming in
हो
from
गया
Fnatic.
ये,
Just
good
got one
eco.
sheriff. I think
Good
it's a
eco
very,
हो
very
गया
fair
ये.
trade. This is also one of the reasons why we're so excited to get onto Haven. See Monian
Good
and
game
the
है.
duelist.
Lovely.
I expected a different one, but I'm going to
Good
take the
का
Neon.
aim
If
है.
it means this kind of reaction, this being fast, being on the game, all eyes on, I am so for it.
But we saw this before. We saw
मैं
this
करता
on
हूँ जो ना अभी
Lotus.
3-4 दिन
The
में
first two
एग्जाम में
rounds
खत्म
picked
हो तो
up
फिर
by
डन सी
RRQ, and they only ended up with 5 in the end. So this would be where we start to build in. This would be game on. You can see the early beginnings here, but Monyet looks hungry. Already starting to try and take that space, up out the chest a bit, but it's Kayak to win out this fight. So that's the way job done. That's a tick in the box for him.
से मार के जाते
Still,
सब जन के बीच में पता.
I'll
5
be
बंदे उसको
in
देख रहे.
position in case RRQ still wants to go for this A hit.
But I like the proactivity elsewhere on the map from Fnatic too, this mid-walk. It's a bit audacious in a 5v4. You don't need it necessarily, but I like it. Jemkin, the one to be tested now. Is he up for it? He is. Clears Kayak. This is good. This is heads-up work. Now they can pause for a second. No, it's certainly not. They can pause. They can slow things down for a sec here. They have got a nice 4v4. They've now shown presence across the map. This keeps Fnatic wanting that back, but the freeze doesn't work. Crazy guy just maybe eyes off the prize for a moment and gets punished.
Gordon, आराम से.
Xpharaoh to go for
Tango
his
the
own one, but
29.
there's no slouch in this. He's already on the case. Maybe not clean on the first attempt, but there does open up a chance for a trade. This now feels a bit scrappy. Individual near on, but a clear sight is a clear sight.
यार thanks for the 5 gifted रे. Chat जीजीस को भी मिला है. Please tag करके छुपा दो नर्फ भाई को.
Has to wait a couple more for Chronicle to get closer.
He's going to take a small peek, going to force out that drone. He's going to be spotted, but as you're saying, Chronicle's just joining the fight. 2v2 situation.
They hear the steps as well. Jemkin going to be blinded. Now it's game on. Cushy forced to swing. Punishes! It's dreamy from Cushy. Converting this bonus is everything they would have wanted here. After a shambles of a first map, that is how you start things off.
Love the patience that they've had working around the map, thinking about the tells
Crazy
that
मारा है
Fnatic could
Cushy
have.
ने.
If Kayak was going to have that presence on mid that he did not only show at the beginning of the round yesterday, but also in that position beneath the window, finding that kill, just forcing Fnatic to keep clearing. We know that they've been very insistent in keeping and retaking that A control. Cushy as well, seen him on the Soba, he's been
Crazy
so
mara
good this
be.
So good.
Crazy
a
mara be
standout
Cushy
in
ने.
what was a bleak beginning for RRQ. He was the one who picked up the pace. Speaking of pace, Monyet back to business. Fighting down long, and speaking of fights, Boast has failed his there. Jemkin all too aware. He smokes these plays that Fnatic make him feel, I don't want to say readable, but similar. Right? There's a lot of tape of Fnatic. And someone I do want to talk about in this round, unless it gets a bit messy, is Alpha. It's rare he underperforms. But
yesterday he did not have a good Haven.
No, he did not. And even he was saying on his socials that he wasn't that happy about it. It's something that I want to see more from him on. We know the potential is there. It's rare to see him having an off game. This is a chance to make up for it. But a slowish start, 2 to 3, not exactly the worst.
एक hater mode मेरे जैसा बनता है क्या बोलते chat.
But this round shouldn't be the one that they get too much of a fight back on. RRQ need to be able to handle their business here. I don't want to see silly mistakes.
Bro.
Would you consider that a silly mistake?
I mean, Kayak in that shot, it just feels like it's a Kayak
गलत
moment. But in the meantime, what they've done is
गलत मारा
really good. They've taken control of this C-site. They should be able to get into a good post plant here, and there shouldn't be too many worries.
Giving Jenkin that spike, so he's one away from his ultimate. That could definitely make the difference on the next round.
Jemkin is the one who's probably going to receive the vast majority of Fnatic's attention. First player swings off the back of the clone, but now Monyet there to support, slows down the tempo. Crazy Guy going to try and disconnect away towards long as well. Time being bought here.
Sexy, eh?
Kayak on the flank now with that Stinger.
And it is Stingers, though. You can see the range being held by Xfero as well. He wants to keep it at arm's length. Having a little bit of a back and forth, but again, for Kayak, it's... Oh! Okay, that's a shot. But Jemkin quells that threat down to the 3v3, but time is going to start ticking here. They still have the smoke towards the spike. He's still got Mon. Yeah! Beaming him down! This guy's aim is nothing to be underestimated, as Chronicle is a formality. RRQ are here to play.
4-0 in the score right now. RRQ with 3 very important
Love
ultimates.
Esports game. Thank you so
One of
much.
the rounds that defines this half. Fnatic back on track and to get some money in. But if Monier and Jenkin keep finding the effect that they are, same goes for Cushy.
We're back, boys. Let's play the game.
They could actually be very back.
I don't disagree. You're starting to see them firing as well, right? You're starting to
in the way that you're doing it.
And look at the ults as well. Near on snowball round now. An operator for Boaster. It's not going to be. I mean, if they've done their homework, it wouldn't be a surprise to see it in his hands either. Normally sits towards that B side, top side, gets that nice deep line to play with.
Constant fight for A, but Kaya gives up very, very quickly. He doesn't want to go up against Monier and Champion, not in this state.
Again, just trying to keep Fnatic making these kind of very hard calls.
सब जगह pressure दे रहे बे लोग.
That's a good audio cue for Monyet. If they're aware that, generally there's a play, tucked maybe towards sewers, hearing them already back away is pretty good. And I don't think the Aldrone actually managed to press that corner, but Monyet's got 2 players to deal with. Kayak wants the information, Monyet wants a fight. He wants blood, and he's going to only get his own left on the floor here. Nice follow-up from Kayak as well. It's clean. The spike does go down. That's a big bit of info, but pressure on the C side as well. I'm a little bit baffled by this one. Jemkin almost over-succeeding here, pulling the players away, and now they want to make the most of that.
4v3, Boaster now peeking on to see with that operator.
Ooh, Kron, that was kind of nasty. Boaster, shot goes astray. Thought that was his all day, not to beat.
The
2v4 player, these are the rounds that can break the spirits if you lose them.
Cage triggered.
How
Spike
can they...
is going to go down.
I quite like this. He's got to get proactive. They need to get a kill. Yeah, he's been spotted. This would be a miracle if he even survives. He does get down Kron. That's a valuable down. A very heads-up jump spot from Crashies. Noting out Xfero. Swings in. Can't deal with it. Fnatic re-clear the site. 3 stay standing.
Yeah, Boaster, a couple of operator shots, no kills. Maybe just give it back. Just give it to Kayak. And speaking about Kayak, him finding 2 in almost all of the rounds was something that we saw yesterday, and apparently we are going to see today. On the side of RRQ, I expected Jenkin to go with his ultimate, with a TP out, something that I have seen him done in the past multiple times. Gather the information on one side of the map. If you do not like it, you go back, rearrange with the rest of your team, and just go on a very hard execute somewhere else in the map.
बार दूरबीन खरीद के zoom करके देखो. Heavy ult से RRQ के पास.
When you're talking numerics with his ultimate was very, very good.
2 X को याद करने के.
But
3 Fnatic
it has
player
not
down.
been a good couple of days for him. He's had a hard couple of performances as of late here. Again, this became the Fnatic comp, right? So people started to read into it well.
ये round तो easy निकाल सकता है.
Kayak's got his
A
as
pressure,
well to throw into the mix.
pressure, go back
on the hunt. This guy is so bloodthirsty. I love it. Sheer aggression. And it doesn't look like it's particularly stopping either. He is off to the races. Oh my god. Oh! It's for rejected. Pulled out RRQ. Oh, bounding into the site. Crashes. Left isolated, he's in trouble because look who's hunting him down. Does well on one, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god, this is unreal. And again, Boaster needs to start landing these. He's got to start landing these because Cushy's just taking away Kayak.
Monet से spot किया और रुका नहीं.
You have to. 100 credits in the bank for him.
The tempo that RRQ are playing with is just gorgeous, Bayer. I love this.
But it is so necessary for them. They've been struggling so much dealing with Kayak. Boaster is going to go down. 4 alive for the side of RRQ, back on the board with that 5-1. But as I was saying, they've been struggling so much with that
लेनी है, लेकिन वो हो ही नहीं रहा है क्योंकि ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है लेने का. Ragnar by mods है, लिंक देंगे उस पर क्लिक करके कास्ट दोस्त वाला लेना mods.
Discipline, we see all of the tells
And I have to point out Xfero here. For me, yes, obviously, you know, Monyet looks super explosive, exciting, taking the space, all of this sort of
W
stuff.
spot क्या ना
Monyet
Monyet ने लेकिन
checking that
sexy
cubby,
wall
still
और
checking
sexy
that corner.
spotting bro.
Great
He's that second Meier,
spacing,
right?
Yes,
Sexy wall,
without
sexy
him.
spotting.
correct, and that great spacing, even clearing back towards quad as well. It's so nice seeing this. It feels like they've suddenly got confidence after a map one that felt lacking, I think is the best, fairest way to put it. But this is the team that scares people.
ऐसे
Right?
नहीं
They can
payment नहीं हो रहा है
shoot so
link
damn well. Jemkin's on 8-1. Easy to miss when you've got Monyet flying into the site. But
totally.
this guy is right there.
मजाक
It's
उड़ा लो.
cost Fnatic an early time out here.
जिस
Round
दिन
7,
मुझे
they think,
सात
right, coming into this, we can't
सात
slow
सौ
the
आज
ball.
तो
We've
ताला
got
पर
a bit
रिजल्ट
of a
वाला
weird
मेंबर
vibe,
मिलेगा
but
ना
plenty
तब
of
देखना
Exactly, they're going to have
मैं
4
मजाक उड़ाऊंगा
ultimates
तब मैं
to use. Boaster's also 1 away from his, so it could be a
XLG
full
out,
bingo
yes.
for them. With the
मेरी
ultimate,
चैट
as
पर
we're
ले
saying.
मेंबरशिप लूंगा
Buy is
एक्सक्यूज
going
में
to be
सारे
not the
चैट पर
best, but so many things that they
कुछ
can
में थोड़ा
do.
शर्म
We saw it in
लेके
the
आते हैं
past.
एक्सक्यूज
What we
में
also see is the judge in the hands of Monyet.
कौन जीतेगा मास्टर्स आपको क्या लगता
He's been
है
entering onto every single one of the sides.
सन का वाइब्स आ रहा है
This is giving
लेकिन PRX
This is
जीत
giving
सकता
Jink with the
Jink
raise
जीत
and the oh god.
Oh, wait,
This
no.
Mood में
Stick
दोनों
the stinger instead.
No.
I know, devastating.
मेरा तो नहीं
Okay,
पढ़ते
Oh.
5-1. Make
नेपाल से
I thought
कैसे ले
Ferretix
मेंबरशिप
Make this
No idea.
heard. RRQ,
लिंक पे
you had
क्लिक करके
a
ट्राई
rough
देखो
map one. Show us who you are. Show us why you had that first place in APAC. Show us why people were eyeing up Jemkin like he was the second coming of Christ. This guy was everything to them, and I like this change. Again, this early kind of expectation, right? They've
अगर
set this
किसका
idea.
genuine
There's gonna
payment
be
issue
pressure,
हो
there's
रहा है
gonna
तो
be
let me
a
know
lot of players
बाप
behind it.
रे
And Fnatic
यार
have reacted as they
नर्फ
feel as though they
एकदम
should. They put 5 players to this. And
Good
all
boy
the
बन के
meanwhile,
आए हैं
in middle. They're already in the door.
Walk in करके
RRQ
contact
getting
करके
that
मार के
plant down.
plant किया
Fnatic are being
भाई
out-called on this.
7-6 में जा रहा
Spike's
हूँ
gonna go down.
बोल
A
आशीष
lot of
को पास
noise from
उसका
Monyet. Nothing is going to
तेरा
be
भाई है ना
spotted.
लेकिन
And all the positions from
Six.
RRQ. Kushi already taking control of that garage, clearing it out with the drone. The paranoia. Oh, not going to hit.
Nice shot.
Crashes is going to hit on Farah.
Yeah, okay. Let's
Okay.
What is for?
Don't make.
कौन
don't
मजाक
make
उड़ा रहा है
boasters
बंस
jealous.
भाई
Yeah.
कब
But
Forgot
there's
he's
still a
taken.
post
Love you,
plant,
our
right? There's
Gamte
still a
boys.
post plant here that
Love
is
you,
gonna
मेरे
be hard to
जान
break
के
because
टूटे
the time.
पीछे
You can hear it. The clock's already ticking.
पहला
So
सुपर
it's gonna be
चैट
down to the
आज
wire.
का
And Monyet will
पहला
happily invest the ult if it means the round to
थैंक
go.
फॉर द $8 मेरे जान के टोटे ओह मोनी आई जैसे नाम दिया
He's denied, but this is round one. Again,
थैंक यू फॉर द $8 मेरे जान के टोटे और बताओ बोला नहीं फैमिली में कौन कौन है
with the conditioning. They know that Monyet's been in
आदित्य
there.
भाई थैंक यू फॉर द
They know they've had
मेंबरशिप
to try and
डॉक्टर
deal
का
with
थैंक यू
him,
फॉर द 6
and they
month फैनेटिक
punish
इज
this here.
विन है
Yeah, especially with a
6-1.
lower buy, a force
RRQ
kind of
6-1.
to getting a couple of rifles in, having this response, as you're saying, putting in Monyet,
कौन बोल रहा था
all that
Fnatic का
noise,
map
using
pick
all
है?
of that utility, but especially in this later moments, we see Monyet getting the kills, yes, but you wouldn't
भाई
see
ये deadly
anything
duelist
without the
बाप
Kushi
है
using
बे।
the recon with our
Jemkin
crazy
और
guys. Like,
Monyet।
there's so many things going on to why this was such a good round for RRQ.
जमकिन 10 और
They
1
can't
है
stop though.
Still,
You can't.
full bingo,
Chat ulti
full
देखो,
house for the side of the ultimate of
Fnatic
Fnatic.
देखो,
We saw that the round on the attack that RRQ got on Lotus was with all of those ultimates.
Hold on. Just wait and see if anyone would dare disrespect that smoke. You can see the temptation for it. Yeah, they're going for it. And it's all a ruse. They're going to leave Xfero out here. That's fine. Backline player, and all in the meantime, they're building towards C. It's a win out for both of them. Punishing Xfero, but the C site now open. You're looking at the likes of Chronicle over on this side. He does have support from Kayak.
Oh,
They've got
retake
plenty of
and
ults to play with if they feel like they need this still. A lot to be utilized. In the
Alpha
post we
Jet
look
भी
at
एक
utility.
होता है
On yet still got plenty. Jemkin still with a bit. Crazy Guy has the full house basically in place, so a lot to be done here. And this
Moni is key.
position could be everything.
आवाज दिया।
Timing, patience, pays with one. He gets the
अरे
info on the
यार,
others. They
आवाज
now need
दिया
to
था।
ready themselves for what's coming. Spots out the player and gets the kill. Jemkin's done well. Layers to this though. Kushi's still going to be in position for this. They can't make the most of this ult coming out from Kayak. They've been denied this. Kushi's in trouble though. Overwhelmed by Kron. And now down to 2. Jemkin and Crazy Guy. Can you hold on to this up against the 3 of Fnatic? Defuse started. Denied the first player peeking, but the defuse is coming in. They can't take it.
Fnatic finally manages to get
Binks
around
भाई बोलना
on
0 to
the
is
board.
guilty.
We said that those
हो गया
ultimates were
क्या?
going to be important
40
right at the
में
beginning
किसको
of the
cute बोलूं मैं?
round. Crush is trying to create some condition for it. I have to say,
Great है भाई.
the booster don't have a weapon because he got
दोस्त को
killed with
गाली
the classic.
देने
I don't know
का
if he ran out
100,
of bullets.
इसको
Joe,
क्यों
the
बोलने का
first
200.
Yeah.
घर बस सकता है. समझ रहे हो?
Such a good round. I think that at some point we still saw a little bit of that face of
मेरे को नहीं लगता
that
0 to
disjointed Fnatic.
Q
They've been so good on this retakes.
But it did come down to a 1v1 with 3 ults invested, right?
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
still,
आएगा 200
if you're looking
याद
at it
रखना.
just kind of bigger picture, I wouldn't say it's even bad for RRQ.
Alpha needs to ult, get a kill, go back on the board if Fnatic wants to bring this back.
One way smoke. He missed one way. One way smoke अच्छा था.
He don't
Cage
fancy
defuse
it this
किया
time,
उसने.
at least not early. Glance towards B. And a patient kayak waiting
Cage
for any
defuse
picks
किया
to show,
उसने.
but speaking of patience,
Jesus,
both sides
that was
trying to get a
quick.
read. Yeah, it was.
Good job, Moni.
I like this though. A change of pace, a gear shift from RRQ. They do have
Who's
this
that?
ult to bank on. Util being cleared. Chronicle just trying to drift in behind
Who's that,
that
Moni?
boat. So they've got to be quick on their toes if they want to try and punish it, and he doesn't. Doesn't swing the window by any means. Backside now controlled, and
भाई वो clone बनने का
they're
acting
gonna
कर
get
रहा था
advantage
बे.
of this.
I'm surprised that Alpha does not stop that from happening. He lives his ultimate, that kill contract for the retake, trying to get someone out of the fight. Xfair waiting way
Alpha जर के बाद
behind,
ult है.
expecting Fnatic to again push through A.
Well, they have been punishing those flanks a lot, right? The amount of times we see a player behind, but this mostly is going to go through CT, through Garage. There's that ult, and there's the catch. Jemkin taken. In the meantime, the Paranoia then pushed in. You can see Monyet picking up the space. And the 1v1 is not won by Alpha against the odds. Monyet cleared backside, but then Jemkin on the 1-2 punch. That's the player we've been waiting to see.
That is the Jenkin that we were promised and has finally arrived in Toronto. 7 on the board for RRQ, looking like a renovated and different team on this Haven.
They look revitalized, Bayer. This looks like confidence. This looks like the team we wanted. They are taking Fnatic to a map 3 and it keeps on at this pace.
They needed to believe in themselves. They
Spot
needed
on.
to believe they deserve that top seed. That they could do such things against a team like Fnatic.
0
This
to is
competition from them
cutie, yaar.
has been stolen and
0
tried out
to
by
is
many
cutie.
teams. One of them being them. So they know
Cutie है,
exactly where the
cutiest
weaknesses are.
मेरे हिसाब.
I was glad that.
Cutie के
And
पेपर.
again, in my mind,
Cutiest.
that makes the problem for Alpha worse.
0 to.
Yes, he's
Love you,
absolutely
Pranava. Thank you for the
nailing
200.
this. And this is now
How to
compounding
become a
issues for
streamer,
Alpha. The
chat.
confidence
Tips
won't
and
be there.
tricks
The ult
right
didn't
there.
go well. It almost felt like he was hesitant to invest.
जो
in it.
करेक्ट देंगे बाद
But a
में
bit
मेरे से
more
मेरी
is their
जान की
reaction.
टूटी.
Not going to connect. It looked close, but not close enough. Going to try and prop up Alpha, play him into this. But again, RRQ
इधर करता
no
मुझे
slouches. They're
इसके
going to go
बाद
through
मैंने कहा था
checklist.
तुम लोगों का शाउट आउट
And they
नहीं
shouldn't be
दिया
making errors. They
एक्चुअली
can take
दिया
their
मैं
time here. They don't have to play.
प्रणव
the
भाई
tempo that
वेलकम टू द 6th कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप मेरी जान की रोटे W we're looking for 7th ताला for a reason कोई
Taking
है
their time, and Alpha is trying to go for time in here. Crazy guy going to be the end of this round for him.
Yeah, this is
Bye.
exactly what
कुछ
RRQ
गलत
dreamed
औरा
of.
के साथ खेल रहा
Played
है
in well with the curiosity of the
RRQ.
Fnatic players, and also probably just Alpha wanting
कुछ
to feel
गलत
like
औरा
he
के
can
साथ
get
खेल
into
रहा
this
है
game.
chat
3-9 is a quiet game.
थैंक यू सो मच प्रणव भाई थैंक यू सो मच लव
You know, unlucky when he
यू
got on the ult, and it was like, oh, is the guy that is 13 and 2? Oh. Ooh.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
8 है नहीं नहीं 6th है
I think he needed that for confidence.
Yes.
And RRQ just walking
30 seconds left.
onto A.
Yeah, this is just beautiful to witness.
Just passing by.
Really solid. I normally would get a bit nervous around this time just because it does get a bit late here. There's always a chance it could go wrong. As the way they're playing, I don't have that much fear. And that's why RRQ continue their path
Bro.
here. 8-2 Fnatic, floundering under the pressure of this.
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है ना ये लोग कोई मैप है
Yeah, absolutely. RRQ
बोल मैं गिली
knew
तुम्हें
what
मुझे
they
शुक्र
were
बाय
doing,
थैंक यू द 10 मैन
choosing this map.
लव यू मेरी जान की रोटे
They knew the Fnatic played it yesterday,
मैं चाय
so
पीना भूल गया
no surprises in the picks. They said, ooh, we know this song. We know where we can fight you, and we know what to stop, and we know where we've struggled against.
Good job, guys.
And just like we saw on map number 1,
Yes, करेगा
Fnatic are now requesting their second timeout. Of course, in map 1, it was RRQ using both of them in that first half.
भाई मूड में मोनी
But
जेमकिन का
with a
डेड
couple
डुओ
of
एकदम
rounds
मूड में
left on the attack,
एकदम
they need to get something else on the board. We're speaking about, what was it, the one after Pistol and Eco, right?
Dominations हो रहा है
And then we had, no,
dominations
it was after, because they won the bonus. It's coming back to me. But there's been rounds with a lot of utility invested, a lot of ultimates, very expensive ones, and never in comfort. We're speaking about a Fnatic that was going from flawless to flawless in Lotus.
कितने
and
टाइम
that
पर
right
टीम
now
2 टाइम आउट मिलता है
RRQ are defining this Haven. this double duelist. Jemkin is back online. And just following him is Meier.
Excuse me.
Oh, I want a big cheese too. I don't know what a big cheese is. Should I say that?
I don't know either. I wasn't going to bring attention to it. I was just going to say that, honestly, and I'm not even trying to, you know, ham it up to the crowd. I'm not going to yell it, so maybe they won't even really notice. But the Toronto crowd's kind of been sick.
Yes.
They've actually kind of been, they just cheer for good Valorant, which is rare. I like that. Big fan.
They remind me a lot of the Japan one.
Ooh,
it
good
was
shout.
so good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Playing Elden. Focus. Fnatic. Let's see if you can recover anything these last couple of rounds, right? And again, though, in this moment for RRQ, they can flip the script themselves, right? They can come back into this call. Yeah, nice timeout, guys. Anyway, we're going to just change things up. Good luck. Now, it's going towards C. Chronicle is deep within enemy territory, and he is dead. Bye-bye. Monyet back to the side. He did actually get Jemkin.
Monyet का pacing देखा क्या तुम लोग ने? पहला रुका ट्रिप शॉकडॉट से डिस्ट्रॉय होने के लिए, दूसरा रुका यूरो से ट्रिप डिस्ट्रॉय होने के लिए.
Pressure probably from Alpha coming in soon, but Monyet's doing wonders. Didn't even catch that one. But for now, you look at what they've got. Still got that paranoia, still got a lot to play with here. And Alpha's got to be an instigator. We've got to see the man, the wonder kid himself.
ये लोग को क्या लगा एक मैच हारने के बाद ये लोग जीत जाएंगे?
And it looks like RRQ trying to bolster the numbers on the site, and here he goes. Alpha strides in, gets down the door, couldn't get the second. Crazy Guy denies now, Boaster fills the space. Pressure from CT, looking to try and close the net together though. It's not working out when Monyet is doing these sort of things. RRQ defying expectations now, keeping Fnatic on only 2 rounds.
I absolutely
अभी तो
love
टाइम आउट भी नहीं है.
We see such curated rounds from the side of again, just being very, very fast on the
Binks
execute.
RRQ
On the other
possible
side,
to
we see an Alpha that is
possible
not
तो
hitting the
है.
shots. It doesn't matter that he has a shield to go with. We see an RRQ that is hitting everything, and it didn't even matter that Jemkin
Bro,
went
if
down at the beginning
fun
of the
did to
round.
play comp,
And now it's not an over game,
Tata
right?
F,
It's still not even
will
an
you
over
play?
half, but I
You
do
can
start
have your
considering
own
that
team,
3.
but
And a
you
loss
should be
like this
IGL and will
weighs heavy,
come out
right? We have
from
to talk about
retirement.
the mental effect this can have on Fnatic, even after you throw in what happened in game 1 they played. But back to
मैं
what
क्या
was
बोल रहा हूँ,
working,
फंडिंग बांध दे.
Monyet
पहले
on
150
a
का
run.
मेंबरशिप लोग हैं.
Tries to keep the tempo high here, sets an expectation, and they bite on the bait. Look at them, 4 players. They're quick to react though. They've decided, yeah, there's nothing behind that. We've cleared it. I like this late pressure through sewer as well. That could potentially catch him. No.
मेरा पिक
Monyet
पिक
wins
के तो
that fight.
बचपन में
Boaster
लड़ने
goes
लगे
down.
थे.
On towards C, they want to try and take the fight on this. And look who's winning it! RRQ
भाई जमकिन पे क्या केडी है भाई?
Kron trying to hold some
I was
space
joking.
here. Plot's not in, but it doesn't seem to matter as it's only Crashies alive in a 1v.
जैसे नाम लिया बंदा उड़ गो.
Oh, this is outstanding from RRQ.
A 10-2 half. We were speaking about how good Fnatic was looking after a 9-3 on Lotus. But a 10-2 with Fnatic looking so lost for answers. Let's see if they can change things up.
क्या मारा बे?
It's over.
So basically you're telling me there is a better comp than the Fnatic comp in Heaven?
But it all
That's what
started
you're
in
telling
dingy
me?
basements and cramped living
That's what you're
rooms.
telling me, chat?
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
You are giving 9-3, we are giving 10-2. Get ready for third map. प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है? थर्ड मैप पे एक टेक पॉज आएगा और सुबह 4 बजे तक यहाँ पे बैठे रहेंगे. दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम. जी में प्लेयर अच्छा क्यों नहीं खेला? जी के जाने के बाद पॉपुलर बन जाते हैं. मोनिटेक्सर क्या पूछ किया? क्यों नहीं खेला अच्छा? भाई अगर आज RRQ जीता, आई थिंक पैसिफिक इज द ओनली रीजन हैविंग all hashtags still left in Toronto. कोई है ऐसा और कोई रीजन जिसमें हैशटैग 1 2 3 सारे के सारे है? आई थिंक सिर्फ अपना है. Huh? It could be the only region. Excuse me. The only region, chat.
Ourselves ready for the second half, but this is starting to feel like the tempo is shifting.
Yeah, and as we can see by the Coinbase Econ report, Jemkin is on one. We were saying that about Chronicle on the previous map, but Fnatic are finding today their worst fear. The form that RRQ proved to have in Pacific. They're showing it today. They're showing it in this second map. They are not defeated after that first Lotus. And a map that has always been so good for Fnatic is about to take them on to somewhere they might not be as comfortable.
Yeah, we don't know yet. That is into the dark, but it's not over. 2 rounds isn't a lot though. It takes one mistake, one snowball round, one all ultimates online.
And with the pistols have been going, Lauren.
Yeah, or one Jemkin round, one non-yet round. Look at the score. Look at the state of those two. Absolute monsters. We go into the second half now, and it is going to be sweaty palms for Fnatic.
Bara! Line fight low! 5-4. That
Alpha cannot seem to connect on this Haven. And him going first with that Sheriff. I'll find him out. He's about to buy as well.
I'm calling it right here, right now, baby. 13-2. Straight up.
The start of the end, potentially.
Straight up 13-2.
As we wait, look at
the 4 bande by read
players from RRQ all here. With that smoke going in, they feel confident in the hole. They know where they are. The paranoia divine. It divides the approach. But actually, Chronicle 6. Hello? Sorry. How is Cushy alive? And how did Fnatic just win that fight? They had no right to be able to do this. Somehow walking in towards A, deep in enemy hands, and they walk out with players' advantage. Xfero has a mountain to climb. Right, left, center, just about every position, all complementary. How do you try and divide that? You don't. Chronicle had a round when they really had no right to.
Yeah, Chronicle, brilliant on that first map. And a round that, of course, Fnatic needed. If they want to even make this competitive, of course, it had to start in the pistol. Lauren, they've gotten pistols before. We know what happens on that second one. Maybe that overconfidence. Even though this corner wasn't checked and it meant the death for Kayak, it's a round that goes in Fnatic's favor. And that is something that they haven't heard in a while.
Yep, lol.
It's been a drought. So that they can keep their head in the game.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Come on.
He needs a bit of it, old boaster. Given the
revealing area.
Battle cry here, but what a shot from Kayak.
You cannot doubt in second round if there is even one rifle, it has to go to Kayak.
This guy is
impossible hai comeback.
And Crashy's concise.
Impossible.
Plays it well. No loose threads
10-4
being found here.
I like that you use the second round, you've got in that opener, you go and farm some boards, thinking about the length that this path will have.
Oh god, what are we doing? What are we doing? Stop laughing about. What are we doing? Thank you, Alpha. Thank you for remembering who you are. Bloody hell.
I'm calling it, chat. 13-5 game khatam. I'm calling it right here, right now.
Chronicle just going to be...
I'm calling it.
Sorry. And now Alpha is going to be the one farming his ultimate. The spike.
Language, Atriba, language.
Can plant at any time. And Crazy Guy is just wandering around with his classic on the other side of the map.
Yeah, so plant in play. Alpha going to get a lot of farm for that.
Both close again, Alpha.
You're looking at him getting close to that ult. Going to need to see him do probably better than the first half. Which, again, you've got to feel like there will be a lot in the tank for him if he can just get himself activated here, and he needs a farming round.
Dad, 5,800 log dekh rahe, 5,800 likes. 10,000 kar do, जोर से दबा के like button.
Bigger picture. Fnatic would be happy with that.
I don't know if there was a rifle there that can't get, but celebrating is also important. Now, on the previous half, we saw RRQ getting that bonus as well. Thank God that Alpha didn't go down here, because I think that that would have messed with his confidence massively. But again, Fnatic, they're no stranger to a comeback. I think, to me, it starts in the bonus round. I know that they're comfortable when the scores hits 11.
Sure.
But for them, I think confidence-wise as well,
Chalo.
for the rest of the tournament, it goes over there.
11-4, बाद में Fnatic जीतेगा. 11-5.
You want to continue here. You want to go to that third map. You already proved it on the first half.
Yes.
Binks पे आप goat of the goaters prediction देते हो हमेशा. Love you, yaar. Love you.
RRQ, I don't want to make see them making kind of they're not silly investments, I guess, but they don't need to overplay their hand. They've got plenty of rounds to play with here. Let's see them keep some composure. Yes, Fnatic, always solid in this. They'll always give you a fight back. You know, there is caliber to this team for a reason. And a nice attempt there from Kayak, but forced away. Now, RRQ going to clear sight. They now know it's a deeper off-site post plant. How do they manage this one? That's certainly not going to help things. Sorry, crazy guy, crazy. Someone stop it defusing! RRQ! Shatter! Fnatic! 5 against them and they steal the defuse!
Everybody just putting their bodies in front of the diffuser. A Red Bull clutch for the side of RRQ. All the kills are going to be there, but of course that is the 11th.
Look at this! Look at this!
पांच बंदे जिंदा है Fnatic के round अपन जीते.
Wait, no, it's fine. Wait.
बेचारा चुपचाप उधर देख के डिफ्यूज किया पता है.
Like the feet and everything.
उसको देखने का भी नहीं था कि उसके पीछे क्या हो रहा है उसके टीममेट्स के साथ.
RRQ.
उसके टीममेट्स के साथ क्या हो रहा है उसको देखने का भी नहीं था.
Fnatic will be reeling from that. Devastating. But a costly round, of course. Xvero takes a moment to get out of what could have been danger there for himself.
He will never wait again, I'll tell you that. Look at the position also for Monier. Speaking about how Fnatic wanted to fight that A side, it's just him with all this space. He's going to find a lot of friends very soon.
How much does he get?
GEELI में also a newest member. This is love you very much by Image by. Image by, thank you so much for the 100 and the membership. Love Image by. बोला था कि नहीं मैं. बोला था कि नहीं 13-5 chat बोलो. इससे बाप prediction कोई है देने वाला.
Having the position in both of the players, think about how Crazy Guy and Exer, well, most of the people from RRQ, even though they were able to get that round, hold on. Okay.
Standing.
The economy wasn't the best, so getting the kills here is also very important for Fnatic. Remove those rifles.
Code of the Codes.
And even in the loss, obviously 5 of them were alive, so they get to build their finances pretty substantially throughout these last couple of rounds. That Judge, not really gonna be brought in. Crash is gonna catch him. And it's a step back now for Fnatic, slowly taking the walk.
Very important as well to have Chronicle getting those 2 kills on mid.
Alte ghar jayega.
He was janking with, pushing with the, was it an overraid or was it a Vandal?
Alte bhai.
Let's see. Oh, never mind. Or not. It's going to see it. Yeah,
Unlucky. Prius on the replays.
Crazy guy ka wo raha na.
Now we got classics, right? So it's just weather the storm here. It's that slow build back, right?
13-6 bola tha kya maine?
You wouldn't get many rounds against Fnatic like they did in the third. So you're gonna have to do it the hard way now. Fnatic start just rebuilding, and it's a lot off the back of, I've got to say as well, Chronicle is doing very well. Crashies too, having very good performances here. It's not your big dogs really though. Kayak and Alpha haven't been, you know, 1v5ing rounds like we've seen before. It's been somewhat average from them, which is surprising when their average is normally excellent. But Kayak, he heard it. He fancies getting back into this. Plays Crazy Guy. But this round isn't one that I'm all that mindful of. It is just classics. And for Fnatic, as long as they don't, you know, forget to maybe kill the person defusing the spike, they should be fine.
This is also very important, right? They're clearing the rest of the site. Yes, there are 3 players alive, but you want your finances to be as clean as possible. Yes, the bank is wonderful for them. But again, if they want to close this in the second map, they're going to need way, way more rounds.
Kaun close second map?
You know, trying to find something, probably just waiting to die to the spike. Those ultimates already Pushy also, one of the players that we were highlighting, I really want to see his development in the second half. Especially for Sova, so close to his ultimate as well. I don't want him just as a support player. I think that he has so much more to give to this RRQ roster.
Very much with you.
Oh, it's a cute shot.
And Jar looks very suspect. Kayak, though. I thought he got the second. I was about to take my headset off. It's all good in the end, though. But the ults have been farmed. You got to look towards it. Kayak's got his. Alpha's got his. Crashy's only 2 away. Boaster, one of them building here. Now on the other side for RRQ.
Thank you for the new membership.
And they are just on that verge now where this becomes a potential turnaround for
Exactly.
Fnatic.
I mean, if
यार
RRQ is
शॉट
to
से
win- to
भाई
lose the next round, it's time to call a timeout. First
Yep.
because it will
Orange
be a
burns
5-1
brightest.
in the half for
बंदे
the
का कभी
side
ब्रेकअप
of
नहीं हुआ
Fnatic.
शायद.
Jemkin on that
ब्रेकअप
operator.
burns brightest bro.
Into cover out
कांड
from B.
जलती है उससे.
What's the look
पूछो
from
जरा
Fnatic
चैट
to
से मेरे.
begin with?
बराबर है.
It looks like an early fight towards A. Protocol
चलो.
only a safe pair of hands though.
दो ही round
Don't see
जीतने
making
back to
many
back. चलो.
errors. Kayak quickly clearing that C site.
Over there.
Breaking that utility. Spots the camera, spots the trip.
Good choices. These are all the right choices thus far, right? They've managed to navigate away from most of the threats. Clean plant, deep post plant as well with a lot of ults to bank on. This is very, very good thus far.
Same as Sex, Pharaoh
भाई
Chronicle
खुशी
has
के
to
पास
be
आल्ट है
in the
रीटेक
back.
के लिए. खुशी के
We'll
पास
find
रीटेक
Moni
आल्ट है.
fairly
चैट.
soon.
This retake
Breaks the
means
trip.
so much to RRQ. A tag could be lethal
Jumped it.
now.
Okay.
And into the site. Paranoia going to find Boaster. Going to get himself out of dodge, but that's 3 players now pushing back in. Kayak misses his opportunity, backs away towards Long, and now Hunter's Fury layered on top. They're all now literally shooting fish in a barrel. It's a very clear, straight shot. Defuse! It's been happening again! How
भाई बंदे जिंदे लेकिन डिफ्यूज हो रहा है चैट.
Get me that on the replay. How the hell have
बंदे जिंदे.
RRQ stolen away another round?
भाई खुशी का अल्ट कितना ओपी था.
If it ain't broke, don't change it.
True.
It worked for RRQ 5v5 retake. And just by that ultimate, forcing players out. Fnatic
Bro, अच्छा
thinking
खेल
that
रहे ना
at one
RRQ.
point that maybe the Alpha was going to remove the player that fused in the spike. Where? The 2 rounds that they've lost this half have been those sneaky diffuses.
The
It
gods.
brought light.
The gods are smiling on RRQ
ओके मेरे मैं
today.
जा रहा हूँ.
You
But they
क्यों
have
भाई?
to
RRQ
get
के साइड
across
पे
the
नहीं है
finish.
पैसिफिक.
Right, this is all lovely stuff.
Bye.
They still need to land that
Don't
final round.
tell
Now,
me
Fnatic still have finances.
that
because most of the
number
time they get
1
around when,
team
they're
of
3 on the
Meier.
line. So for now, they can still
God
get
of
this
the
purchase.
goddess boaster.
They still have Crashy's ult. But they need to stick the landing.
आज ही
So good
घर
for
पे जा
RRQ to
सकता
save
है.
the distances in the previous round, something that they also are doing in this one. Of course,
Huh?
Monier is the exception.
Jemkin! You absolute beauty. Now they start firing back.
Absolute
Insult to
booty mara
injury,
be.
salt to the wound.
Absolute
Harry trying to
booty mara
push his
chat.
face in, take something away. Crashes does well.
भाई
Jemkin
ये
goes
नहीं है
down,
5v3 था.
trying to secure this plant, trying to play for a bit of safety, but they're surrounded.
5v3
Kayak gonna
था.
try and find it out, but Xpero gonna find
Lead
it.
पे, lead
Trade
पे,
down
lead पे, lead
effectively.
पे, lead पे,
Alpha
3-1.
1v3, is it gonna happen? It's match 3, baby. 13-6. RRQ.
Absolute cinema.
This is the RRQ that we were promised we were going to get in Toronto. That first seed coming from
Boy,
Pacific.
good luck, RRQ.
The absolute start of this show. We're definitely going to see that.
हाँ,
We'll
prediction on
see you
top,
at
baby. चैट जस्ट सेइंग मैं बोला था कि मैं फेनेटिक साइड पे हूँ लेकिन आरआरक्यू अगर अपसेट करेगा मजा आएगा करके समझ रहे हो सकता है मैप 3 के बाद हमको मजा आए हो सकता तो आई थिंक इट्स टाइम टू गो टुवर्ड द मजा साइड आई थिंक it's time to support RRQ, baby. It's time. Dear RRQ, I would like to apologize that I was supporting Fnatic. I like to apologize, man. Okay? It's time to support our Pacific bros. It's time to support Cutie Money and Jemkins. It's time, baby, to have hashtag 123 in Toronto, Masters, Tokyo. It's time. Map 3, 101%. मार्कर किधर है मेरा परमानेंट छाती पे लिख लो 101% RRQ जीतेगा मैप 101%. समझ रहे हो लिख के रखो अंदर से एकदम आश्चर्यचकित वाली फील आ रही है. That you will be surprised. You will be like आश्चर्यचकित. लग रहा है. हाँ? गलत मारा है RRQ ने. गलत मारा है. होश उड़ाविंग वाला मारा है. स्पाइक हाफिंग डिफ्यूज भी कर रहे वो लोग. भाई ना. They're in mood. They're in mood, chat. लग रहा है मेरे को भी लग रहा है. मोने का इम्पैक्ट बहुत था. दोनों का, मोने और जमकिन एकदम वाला इम्पैक्ट था. एक राउंड तेरा, एक राउंड मेरा, एक राउंड तेरा, एक राउंड मेरा. वैसा वाला इम्पैक्ट.
RRQ are taking us to a map 3, and with the way the atmosphere is in the arena right now, we have to come and check it out for ourselves, didn't we?
How is the atmosphere?
Crazy.
He's real good, but are you as good as RRQ, do you think?
Yes. Especially if I'm going to have to run double duelists. That was looking very good here for the side of the duelists of RRQ. I mean, they came up with a new game plan as we wanted to see.
I feel like this is the game we've been waiting for from RRQ. They've had kind of underperformances across the board thus far, but here you come out, you see Champion playing incredible, you see Monyet playing incredible. This double duelist just brought so much confidence to this team. Their entire attack side, they were getting into these sites pretty much every time, and they just kept fighting through the post plants as well.
Speaks back to what you are saying before. You want to bring a little bit more firepower to this second map. They come out with the double duelists. They were very quick, and 2 maps in a row here for RRQ. They get to start off on the attack side. This is what they wanted, an opportunity to run the tempo on their side. And it seems as though for a couple of these rounds, Fnatic just gave them too much space. And when it gets to those moments when you're great on the push and pull on the side of RRQ, you can't take the retake for Fnatic that way.
Yeah, if you're RRQ and you were watching Fnatic's last game on Haven, you'll notice how slow their retakes always are. We were talking about it before this game, but they really love taking their time, waiting for the util to fade out. But when you're playing a post plant where your 2 duelists are just continuing to fight, continuing to get aggressive, it's so hard to get back in if you're waiting that long.
Yeah, and it's a different comp this time. You know, they have ran the ISO Yoru previously, but with Monyet on the Neon, Mimi, the impact was just there from the outset.
It seems like it would play similar to with the ISO Yoru instead. You really have such a quicker pace with the Neon. The way they can be fighting for extremity control super fast as well is really, really good with that comp. So I love the pivot out of RRQ.
It almost looked like Texture as well, playing for the Gen G side, and it became a little bit of a thorn on the side for Fnatic to deal with that. So I love here. The preparation that comes out of that was not only on trying to anti-Fnatic, but know where the weaknesses were to take advantage of that too.
The defuses help though, because there's one way to stop a Fnatic comeback, which is just to defuse under their noses.
I mean, take a look at these rounds. 2 times Fnatic gets full stuck on. This could have been a comeback.
My boy, crazy guy. Let's go, Vietnam. But no, those are definitely 2 pain points for sure. But if not, if anything, for the second defuse that comes across here, how they were able to deny this, you know that there's an ult available for the side of Fnatic. Look how many bodies are out there just to try to protect the diffuser. So there is no way for Alpha here to pull out the diffuser, and that was just probably an off-the-cuff kind of type of play and type of call that allows here for RRQ to get 2 diffuses under Fnatic's nose and close out the map as dominantly as they did.
It's so cool to see crazy guys succeeding not just with pressing the fuse, but with the calling in this game, with this individual performance as well. As a reminder, less than a year ago, that guy was playing in Ascension, and now he's here winning a map against Fnatic on the global stage, going all the way to try and stay alive, Yinsu.
I mean, they can do it if they win out on Ascent. And you and I had a bit of a disagreement earlier. I feel like Ascent is when Fnatic gets nerfed a little bit, and you feel like maybe after seeing RRQ's Ascent, it's the other way around. We're going to find out soon, Van Silly, but the momentum is certainly on the side of RRQ.
We're going into the unknown, basically, for Fnatic, because, yes, it was a weak map in the past here for Fnatic, but they haven't really played it. I think they played it only once throughout the Teo meta, but in like a year and a half, they haven't really played it. So now they have an opportunity to say, okay, well, they got kind of owned against Wolves, speaking about RRQ. There's a way for us to exploit this, and also maybe bring out a Deadlock of our own.
Yeah, they're going to have some time to prep for Fnatic to see what RRQ did last time on this map. But I'm honestly a little bit conflicted. I didn't think RRQ would win that map too, so I need some help deciding. Toronto, if you think RRQ is going to close out this last map, if you want to see him take it home, let's make some noise.
Or is it going to be Fnatic closing out the series? I think we still have some Fnatic fans.
Pretty close.
We might be on the. Are we on? No, we're in the middle. So we're kind of in the middle between the players right now. We can just see them right now setting up back on stage. But let's talk about this Ascent. You already mentioned it could be a deadlock coming out of them. They've done it a couple times before with Kron playing the deadlock and Alpha playing the Cypher. Is that the solution?
I think so. I think this is going to be a perfect composition, a perfect map as well for Fnatic to play this double Senti. Because we just also mentioned how it was difficult for Jemkin to get great openings on the side of RRQ when they're playing against Wolves. You're trying to be the tip of the spear. You're trying to be quick against your opponents.
क्या रात को members only confirm action आ रहा है?
Yeah, specifically for Jemkin, the last time they played this map, I think one of the biggest issues was he likes trying to op into mid, play down into mid one in a lot of these rounds. And a lot of the time he's just walking up completely alone. I think Wolves realize that and they play a lot.
And the winner is
spotted
by
2-1-2 looks,
ऐसा होना
fighting
चाहिए
for
ना
the
कि जो
extremities
member है
and then just
वही
going
winner
for full hits through mains and locking off with the
Delta
deadlock.
नहीं,
So
boss
I'm hoping
मारेंगे
to
आज.
see a Jemkin who's more willing to fight those extremities, to maybe have one of initiators rotate over and help him out a little bit too, because he needs a performance more like he had on that last map.
I mean, the good news is he's warm now. They talk about needing to warm up on stage. They picked up their first map win. They have what it takes to snowball this into a win, which would mean another early exit for Fnatic. It would literally be Master Shanghai all over again.
Yeah, down to the close game against Genji, down to the map that they could have won to 2-0 in that game. It would truly be a heartbreak for the #1 EMEA seed. They have got to have a plan for Ascent.
That's the thing. They have all of the EMEA teams behind them because they're the only teams that made it to the playoffs just because they had that #1 seed.
Whereas Pacific is arguably the strongest region. All three of their teams are here in the playoffs. RRQ trying to prove their up there as well. Locks in the chamber.
Alpha chamber. A Chronicle Vice? I mean, Kayak is not going to play
I mean, I don't know if it gets to a point where you're playing triple Senti right now against RRQ. It'll be kind of crazy. But yes, Alpha in the chamber, I would respect that for sure. You want to get those aggressive angles against this RRQ that could potentially go for a little bit more of a default when they're going to play their attack side.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be that Yoru coming in because you're pretty much forced to play no flashes from the crashes on the Sova there, and then you make up for dropping that flash initiator slot with the Yoru, allowing this chamber to come in.
And off the server, I need to see a better Fnatic in terms of mental. The defuse is gonna get to you, but they can't be letting that happen twice on top of getting
chamber player है.
They have the experience for sure for the side of Fnatic. I mean, they have so many veteran players.
उसका counter KO है.
Chronicle on Vice.
It's a Chronicle Vice.
And that's the thing.
Problem ये है कि वहाँ पे KO है.
They still have the experience to just push that aside.
That is the
and
problem.
making sure that coming out with this brand new comp that
a good suppress can fuck the whole plan.
I'm really looking to see what they have up on the attacking side. I think the strength of the chamber on defense
कोई
is
सीखने का
obvious,
next month.
but how does Alpha play it on the attack?
Membership कैसे लो link पे click करके estimate में
I think
join.
at this point here, you're going to see a little bit of a slow play on the side
इधर हो गया फिर भी लोग मैं ignore नहीं करता gamer. और bye level 2.
At the start.
Well, Toronto, this is it. The winner will be moving on. The loser
जो भी
will
members
be
है
eliminated.
जो
Make some
सादा WhatsApp group में
noise.
नहीं
And for the last
join
time,
हुए
over to
हैं
you, Pansy.
अगर नहीं मालूम पड़ रहा है आराम से बैठ के मेरा community
We
post देखो
are in
community post में लिखा हुआ है
uncharted territory here, Bayer, completely in the unknown now. Fnatic coming in with a brand new composition.
Yesterday, we were thinking, is Sunset the choice? Would have liked
कौन से टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहा है RRQ?
Today we have a response, and what a response that is! Chronicle for the first time in his career
लग रहा है यार
the Vice.
मैं हुडी पहना करके यहाँ गर्मी लग रही है लेकिन नीचे कुछ पे पहना करके ठंड लग रही है इसका क्या solution है?
It's not very known. Fnatic definitely has to have a very set plan for this last map, for this Ascent, because it was their choice whether they wanted to start on the defense or the attack. And they decided that with this composition, with everything that is at stake, with them being in the brink of elimination and removing EMEA completely from this tournament, it's attack on Ascent. Do you like this?
Oh, behave.
Oh,
I'm so
my
sorry. I'm
Lord.
so sorry. I'm
Aspas
so
bhai, I
sorry.
love you.
I'll leave. I'll leave.
What else do you
I'll
want
leave.
from me?
I'll leave. I'll go home.
Do
I'll
you
go
reckon
home.
they misclick the agents? Maybe all that hovering. I'm gonna say no because I want to
No,
live on this.
Surely not. Wait, I'm looking at the stage. Is anyone moving anything? Is anyone doing anything?
No, I don't see it. I just see the Kayak's chilling.
Yeah, even the admins aren't like rushing over. Oh,
Chron is
the
chilling
ref's
too.
closing in. Hold on. Ref commentary time. Dun, dun. No?
Oh, even Alpha is relaxing.
He
हो
doesn't.
गया भाई.
I don't think he looks that relaxed. He looks terrified.
सब लोग
in my
यही
mind.
position में watch
Because
party
if we can
देखो.
actually talk
हो गया.
genuinely about this, it's a lot of pressure on that man. Now, the amount of praise
Fnatic
we've
का
sung
और Tech
of
Pulse
him
का कुछ तो
throughout
love
the years
story है
now
बे.
is never ending, right? This guy was the original wonder kid, the one who came in and surprised everyone, the Turkish talent, right? You know, all of these accolades.
हो
and
सकता है
epithets
वो लोग
put
हमारा
towards
खून
him,
जलाने
and
के लिए
deservedly
जानबूझकर
so.
Tech Pulse ले.
Last map was not good.
समझ रहे हो?
ISO on
मतलब
him
actual में
and
कोई
Dai
problem नहीं है.
Exactly. These have been some really rough
But
performances now.
एवे
He's
ले
the
लिया
crowning
इससे
piece, you
मजा आ
know,
रहा है
in
करके.
this composition potentially.
Possible.
This is pressure. If he doesn't perform here, Bayer, that is devastating.
Absolutely, and we've seen different faces of Fnatic on this Ascent. The last 3 iterations, different compositions. We've seen them running the deadlock, and I want to see how this
यार मुझे call
composition
कर लो,
fits
मिलते हैं,
with
मुझे
them.
love you.
Because as I'm
Excuse me.
saying, like we've seen them playing the Vice before. It was actually Alpha playing on that Vice, but not Chron moves over there. We've seen a lot of double Sentinel, but it never had the name of Vice and Chamber on it.
100% red
I
कैसे
want
हो
to see
सकता
how
है
that
Fnatic
makes
के
a
साथ?
difference. It looks like we fixed it. Thank freaking God.
It was one of the coach's connection issues. It's fine. It's all good. Let's
Lag was
remember
crazy
where
bad.
we
Oh,
were.
chalo.
Fnatic chose to start here on this attacking side. They chose this composition. They think it's got something to it. But these pistols have been elusive for them. They've not had the best of times. A Jemkin
Bro.
right off the rip.
Bro,
Does good damage.
almost.
And, it was laboured. It wasn't pretty.
Almost
Gunfight,
second
but
वाले को
Chronicle
मार दिया
will
था.
take it. He'll be
Crazy
happy
ने
enough with a
हल्का सा
win
miss
on
किया.
this.
4v3 now.
Almost second वाला मार
RRQ
दिया था.
moving on
Almost.
the defense. Monian already approaching mid, and Chronicle's just waiting for him.
He's ready like an absolute book. Control from Chronicle.
भाई एक चीज देखो जैसे Fnatic का advantage मिलता है ना सिर्फ aim लगा के बैठते हैं
Everything happening the way they wanted.
I like also getting
जैसे
the
advantage मिल गया ना aim लगा के बैठेंगे बस
throughout this game, getting those ultimates online. If you're going to start with a bank, if you have to do it from the attack, you're going to need those ultimates onto the
Fnatic को
site.
support करना
And for
था
those
यार,
executes,
कैसे
the
यार?
spike is going to go down. No opposition on the other side. Kushi just coming in from the other side of the map.
And again, we roll our minds back to the fact that we have seen RRQ here. It
Good
was
है,
up
Rishi,
against
Shadow
Wolves, and
Bhai.
it wasn't a great performance in my mind.
से
It actually
खाना
kind of, that
खिलाते,
was the first
इसलिए
time I was a
अच्छा
bit
रहा उनके
worried,
साथ.
right? Seeing Jemkin not look
30
quite as
seconds
well
left.
played in on, maybe
planted.
suffering a little bit. Kushi was great, but it wasn't the same sort of
नहीं,
effect
अरे मैं
that
random
we've
match
seen them
making
have
करता हूँ
before.
मैं.
Their ability to kind of play around with Jemkin, play him in a lot. And again, it was one of those... I shouldn't be worried about this, right?
Nah.
I can go back to the whole
Right?
narrative building thing, right? I can
Yeah.
talk history.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
If you kill Alpha... Oh, the crowd. Kushi! He takes a second glance. Oh my god, he's seen both of them. Stop it. Kushi, Kushi, relax!
Woo!
What a little...
Not even close.
So narrative, you were saying.
Right. But yes, this isn't the first time we've seen this map, and again, it's Kushi looking pretty good here, though.
Crazy guy को मारना था ना?
I think it's very important that you resemble and you speak about that match that we saw against Wolves, because it was a 13-11.
We got a pistol.
Yes, you got pistol, and it was very defined by those pistols. Wolves
अरे
won
आराम से
both
उठना,
of them.
poster
So
by.
you're in that scenario that advantage is already going onto the other team. After how devastating for Fnatic that Haven was, they need to start off strong. Just the same showing that we saw from RRQ on Haven.
But
Mid
also, I
fight,
do
pehla
want to put a
round,
little bit of
second
a
round
caveat
mid
to me
fight.
watching Jemkin. I want to see him back on really good entries as well.
Clear
Because
क्या mid?
he kind of fell off a little bit up against Wolves in that regard. Didn't see him having that
Hi,
same
hi,
level of
मुंह पे
impact.
trip डाल
If he
रहा
can
है
have this sort of
Alpha
like
Bhai.
Haven resurgence, it's game on. For now, though, we're going to see Fnatic going through the motions
खाली
here.
shot खाली.
Quick pressure up towards Cat.
कोई तो तेरे को देख रहा है Alpha भाई, कैमरा है वहाँ पे.
Crazy guy is playing over towards this side, so a little bit of info already early towards Kayak's position, but it popped up Alpha here.
RRQ just leaving the space. Crazy guy looking, using that knife. I think didn't catch anyone.
Info नहीं है उनके पास.
And he's going to go down. A is
God,
completely
Bekaja.
open for Fnatic to take the spike down.
Imin खाली.
They're going to do it with no opposition. Again, 4 players from
चलो, spike से
RRQ on
बटो,
the
2-0.
opposite side of the map. Easy entry onto site for Fnatic.
Floor
This is good.
methodical
Nice
खेलते
passing so
पे
far. kind of getting their scaling right as well, just kind of getting some
Marty boy
time
bang.
on the server too. You talk about both these teams, they need a couple more reps, right? Feel out the tempo, get themselves situated. And for Alpha, it'd be nice to get that confidence up here too. Kayak looks like he's fine in that regard. Kron's having a lovely performance so far. Crashy's doing well, so mostly just eyes towards Alpha when it comes to that. But for RRQ,
try करेगा Alpha जाके मारने का.
Position there, and they don't allow any build of those.
RRQ को क्यों support कर रहा है? FNC पे? अच्छा खेला RRQ last map. इसलिए कर रहा हूँ.
They want the orbs.
Alpha, nice, nice, and a third, not to be. But for him, that's great though. Again, you're building that ult early. You're building confidence early. Cushy again, bro.
दो orb मिल गए.
Yep.
Like the round's done. It's very similar to the first, but he's still farming up. He's still. I mean, you talk about farming ults.
अपने को भी मिल गए दो orb.
Well, his ult before up against Wolves is one of the key factors that kept them in the game at times. Really
अब
doing
तक PRS
incredible
दो बार
work.
plant कर दिया होता है.
Me, it put him really on my radar, but gonna need to see this now in this sort of bonus situation for Fnatic.
Yeah, pretty evened out. Fnatic, as you say, not having all the credits in the world, and RRQ still looking to make that break in the scoreboard.
भाई सोचो अगर ऐसा अपडेट है कि दो स्पाइक है ए पे भी प्लांट कर सकते हैं और बी पे भी प्लांट कर सकते हैं.
To come out with a composition like this one, right? So they have time of grace for Fnatic to come up with some very set play, something that RRQ is just not prepared for.
Yeah, this is how well does RRQ learn on the fly too, right? This is going to be a big test here. Jemkin goes for a swing and he certainly misses. Alpha looking clean with that, but Meier is not stopping. This seems a bit too risky for me. He's not really got the get out of jail free. The plan was flawed from the start, it felt like. Trying to make something happen over towards A main, but it's just
Executed by the
We just need a highlight reel of Stinger kills from this tournament, because some of them massive impact in the round 5v3 situation for Fnatic. Getting closer and closer to securing this bonus. But still, they're being cautious. Chronicle looking up for mid. Everybody just gather up, waiting for RRQ. Maybe go in the aggression again.
Yeah, still presence on this side. And this will confirm that they want to stick towards it. 3 players will be here. So Fnatic need someone to deal with this, and it is dealt with. Crazy Guy doesn't get cleared, but I think that they've got a good read on it. Doesn't get affected by the shock dart.
Still has Yuto.
तीनों बंदे यहाँ पे.
This is where things can go wrong. It's when if crossfires aren't cleared, corners aren't checked, it can go terribly wrong. As Crazy Guy already does well. 20 seconds, where are you going, Fnatic? You've got to keep fighting forward. And Crazy Guy reads it. He reads Chronicle's position absolutely perfectly. The smoke keeping him alive. 13 seconds. We're running out of time here. Flash here buys a couple more seconds, and they are doing it. They're digging in their heels. Fnatic leaving it too late in the day. 4 seconds. Xpero just needs to live here, surely. Just buy his time. No! He does more than that! He sticks the landing. His post to falls. And the timer then forcing them forward with a Red Bull clutch in the end. They had no business throwing that round for the side of Fnatic. Such a big amount of time. What was the plan? Last 2. Not thinking. Crazy Guy being alive just had that delayed them even more. This was such an issue yesterday. Again, you can see it's not good for the coaches. They are not happy with that. Again, that is something.
How can you be? That's a 5v3.
Yeah, it is, and that
could have been how you snowball through this half.
Yeah, you're going to hear the ult though for Alpha. That is a big investment here and a very similar start. You're going to want to have Jemkin tapped in towards Wine. Paranoia is good, forcing the TP back. This time around, RRQ plant the banner towards A main. How far do they search this though? That's my question.
को देखो बे अटैकिंग डालता है बे ये बंदा ट्रिप यार ट्रिप देख के मेरा खून जलता है भाई एक लोता है पूरे इसमें जो आगे ट्रिप डालता है
can secure that part of the map, and that is something that RRQ has learned to respect, even from just this 3 rounds, with everything that is at stake and how close the previous round was. Chen Kim is waiting.
I'm looking at the rotation of Monyet too, is where does he decide to go? That deep smoke towards middle I think is causing him enough worry at this point, but they are coming back round towards Ace. They are going to have their 3 players here. And holding the line is Jemkin. He's the one, Kayak, excuse me, just on the other side here, tries to play forward, catches 1, catches 2! Kayak kicking open the door! With a third! He's there when you need him. When Fnatic needs something, a spark, he ignites. Xfero and Cushy, I think we know their job now to try and survive.
That play from Kayak, though, was everything. The TP, the fake, everything, all the flashes. He just got it into Jemkin's head. And that is not an easy matter at all. 5v2, surely this one, it's secured. We already see the players from RRQ saving for the next round. I want to see a very good repetition of what Kayak just did there.
My camera is if he can find consistency in that level of play, he is arguably one of the best players as it stands. And there was a lot of discussion about it. Of course. There was a lot of standouts from various regions. Obviously with the Teo coming in, how much does that affect it? Or the Teo going out, should I say. But Kayak overall was, most of the MP's top 5, top 3s, if not maybe even higher.
Yeah, and seeing Fnatic for the first time without Durke in the international stage, with the name that he had made for himself. Now you're seeing someone else, and he puts out this kind of plays, and you know that he earned that spot. Kushi's going to find crashes at the end of that round.
And again, the interesting factor about Kayak is that when he first joined this was that he wasn't the superstar instantly. There were rumors, there were whispers of his ability in Tier 2.
Healthy ice cream खाना है, healthy banana chips खाना है, healthy cake खाना है.
The potential was there.
Healthy सब healthy. कल परसों बोलोगे healthy pizza खाना है करके, healthy burger खाना.
The free kill for him. What a play from the duelist.
Now,
RRQ, the money ain't good. The ultimates are getting there. Kushi already has his. And Alpha's just going to be investing into that Outlaw. Again, when the money's not good and when the shields are definitely not going to be heavy, it's a very, very good investment to make. Keeps you safe for the rest of the round, for the rest of the half, sorry. Building up that economy.
Membership match नहीं अनिकेत भाई को बोला मैंने.
It's not worked out, but I like it. Oh wait, this is investment to throw in from Cushy there. That felt maybe a bit too desperate for me.
This composition is a pain in the ass because there's so many TPs on the Yoru. Oh, and on the chamber.
And again, for Jemkin, you could understand the temptation to want to play into it. Maybe them lingering around in middle, just encourage that. But again, just walks into it. He was meant to be maybe the ace up the sleeve, but it isn't at all. Messi there from Crashies.
Close.
Xfero gets to keep his life, and if they continue this pathing towards B, there's still 2 players here. They are only with classics, but there's a lot of damage done here. Oh my god! Xfero with a jump scare on Alpha, who stays alive. 3 kills for himself. But this site is not free, Meier. 30 seconds. Nice clear on towards Crazy Guy.
30 seconds left.
And that is Diligence. Chronicle, very good, very, very good. Now, Cushy, you're not gonna do any more. That's fine. This was a bit dangerous from Fnatic, but it worked out. And again, I get the temptation. Again, maybe catch him on cat. It's a bit closed in. But this is so
heads off मेरे.
It's so annoying. Like you think you have them, you think you can have a rebound, you think you can go on as 2
Arts of
and maybe
dedication
have an
and I love you, Aniket bhai, love you.
Snaps out of it. Kayak just embraces and gets out of it as well. Poster can get into almost any position with those TPs as well. Yeah. But those 2, especially those 2, with that trade denial potential, Jenkin with the operator now, he has to make a difference.
It's been a bit hot and cold in middle so far. It feels like he's just behind the wheel sometimes, just off the tempo and the timing. Couple layers between them here, but Alpha's been on 1-2. He has been having a good start. Yeah, some eco farming, sure, but 8-3 nevertheless. Played in by Crashies. And this should be Jemkin now ready himself. Yeah, gets out of it. Not fancying sticking around here. Almost Taylor made poison on the catch there towards Market. Jemkin's got Alpha though, and they've still got control of B main. The initial plan is not going to be keeping coming this way. Surely they adjust.
Yeah, I liked what the utility we were seeing.
Plan
right? It doesn't even seem open either. You've got Monyet sat with the judge, controlling this space still. Oh my god, the timing. The timing. He was within lethal.
Bro.
Screw it. Stay on the ghost, no sweat. Still here, and this kind of adjustment of plan is difficult for Fnatic. Kayak going to clear through Jemkin though, opens up a chance. And Crazy Guy feels so. There's no safety on this site, right? Look where that spike is. They're up in. Oh my god, Sparrow. It depends where they go with this now. This could be everything or it could be nothing. That dart does not reveal! But Crashies heads up as ever. They are taking the tour of Ascent and they are seemingly winning it, navigating past most of the danger. The TP is here. Monyet makes it in time. But he
ये
still
round
just
ने
has that
जीतना था
judge.
भाई.
He's got the ghost. He sees them. Paranoia in play. He's still trying to make this one work. 15 seconds. Can he buy the precious time here? Kayak watching for it, waiting. Plant comes in. Monyet can't affect it yet. Waiting for support to come in, but Crazy Guy's a mile away, and they know it. By this point, even Kron's made it over here. He's up by Market. Oh, nice. Crazy Guy lives up to the name. Pops the ult, but it's Chronicle, ice cold in these situations. But there's a timer on what he can do. Gotta get going! Chronicle!
Back out to the team.
Such a close round at the end with Crazy Guy getting those 2 kills, but the Red Bull clutch goes for Chronicle this time around. Little bit of the overcook, and as you were saying, the tour that Fnatic went on that round, just giving us a different version of themselves in each of these rounds. At the beginning of it,
enemy remaining.
I was looking forward to what the Vice could do on that B side.
Close
We're
नहीं
seeing
जा रहा था
Fnatic
वैसे.
getting round after round here. 5-1, celebrating. Please don't break the coach room. Of course, it calls for a timeout on the RRQ side. Now, Lauren, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So, RRQ have already played Ascent this tournament, right?
Yeah.
Like we have seen them with the changes and whatnot into this patch.
Yeah.
This is what they bring. Who do you think has the bigger advantage coming into this? Is it
RRQ.
RRQ because they have already gotten that rep that, you know,
Yeah.
with the first
It's
seekers, not getting the reps onto stage, not getting a feel of how you're doing? Or
It's
Fnatic
RRQ.
with a completely new composition that God knows how it's going to work and not having that official practice on it?
I mean, Fnatic gets a walk in with no one else.
Defensive map है attacking.
Right, which is a dangerous Now, of course,
what are
it could
differences,
have
eh?
fallen on its face
Thoda.
potentially, right? Like maybe Alpha has a terrible start, but again, for RRQ, it becomes the question of their ability to learn on the
मैं
fly.
Vandal उठाया ना,
Can
वापस
they
shotgun
find
के
the
लिए.
adjustments? It's hit round 7, they've gone for the timeout, that's fine,
वो
that's
नहीं
fair.
मालूम मेरे को.
But it's unlikely they're going to convert this one. To get the beat on this round, you're always going to be behind the curve. It gives that nice
से
little
RRQ
step
को
up for
support.
Fnatic because they hit the ground running,
तो का
and it's hard to
second में
adapt now.
जीते ना मैं उधर
This
पलटा.
round for RRQ would mean a lot. As we can see, Jemkin is 1 away from his ultimate.
भाई
He
मेरा
secures
deadly
1 kill,
duelist
and he could be the difference maker.
1 और 2 पे क्यों है
Round
मेरे
number
Monier
7.
Jemkin मेरे करण
Staying
और
very
अर्जू.
close. Fnatic again going for this mid control.
That's a good spot.
हाँ दे मुंह पे trap दे
Seen
दो.
some of the scenes, right? But you can see the Fnatic, we talk about learning on the fly, they certainly are, but Monyet picks the right target, plucks away Alpha and backs away. Crazy Guy now gets contact. They've read a lot of this. They've got an idea of where 3 players are out of the 4 that still stand for Fnatic.
And blocking the eye side, of course, we see Kayak ready to get on that TP. He also has his ultimate, but... Oh. He decides to go for it, gathering all the information onto A.
किधर है?
I mean, it's a bold play. Fnatic still have to walk into a pretty stacked site here. Change out of Paranoias as Monyet waits. Tucked behind Dice. Kayak can't really challenge the back of the site here. They might get stuck in towards main. Not again, surely. Kayak just pries open the site. Apparently that's all they need. Kayak just strolling in is enough to get them over the potential hurdle. Sparrow just a second behind. As now, this is a pretty much done round.
Pretty much done. Still Fnatic, they work for those orbs. Crashes. Gets 1 closer to his ultimate, and speaking about ultimates, with this plant, Chronicle gets his. Kayak wants it.
That's brutal. Fnatic though. Another step in the right direction.
lead
They
रोकना
needed this
पड़ेगा.
after map 2. It was a blowout
अगर
pretty
जीतने
much.
तो अब से
Embarrassed in map 2
possible है.
by RRQ. The way those rounds went down in that second half should be haunting them. This is exactly what the doctor would have ordered though. A quick, decisive reaction. A lot in the hands of Alpha, both of them doing exactly as they need to.
And RRQ need to make a decision. We saw that timeout the previous round. The economy wasn't the best, but maybe some aggression, maybe just setting up some of the plays. They need something else beside that bonus that it wasn't theirs to take even. That 3v5. They need to find that kind of energy. Moni's been deadly. Not only in the previous map, but also here. Definitely being a nuisance.
And I like this. I like the way they're using the vines to kind of scale up on the map. Again, kind of using the vines to go down the thorns over towards short, kind of then using that as a way to take space safely get off the back too. It's really nice layering for this mid control that they've been trying to, I guess, work for most of the, opening exchanges in this map. So far so good. first time we've seen Fnatic start with a little bit more pressure towards that B main, but it doesn't look like
Yeah,
it's
that's
around here. This high attention to detail over towards Cat once again re-emerging.
Taking their time. We know that Fnatic are definitely good at doing that. Feel comfortable.
I need to see some discipline from Jemkin too, because there's obviously that want to play into it and be pivotal and be aggressive in a way, but he has been caught on a couple of timings by Alpha in middle. I want to see him find a way to deal with that tempo now.
Speaking about tempo, Kayak is ready to walk. He is going to be spotted.
30 seconds left.
Two of the players, the rotation coming in from RRQ. And again, they might find each other at CT. 20 seconds.
TP, and this is now running really, really late. Okay, this will help things. But I think Moniette might have been out of it, but Kayak gonna catch the rotate. Jemkin goes down again. 10 seconds, please don't make him.
10 seconds left.
This could be unthinkable if he denies the plant on this one. Oh my God, Moniette! That might have been everything. Look at the time now. It's too late. I'm pretty sure this is way too late. Moniette makes a monster.
कुछ भी खेलते हैं भाई.
I just cannot believe it keeps happening. At some point, you might think, no, it's not going to happen this time around. They know how to play with the time. They're going to leave for at least a couple of options. But with so many players alive, you not having the information of what is on site, what is on main, just leaving this onto the last second when you've worked towards the map, when you've worked that information layer by layer, corner by corner.
Yeah,
exactly. But again, these are the cracks that will be there in this attack from Fnatic. It won't be perfectly smooth yet. They won't be in that complete consideration. I think some of the issues of this round started before that point, how late it was. If RRQ leave them a little bit of space, sit a little bit deeper, make them work for their dinner, how do they navigate this? Now, normally it's been Kayak kicking down A and just getting 2, but if they are made to slow play through this map, how does that fare? Really need to see Jemkin playing this perfectly though, because again, he might be the one in that crosshair instantly.
With that operator, RRQ, they're not giving a single inch. They know what they're facing, and they know what's worked for them.
आज भी boss मार बोला तो alt मार रहे थे.
I said I think is a good reaction. Fnatic do like this late control towards tree. They've been playing it, and also like this push out towards B main. This hasn't been an area they've been contesting often. This gives them good information. This is solid. This is a nice approach. 45 seconds, and none of that contested space has been taken by Fnatic yet, barring maybe Cat and now Tree. They can't late play back into B because they're going to be so behind the curve on the information. And that's that's divine from Jemkin. This might is pivoting. Now it's going to be a crunch. Chronicle's good at this, but if they keep their eyes on the prize here, and then again, Xvero does do well on towards Kayak, but late in the day, they made the wrong work here. Chronicle's saving them from what could have been a disaster. It felt like RRQ started to get the read on sitting deep, making them explore further, but Fnatic saved by Chronicle's diligence, but it's still a 3v3. It's not impossible, just a little improbable when you look at who's here. Chronicle's control is legendary. Swings off the pop of the ult, but that's a player without a gun in their hands. They can try and gap close, and they are. You can see it away, also with a shot from the smoke. Catching Jemkin. Moniette looks for a target, dives in on site. Can't quite control on the first try. Can't get the spray. Crazy guy now needs a 1v3 as Fnatic holding all the cards. Chronicle, that was a brilliant round from him.
You're speaking about diligence, and Chronicle has been all that this entire match. The condition and also that he's been making in this map.
30 seconds.
Here on me.
I mean, if he didn't do that, I think the round would be done. Yeah, genuinely. Coming back to these sort of late rotations, if you aren't clearing this space as well as he does, you're done.
With two of the players, like the movement from RRQ was good. Yes. Two of the players just waiting for this to happen. We also saw the utility from Cypher on site. They were ready. They were prepared.
Excuse me.
Now they might fall into the trap. We've got to get proactive with these ults. Play, in towards this fight on Cat. The temptation, obviously, so sweet, but again, for Fnatic, they've been really good at clearing this. And you can see Kayak is so locked in. Oh my God! Snap back so quick. And again, this was kind of off the back of that want of maybe playing Xvero's the one to do well here. Taking away Chronicle is huge.
Absolutely. They've been putting up a lot of utility to those drones that we were speaking of. Not only he gets the kill, he also gets to use his ultimate.
Oh, I like this as well, though. You take space on one side, but in the meantime, they push so much deeper towards it. They don't need to go far further than this. We hit in here, you get so much information. And again, it was a mistake that was made before that Monyet managed to punish in that wild round with that timing. So they can cheat the rotations over towards B. They can get these players here way earlier because of that pushed out position. This is now going to be one of those later rounds. Now, can Fnatic somehow find this information themselves? I don't think so. So in reality, they have the players in the right place here. Last time, Kron was the one who was god tier at playing from this, but it looks like a focus. RRQ doubting themselves. It felt like wanting to check, wanting to make sure, but they were right in the read. The timing now wrong as Fnatic get the red carpet rolled out towards B as the plant next. In the steps to be taken, Kushi trying to thread a needle that I don't think is potentially there. Takes away one. That is a Vandal picked up. Good util still left here as well, but Crazy Guy just about making it over here. And Crashy's making him do the dance, right? Putting him through the paces. We're going to need like a shot in the dark, right? We're going to need something. What do you have here? Kushi taking the first step. Nice off the flank, but he couldn't quite land it. In the back lines, doing what is necessary. That makes it sound like I was saying the dance was necessary. That, less so. But 8-2 Bayer, they're in control.
8-2 and looking very dominant. Yes, those 2 rounds that they lost. Big mistakes, very big mistakes. Good to see them back in the board. And RRQ in this round made the worst decision that they could make. And it's giving Fnatic what they want. But they're waiting for such a long time for you to make a mistake, for you to take the step.
When was the prime, do you think, of Boaster?
Excuse me?
The prime of Boaster. Astra.
Excuse me?
He's a very good Astra. Like when Astra was on top, he was
क्या stream को like करो, stream को like करो, stream को like करो, stream को like करो.
This time out here, right? Because I do feel like they've had the right reads a good couple of times. I think even that first time out was correct. I think them playing deeper, I think them playing into that, but they lacked the conviction in the right call in that last round, and that's the devastating part. They were right about it and then just misplayed it at the end. So, as said, this to me feels like they're watching this game full.
Are you ready for tomorrow's match?
These first halves are being so one-sided. Both
there is Genji versus Wolf.
Using both of the timeouts.
TRX versus
their timeouts.
No, see, one
in the first half. But you have to get back on the board. You might say that they have the right read, but it really looks like Fnatic are doing whatever they want with them. You think like, oh, the Yor wants the TP here, I'm not going to allow it. I know that I was going to try and get that space. Actually, it's working.
70-30.
For Fnatic, a couple more rounds. Already 6 rounds of difference in the scoreboard. Alpha, you're just feeling so comfortable pushing with that operator. Jenkim needs to go back and prove to us that he has what it takes. What he had on Haven. Man, I feel like we've seen this round 3,000 times.
Hey, if it's working,
I'm already tired of this comp. Nah.
But aggression down middle, it's not looked good, actually. Again, I think that Jemkin's been very, very willing to go for it, but it's just not worked for him at all. Alpha's generally been having his number in this. It's not looked easy for him by any means.
This time they go for the litter aggression onto me, trying to force something complemented with the utility, and the one shot that he hits is on Kayaks.
Mobile में
Not looking the best there.
And he does have a little bit of utility to play with, I guess. Invested kindly by Xfero, but now he's on the chopping block. Like, what do we do?
Bro!
I guess is what we do, but it's a one and done.
By must mara
lekin Jemkin, and now the map's split in half.
नहीं split नहीं Ascent के लिए Ascent के लिए Ascent के लिए बराबर
really isolated. Okay,
map split कैसे है यार गलत बोला
का we're seeing how deep RRQ are sitting.
पड़ी
goes down. Okay, now do they scarper? It's messy from Boaster there. Couldn't get back in time again.
भाई क्या टाइम नहीं है क्या कर रहे हैं?
Running out of time and running out of options. Been that much of a big deal, but this is how they've been losing them. 2 seconds, they're just gonna let it fizzle out.
3 में से 2 round हारे क्योंकि time नहीं करके. Very realistic.
Will take it.
Very realistic.
Absolutely. I think that timeout, maybe for the side of Fnatic, is guys, you're doing well. Keep it going. For the side of RRQ, take the right timings. Learn when to push. Let's put a little bit of pressure onto them and see how they respond to that. Super important, this ultimate from Pushy and this skill.
Fnatic, sorry to say, एक दिन बैठ के ना प्लीज PRX के मैचेस देख लेना प्लीज.
An average of 1 minute and 9 seconds to get the spike down for Fnatic. That is outrageous and obviously the highest in playoffs.
Oh, it's got 5 years in the cake.
Of course.
गाएगा तो केक मिलेगा ना.
Now, what do we see here? I'd like to see Fnatic just kind of playing with a gear shift, which actually looks like they are now, because again, you've almost lulled RRQ into a sense of safety that is not here. Kushi trying to find him, but it's actually Xvero who's caught Boaster. And Fnatic have really held up towards B main. They have managed to burst through, banking on Kayak's ability to do something with this. Commits towards Boathouse, crashes now and comes out, but there's 3 players on the side. This is
I'm not sure about this, Lauren.
Fnatic could be caught up in the blender here, but they still need to land the shots if you're RRQ. Easy, this is so tense. I like the idea of the gear shift, but something slowed them down towards main that just stopped them actually committing.
4v4 on site.
God, please be disciplined, RRQ. You don't need to do too much. We said it before when they made that play towards top middle. They got almost, they got into their own heads about it. They're once again right about this. They don't need to change. They hold these positions, hold this line, they make it hard for Fnatic, but here we go. Alpha unleashing Fury, but the site is still not clear. You got 30 seconds.
Blind Dracon एक साथ मार के पीक लिया भाई.
The hero to step up for RRQ or a Fnatic just past that hurdle is perfect. Takes one, expects the follow up though. Alpha was the one getting those kills on Cap before. He loses his head for a second. And with 14 seconds, the plant is in.
सामान फेंक दिया.
That doesn't make things easier. Chronicle is, oh my god, he's so low on HP too. 3 HP is all that's there. Alpha, back of the boathouse.
Alpha by
crazy guy. Back into
9-3
basically the second half,
Curse and
3-9
Ascent
back.
map baby. Like करो.
Wasn't perfect, but it's better than nothing.
But when you think about those mistakes, those
Don't worry, Binks भाई मेरी वाली भी ऐसी है.
You mean so smart?
This competition is giving us so much, and I cannot wait for what we're going to see on the defense.
Very smart and cute. Yeah.
Love you, your come to boys. Thank you for the $5.
Hola, Toronto.
Come
get
excuse
ready
me.
for our next half of play here. What I figured what we do, because Vansili did this, so I thought it'd be fun to do it myself. A little hydration break. That's right.
Hydration
Take
break.
a swig for the working man and woman of the world today. Now, of course, the most important thing is, if you have a drink in your hand, we want to give a toast to the 2 teams on stage. You see yourself on camera, give yourself a toast, give yourself a drink. Let's do this right now. See? Cheers.
10 दिन से नहीं पिया है तूने पानी.
वो bottle से नहीं पिया है.
Just spilled it on myself. Like a tonto. Unbelievable. All right. Who we got next? Look at him. Take a swing for the working man. Do it. Yeah.
Hello, Jinx bye. Hello, Tikun bye.
Fnatic's creativity giving them a solid standing here in the half Bayer. 9 rounds to their name. Yes, some fumbles. Yes, some missed timings. But 9 rounds is solid.
And from the attack, something that they chose themselves. Now moving on to the defense, our eyes have to go on to the other side. RRQ might have not been able to find some solutions, but now they should be the ones setting the pace. It has to be night and day for a player like Jemkin.
Fnatic comeback in front of Fnatic will be absolute cinema.
The guy is damn good. But it's been a hard first half. A lot of those timings and tempos was rough for them. So the Coinbase Econ report kind of highlighting some of that here with, again,
Chronicle
small number, not good.
Most for me is going to be Chronicle and how much of a pain he was over onto A, something that, onto B, something that we're probably going to see also from the defense. But I want to see how deep this composition goes. Having the chamber, having the rise, you have so many things to work with that probably the opponent did not expect for today's match. This is not the way you expected to close things out if you were RRQ. Hey, not everything is set. Starts with a pistol though.
It certainly
as we always say.
It certainly does. And Fnatic weren't loving them before. Right? They were
I mean, even if they got the pistol, yeah.
But here we go.
Final
half to be had. Map 3 between the two of them. RRQ RRQ bringing out all the big guns in map 2.
See,
The
I
map
was
3
right,
could
guys.
be
I
all
was
over in a
right.
blink of an eye. They need this pistol.
गप्पी बस दे बस वाला जाऊं न गप्पू
तू या तो मराठी बोल या तो गुजराती बोल दोनों मिक्स
Nothing
मत
on the other
बोल
side from Fnatic.
क्या वो
Booster just
two
walks
states
away.
love two states
And Kayak takes an advanced position
क्या है वो मूवी
on
चैट
B main.
Yeah, I like it. Again, you can get out of jail free. Just got to keep your eye on the timing. See the consideration of a mid walk not happened
चैट
yet.
किसने सीट दिया नहीं मेरी चैट
Stack
सिर्फ
up
नीट
towards
देती है
market. Kayak, the early warning system, and a lethal one at that does
Bye,
get out
buddy.
of there.
Buddy, bye.
Sphero now will control that corner, but it's only seeing a Cypher doesn't give
Everybody.
you everything you want. But now not alone, walks back in with Kron, but he falls. Body blocked almost. Kron though tries to play it forward. Didn't want to back away, and now they speed up on the execute. Banging shot from Boaster there.
भाई
Catching just
सबको
the
डिंग
corner of
डिंग
Monyet
डिंग
and
डिंग डिंग पड़ रही है
threads ahead. Now you've got a fast rotate coming in from Crazy Guy, who's all the way over towards that A side of the map. So late positioning towards main, but Boaster's ahead of it. Paranoia still in play. Smoke still there. Dart as well. But no synergy on that? I don't know if I loved what I saw then from him. Would rather maybe hold that space and play back in together, but now down to the two, Alpha and Crashies. Still got util, as said, this is pretty big for them. But that late positioning towards main is rough. It's keeping Alpha's eyes towards it. Timing, the factor, got to get a move on, got to get going, and they're playing the game. This is going to be doing the dance with them, right? Going to make them work for it. Crashies, damage! But two more to go, and Crazy Guy's position is the checkmate. Monyet just needs to live, and he does more.
Come back.
It's a pistol for RRQ.
Come back. Bye.
And a little bit of a weird choice from Boaster there.
And it's so good that they were patient in that round. We got the orb, we just still follow the plan. We're lucky enough to get this first pick onto Kayak, who had already taken a bit of damage to secure it.
हाँ सिरों ने मस्त मारा
Go on to plant this fight. Boaster, I think in that situation was just
That's our pistol,
it's kind of a dilemma, right? You don't have the information of where the rest of the players
Positivity
are.
high हो रही है.
You need to move. You do not have really the time to wait for the rest of
Positivity
your
high हो
team.
रही है chat.
No ideal scenarios, but for RRQ, only 5 rounds separate them now for
4 हुआ
Fnatic,
है.
and this should be the 5th one for them.
पूरा sentence complete करने देगा
in
मेरे
my
को
mind as well. He's been rather good in these sort of positions.
बीच में
Let's see
टूटना
how he
बस
plays if they do decide to crest that corner and explore further. For now, it's just a stack, leaving Alpha as the pretty much the bastion of hope on the A site, right? The one-man turret.
Crazy
over
Guy
there.
किधर
But
घूम रहा था?
It's patient again from
Check
RRQ.
करने आ
They're
रहा
trying to
था.
get the lay of the
Pipe
land
पट रहा है कि
themselves. Is there a mid-walk? Is there a stack? They need to be using some of the util to clear this at some point. Maybe waiting for that util to cycle back up.
भाई वो लोग
With the
random
composition that
घुसने
they're
वाले
playing up
भी
against,
पे.
taking this time in. Also, Fnatic has been fairly aggressive in the rounds that they've had no economy.
There, I'm
They're
scared.
walking towards it.
Yeah, but hopefully they use some of that lovely utility they've got loads of, right?
इससे कोई suppress नहीं हुआ, direct push कर
Yeah,
रहे
okay, I
थे.
think they felt the
W
danger
round.
in that, even just the cam being cleared as it was. And here comes, let's see if that control is in play. No, Crashies quick on his feet.
Close था.
As Alpha does need to back away. Expected reposition. Jemkin, eyes already trained towards it. Plants in play. It's dangerous, but they find stability. Now they need to keep pushing and
Possible है
Jemkin
क्या
living
नहीं?
in this though.
Possible
Those two
तो नहीं
vandals
है.
are precious. Cargo. Kushi layering in the util, keeping them chipped down as best he could.
Blind है Boaster के
The
पास.
crashes with that Bulldog is the dangerous factor. They are all eyeing up coming through from here.
अल्फा को दिया बुलडॉग
Knife fantastically
तो
timed.
गोली मार दी
Catching
जब-
at least 3 of them, denying this springboard in. Paranoia goes, Cushy now out of the situation. Alpha finds Crazy
Shot.
Guy. Jemkin goes down, suddenly crashes in a 1v2.
भाई बहुत डैमेज दिया,
Again,
बहुत डैमेज
difficult,
दिया.
but desperately tried.
बहुत
Monyet
डैमेज दिया
once
भाई.
again the final man standing,
Huh?
and suddenly that scoreboard doesn't look so impossible.
बहुत डैमेज.
Vandals just moving on to the next
Blue
round.
damage.
RRQ, as you're saying, 5 on the board. This looks perfectly doable. We've
तो
seen them
Fnatic
having
को
very
सपोर्ट
strong
कर सब हो
starts,
जाएगा ना.
converting the bonus.
ये मैप में RRQ
Will
के साथ.
almost make this a very, very even affair. Again, we still have
Comeback
to see
होगा
how
तो
this
होगा.
composition from
Simple बात.
Fnatic really works on the defense. And I think
Blind
we're going
तोड़ना
to
था,
get a
कैसे
very
तोड़ना था,
fair
जो blind
showing
देख रहा
now.
था,
How Alpha's going to
Recon
be
देख रहा था, वो
positioned, how
blind
they
हो गया.
use having that and the Euro as well. We can see now it's all the utility from Chronicle on his first Vice. Over onto A.
Yeah, big switch up in that. As obviously
Shout out
until
मिलने
this
वाला
point
मेरे
for the
को.
pistols, they did have Alpha kind of soloing out on towards that A site as much as they could. Put a lot of faith in towards him here.
यार Fnatic का प्लेस्टाइल कैसा था ना, मिड फास्ट ले रहे थे वो लोग. मिड जल्दी लड़ रहे थे, फिर बाद में वो लोग कंट्रोल ले रहे थे. A long, A short, B.
That's a player spotted here. And
ये
he's
लोग का
sticking
थोड़ा अलग
around
है.
on this. I'm a bit worried he stays so close here. Oh my god. Thankfully, that wall now reinforced. A little less of an issue.
That's 3 people spotted. That's what we see. All that utility coming down.
3 people ने 4
Fair,
people.
actually, gathering that orb for the
He's a brave boy.
Just in case someone else gets the kill.
Ooh, did they spot? I don't know if they spotted Alpha. They kind of looked down, but I don't think they did. Lazy clear. Oh my! What is that?
Let's go,
You don't
Jenkins.
see that every day. A mess made by Alpha, being gifted the chance of the gods from that.
अगर
And now that all comes
इसके
into
वजह से
play.
कमबैक
That is perfect.
हुआ,
And we look instantly at where
मोजा
they're at.
ही मोजा आ जाएगा,
It's kayak
मोजा ही
crashes,
मोजा.
though. Big boys on the
30
server
seconds
here.
हाँ?
Big players. 25 seconds getting late in the day. They decide to slip towards the side.
They are playing Fnatic
Waiting
like
for the util
Fnatic.
to come, but it ain't even here. They're just powering on in. Crashies find some safety in the smoke. And I say that very tentatively. Chronicle gonna catch the heels of Xfero. It's game on.
भाई
Fnatic,
क्या blind
they're
दिया
trying to
बूस्टर
ban
ने.
Monyet can't find this many players in this little time.
भाई
Fnatic,
क्या
it
blind
got
दिया
dangerous.
बूस्टर ने
But Alpha just
भाई.
stood up.
Oh no.
He stood up.
Okay.
Where's the glue gone? Someone find the glue.
Irrelevant.
Stick him to that chair.
भाई क्या हो गया
It's dangerous 'cause this
Chronicle
round as
को?
well. I like what they did. Alpha. Oh.
He's
There it
celebrating
is.
for the rest of them. It's not for him.
Okay,
and speaking
okay,
of
so
him
that's
in
okay.
that round,
Nice Gron!
nice Gron.
anchoring kayak. I love that from
Nice
you, my
anchoring
boy.
kayak. You're doing a brilliant job over in B.
They lose
Doesn't
this
matter.
round.
Was the bonus for RRQ. There's
Yeah.
still plenty of chances. 3 to be exact. Well,
And
3
again,
rounds
they're
for
still
now.
having to learn to
Technically
face
देखा
the
जाएगा
front.
तो
Oh my god, what? Kayak just
Sorry,
Jenkins
fact.
Finding the
out.
opener again.
Yeah, Jenkins starting to get these entries going, and that shot wasn't clean enough to truly punish Cushy, so he keeps his life. But Alpha's temptation is still here. He's trying to be proactive. Oh, the timing. Oh my god, you are lucky to be breathing, crazy guy. Spray off with Vandals always seems like a terrible idea, but it's fine. So far, they bully their way up Cat. Looking towards the safe side, but Chronicle has been the safest player. Always so deadly in these
They are
situations.
stuck
Let's
in
see how well he
Thorny.
does this new roll here. Chronicle's gone down, but Alpha stomps into the side. 3!
भाई
Back to
बहुत
back
crazy
damage.
blind
Now
यार.
down to 45 seconds, much more time, but the final ball
क्या
of Alpha
blind
seems
दे रहा है
to
बे
be standing.
बूस्टर?
Slip in the net, but it seems to be considered. Already pinged out. Boaster eyeing this up, but timing is everything. And he's got it.
Shit,
Xfero
man.
falls, leaving just one man
30
alive, and
seconds
Alpha's
left.
corner has not been cleared this time. Gets away with it with 4 kills, and apparently
यार
Curse is broken,
45
doesn't
था
matter, but he's
यार.
not standing up this time around. It doesn't matter that he got the 4K. You know, you don't play with luck like that.
Blind
Not
देखो,
the second
blind
time
देखो.
around. Struggled to find the first one. It doesn't matter. He closes up with 4. But he couldn't have been possible without the paranoia, the flash from Vice, putting all of that pressure on a team that's trying to execute on you. 11 for Fnatic, 2
Baap
away
blind, bro.
from continuing a lower bracket run.
बाप blind.
RRQ now, as you can see on your screens, the economy is not the best. Jemkin 1 away from his ultimate. Working with the
भाई
shorty.
कैसे मान यार जिमकिन ने मार रहे
Trying
मेरे
to get
दो
that orb, or at least they're gonna try and fight for it.
Paranoia.
लास्ट गेम देखा क्या मार रहे थे वो लोग?
Yeah, kind of scarpering, but timing
गोली
wise,
मार रहे थे.
Fnatic coming into their own in moments like this is dreamy for them. After a brutal map 2, their creativity being rewarded here as that 12th round looking ever so likely. Alpha strikes, 20 kills for him after what was genuinely a very hard map 2 and not a particularly brilliant map 1. He has found his form when he needed it.
टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए, अगर जेमकिन ने अल्ट से 2 मारे,
Shot goes astray that
तो
time.
विनेबल है राउंड. टेक्निकली देखा जाए.
But RRQ looking for ways forward.
क्योंकि
There
एकदम
aren't too
goat
many.
ulti है
Again, got to
इसका,
say,
goat.
Chronicle in this role. Lovely to see, but
उसके मार.
Jemkin tries to
एक.
close in. Oh, it was labored, but he's got the job done.
Arre, arre, arre.
Also, Alpha.
Oh!
That is the man we were just talking about. The beast himself, the Wonder Kid, is back.
And he's standing up to celebrate. This is 100% deserved.
ये बंदे ने इजी शॉट मिस किया था.
I need to see that shot again. I need to see.
that shot again. I know Kung's not here, but it's nice to see shots out of the sky like that. I'll take that every day of the week.
Yes, miss.
Now, is it over? Was RRQ's hopes and chances dashed by this brand new composition that looks so good?
अच्छा तू RRQ
It
को
looks
support कर रहा
creative.
था ये बात.
It looks like it's on the money, and it's given Alpha that real
बराबर.
resurgence here.
NTR.
Absolutely.
NTR.
Sphera forced out. One of his cages gone.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए
7 in a row needed
7
for
राउंड
RRQ,
चाहिए
and
या
Alpha's waiting on the
और
other side.
5 ही राउंड गन राउंड है 2 राउंड इको जाएंगे
Bodies to try and drop. So far, they make it past the first hurdle. But
Big,
he's not
yeah,
missing
yeah,
now.
Alpha is
Alpha stepping up to a new level here. Crazy guy, Cushy, Xfero, that's all that they've got to bank on. And Cushy's a mile away. Position noted. He's got the spike too. If he goes down, that could be just done for. But no, they don't swing into it. They play this cautiously. They play it right.
Taking their time. Slowly but surely.
Flash needs to be perfect. It ain't gonna do the job. They're
Bro,
waiting.
bro.
Kayak
Blind क्यों हुए वो
not to
लोग?
punch the whole time.
क्या हो गया?
It's either Kayak or Alpha.
क्या हुआ?
And Xfero has to face the music. It is done. Fortune.
ये monster dance देखने मिलेगा.
Bringing out a brand new look, securing their safety and survival in the lower bracket.
It's not been an easy road for them, and the road ahead does not get any easier. But they can be happy
भाई
of
अपसेट
getting
हो
the
सकता
win
था यार
today.
चैट
Worked hard for it.
अपसेट हो सकता था यार मार सकते थे सेकंड मैप बहुत बाप खेला था ये लोग हैं
Shenanigans. That map 2 is what I'm thinking of when I think of RRQ.
+1
They're showing on Haven what they
मैप
can do
तो
with that double
गलत
duelist,
खेला था बे
Longit,
उसके
and
मारा था
Jenkins.
भाई
What a showing from Fnatic.
Yeah, and while we wait for this one, obviously, all good sportsmanship here.
अरे बेचारा
For RRQ, you can see the potential, but finding it consistently in stages like this is the next layer up for them. First time stepping out to a stage of this caliber, they still did do well. We saw the moments there on Haven. They just could not find it in the others.
Here's the thing, they were playing yesterday. Both of these teams played and lost yesterday. Fnatic even had that very long pause.
Yeah.
So they got home very, very late. This is not something that was cooked from one day to the other.
बाहर हो गया टीम
And for them,
लोअर
a
ब्रैकेट ही चल
massive
रहा है
relief to make it through
आज
that.
2 नंबर 1 टीम
Shaking
निकला
off the
चाइना
chance
और
of that
पैसिफिक का
Shanghai nightmare reoccurring. And you can see them taking themselves down the stage there towards the fans. And in a moment's time, we'll pass it over to Jen Lee, who'll be standing by for the Verizon post-match interview. I believe even joined by Boaster. So as soon as that's ready.
अभी मतलब सेन वर्सेस फैनेटिक होएगा चैट लोअर ब्रैकेट में आर यू गाइस बच्चा करेंगे सेन वर्सेस फैनेटिक जो एक जमाने में फाइनल्स हुआ करता था अभी लोअर ब्रैकेट होएगा हाँ चैट हाँ आर यू किडिंग मी बेबी सेन नहीं आएगी जानने के लिए बने रहिए यही एपिसोड कल ही है कल ही सेन गिरने वाली है समझ रहे हो कल ही सेन गिरने वाला है कल फुल सपोर्ट करेंगे अपन पीआरएक्स को फुल सपोर्ट पट से गिरेगा कल से समझ रहे हो पीआरएक्स को हम इतना सपोर्ट करेंगे कल कान में मेरे को ले सेन भी नहीं चाहिए समझ रहे हो तुम हाँ और जब मेरे को बुलाएगी ना तो ली सेन भी करके भी मत बोलना समझ रहे हो बुलाएगी तब ये भी मत बोलना ओए सुन ओए सेन समझ रहा है ऐसा मत बोल कल फुल अपन पीआरएक्स को फुल सपोर्ट करेंगे छी करके बुलाना मेरे को चलेगा
छी बोला छी
वो भी चलेगा लेकिन ली सेन करके मत बुलाना समझ रहे हो कल सेन का करके भी नाम नहीं लेंगे आप पीआरएक्स ऑल द वे तेरा भाई ट्रेन में चढ़ चुका है ट्रेन में कंडक्टर बनेगा तेरा भाई ट्रेन का Let's go. Radio chat. Good night, Binks. Good night, Pratik. Bye. Good night. ऐसी छाती में लिखा था ना RRQ जीते का मैप 3. चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, आदियोस. 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ. मेंबर्स ओनली. बॉसेस मारेंगे, बॉसेस मारेंगे, बॉसेस मारेंगे. ये जीतेंगे हम बिना पिंकी के. ये कहाँ आ रही है? कल उठना है तेरे को. आ रही है तो जाओ. पेड़ है वहां पे, पेड़ काट. आज स्ट्रीम देखते सो. चल इधर बंगबा उमर के साथ होता है. दी ध्यान रखो इसका. एक्सक्यूज मी. सेन विल विन टुमारो फॉर श्योर. मोड्स नाम, एड्रेस और फोन नंबर. फट से मोड्स.
Was just one tap at me, but I think the cooling so far has been okay from me, and that's always something I want to improve on, and the atmosphere. But I think if we're gonna win an event again, I need to be able to put on a decent performance. I'm not saying like I need superstar rounds or carrying, but I need to get the frags that I'm expected to get, like the easy ones. So that's gonna be my goal and hope if we want to win this event.
हाँ, 2 बंदे 2 वीडियो लोगे
Click
अपने
some
वहाँ पे.
heads in the next game. I'll let you get back to selfies.
NHK Binks और
Well,
Jord Gang और वो
Valorant
लिखा है.
action we just
Killer Gang.
witnessed. Tune in for more tomorrow with the
Pau
upper
Gang,
semis
Pau Gang.
coming up.
Jord Gang
and
और
you guys
Pau
will
Gang
not
लिखा.
be disappointed.
जेरी भाई देखे, जेरी भाई को एंट्री नहीं वहाँ पे, निकाल दिया.
Since we have Boaster there in the post-match interview, we're going to bring his other half here on the desk as well. Austin Crashies Roberts, welcome back to the global stage.
ये लोग का heavy bro code है.
Has it been so
ये
far?
लोग का bro code is like my father and son code. Strix and me. वैसा वाला bonding है लोग का. चलो गाइस, बाय बाय. आदियोस. कौन जीतेगा वो आप पे डिपेंड करता है. PRX जीतेगा, मेरे पे डिपेंड नहीं करता. प्लेयर्स पे डिपेंड करता है. PRX जीतेगा. PRX समझ रहे हो? PRX. चलो बाय. आदियोस. चढ़ में 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ. बुम्बा बॉसेस मारेंगे. चलो चटको मेंबर्स लोग. 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ. बाय. सो जाओ तुम. सो जाओ.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better